need. And so her initiative to really assist people in schools, I think, has been very, very beneficial. And in our budget, we put money where the mouth is. I think the legislature is going to be good on that. I think that they're going to end up funding some good stuff. But here's the thing that I think that we've been able to do in Florida is by protecting people's freedoms, their ability to work, businesses' ability to operate, making sure kids were in school, that made our society better with mental health than areas where they just kept locking people down and isolating people. It's not normal to be in that kind of an environment. And so we've really encouraged people to live their life and understanding that you can make individual choices. Different people may have different risk levels, but to shut people out is a huge mistake, and I think it causes huge amounts of problems. That's why I'm proud. If you look, we were like the first state once COVID hit to do a sporting event. We had music. We were the first state to do a full capacity indoor event. We wanted to make sure that people were able to live lives and really get fulfillment out of that. That's one of the reasons why we're working hard now on Patients' Bill of Rights with visitation in the hospitals and in the nursing homes. A lot of hospitals have done a better job on this, but you still have some where you can't get in to see your loved ones. That has a huge toll on families, their emotional health, and I think it impacts physical health. I think if you're in the hospital for something and you don't have that emotional support, I think you're less likely to have a positive outcome. So that I think is very much important in terms of mental health. So it's an important issue. We're going to keep doing it. We focused a lot also on first responders, our law enforcement, our firefighters. I was down in Surfside after that tragedy, and it was a very difficult time for, of course, the families involved who lost loved ones, and the families, you did have families that escaped from the other tower, which that was very traumatic. But you also had the people there that were on that pile day in and day out. It took a huge emotional toll, and these are things that are tough, and people want to have resources and they want to have support for some of that. So all being said, I think we've put in Florida mental health as something that's important, not just with the First Lady, but what we've done with our initiatives, and I think it's going to be something that's continued to be important. But I'd much rather be where we're at. We're having a free state where people have been able to live their lives, and people will tell me when they come visit Florida, they feel like everybody's a lot happier than wherever they came from, and that's as a result, I think, of the weight of the lockdown policies that we saw for so long in so many different corners of the country. So that wasn't the approach that we wanted to do, and I think we're better off for it. So, okay, guys, well, thanks so much. We will see you very soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm Jean McCarthy. I'm President Biden's National Climate Advisor. And on the stage, I am joined by Senator Granholm from the Department of Energy. Secretary Granholm from the Department of Energy, Secretary Buttigieg from the Department of Transportation. We have Representative Jim Cooper from the great state of Tennessee. We have Brian Deese, who's the director of our National Economic Council, Celeste Drake, as the director of our Made in America program, and we have Mitch Landrieu, who is our infrastructure czar, and we also, of course, have the President of the United States, so we are ready. Listen, this is such an exciting day, and we're here to celebrate this day, and it's an exciting day specifically for electric vehicles in America. I just have to say we are all charged up. All right, that was a joke. And we're here to celebrate because we know electric vehicles are absolutely an essential tool if we hope to address our transportation sector in the emissions, both those that impact climate change, but also those that impact our families, our kids, because they impact air quality. But you may not know, unless you've driven an electric vehicle before, that once you drive one, you ain't ever going back, because their performance and the cost savings they offer to our consumers are absolutely essential as we move forward. It is what is going to make the transition to an all-electric future possible. And to support this, we're making historic investments through the President's bipartisan infrastructure law, including the build-out of a nationwide network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. And through the President's Made in America policies, we are spurring investment in American manufacturing. And you know what that means. It means good paying jobs, building electric vehicles and chargers with IBEW members leading the way. And it's exciting to know that we are going to make charging stations accessible across the entire country, whether you're in a rural or an urban community. So today, we are kicking off by allowing me the pleasure of introducing you to Jane Hunter, who is the CEO of Tritium. As a key manufacturer of electric vehicle chargers, Tritium is investing in our electric future. And that's a clear signal that our country has incredible opportunities ahead of us, and I could not be more excited, and we look forward to working with Tritium and others who are stepping up big time to advance our climate goals while creating high-quality jobs right here in the United States. Jane?
Thank you, Gina, and good afternoon, Mr. President, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg, and of course to Jim Cooper from Tennessee. It's a pleasure to join you all here today. I'm Jane Hunter, the CEO of Tritium, a global leader in DC fast charge technology for electric vehicles. It would be an understatement to say that this has been a very exciting month for Tritium. We listed on the NASDAQ, we rang the bell on Australia Day on the 26th, and now we have this opportunity to share Tritium's US manufacturing plans with the American people. Tritium is a great story of American-Australian partnership, continuing our two countries' historic alliance in world conflicts, trade, the environment, and technology. The Tritium mission is really simple. 2 words: electrify transportation. This vision of transport powered by renewable energy has inspired our team since 2012 when we built our first fast charger. A seismic technology change is on foot here. Electric cars, vans, buses, aircrafts, boats, these are the future of transportation. And for nations to prosper and gain economic benefit from this transition, they must be leaders in both the EV uptake on one hand and the supporting infrastructure and energy rollout on the other. Nations that are the forefront of this electric future will benefit economically and will see a very substantial improvement in human health and the environment by acting rapidly and with courage. And that's what America will achieve with President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. In the 1950s, the United States had the foresight to build the unparalleled US highway system. This administration's forward-thinking vision to electrify that system is going to help American families. It decouples the cost of running the family car or driving to work from the fluctuations of the price per barrel of foreign oil. With this charging network in place, Americans are going to have access to fast, safe, and reliable charging, enabling drivers to cross the wide open plains of the US, the mountains, the national parks, and navigate the metropolises from New York to LA. Tritium has global expertise manufacturing and installing fast chargers across 41 countries, and we applaud President Biden's ambitious goals of electrifying the federal fleet and the equitable deployment of a national network of 500,000 EV chargers. President Biden's transport electrification policies have contributed to enormous demand for Tritium's products right here in the US, and that directly led us to pivot and change our global manufacturing strategy. And today, we could not be prouder to announce that we'll be opening a US manufacturing facility in Tennessee, expected to begin production this fall. This facility will have an initial capacity to build more than 10,000 fast charger units per year, with room to expand to 30,000. The factory will create American clean tech jobs, employing more than 500 people over the next 5 years, and we thank the Governor and the state of Tennessee for welcoming Tritium Farms. Residents of Tennessee will be building our largest factory globally right here in the United States, assembling world-class, Buy America compliant fast chargers made in America and trucked across the continent. By enabling EV owners to drive anywhere, Tritium is going to help fulfill the US target for 50% of new cars sold to be electric by the year 2030, and will support US economic ambitions to grow onshore manufacturing in advanced technologies while also growing jobs that don't leave anyone behind. These can be trained up in just a few weeks. Let me finish up by saying that we're all privileged to be living in this time of an historic shift in the way transport is powered and autonomously controlled. A bipartisan law's been passed which will benefit all Americans and put America at the global forefront of this opportunity. A future with cleaner air, quieter towns and cities awaits the American people, along with more onshore manufacturing and jobs, fuel security, and cars which frankly are just a joy to drive and own. This administration's support for US-based manufacturing is a smart economic initiative that will drive companies to create American jobs, and Tritium's a great case in point of that. And we look forward to powering American EVs with American-made fast chargers designed and hardened in the world's toughest conditions down under. Tennessee, we can't wait to get started. And now it is my honour to introduce the President of the United States.
Jane, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I want to thank Secretary Granholm and Buttigieg and Gina McCarthy for being here today, and Congressman Jim Cooper, an old friend who did an awful lot to get this to go in Tennessee. And Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee, he deserves credit as well. He wasn't able to be here today, but he worked hard to help make this happen. Another example of what America can achieve when we come together, Democrats and Republicans, to get things done. The new manufacturing facility of Tritium that's announced today is more than just great news for Tennessee. Yes, it's going to create more than 500 good-paying jobs in Tennessee, but it's going to deliver greater dignity and a little more breathing room to workers and their families, and it's going to have a ripple effect beyond and far beyond the one state. This is great news for workers across the country, for an economy, and frankly, for the planet. When we wrote and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, we included $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers, like the one Jane brought along today. It's a little thing, you can see. But all kidding aside, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg have been helping lead this effort from our administration. And later this week, we're going to announce a state-by-state allocation for $5 billion of the funding for these chargers. So states can start making plans to build out what will become a national network of electric vehicle chargers. Tritium's new facility is going to produce up to 30,000 of these chargers every year. They'll use American parts, American iron, American steel, and they'll be installed up and down the highways and corridors in our communities all across the country by union workers from the IBEW and the Electrical Workers Union. So the benefits are going to ripple to thousands of miles in every direction. And these jobs will multiply in steel mills, small parts suppliers, construction sites all over the country in the years to come. And it's going to help ensure that America leads the world in electric vehicles. China has been leading that race up to now, but this is about to change because America is building convenient, reliable, equitable national public charging networks. So wherever you live, charging an electric vehicle will be quick and easy. And the foundation will help American automakers set the pace for electric vehicles, which means even more good-paying jobs producing batteries, materials, and parts. That's also going to help save hundreds of billions of gallons of gasoline over time, saving an average driver who chooses an electric vehicle up to $1,000 every year on fuel, making our country more economically competitive, lowering air pollution, and keeping families healthier as we tackle the climate crisis. Here's the key point. Announcements like this don't happen by accident. They require a vision and a commitment to build a future that's made in America. I made it clear from day one, when the federal government spends taxpayers' dollars, we're going to buy American. American products made in America, including American component parts. That's why I established the Made in America office at the White House, led by Celeste Drake. She's here on the stage. Where is Celeste? There she is. Celeste Drake. To ensure that the $1 trillion we're investing in infrastructure is spent on American workers and American manufacturing. On the way over here, by the way, I was talking with Gina. We were talking about, we have how many vehicles in a fleet, Gina, roughly?
600,000.
We have 600,000 federal vehicles that the federal government owns. They're going to all end up being electric vehicles. Electric vehicles. That's what it means to finally make Buy in America a reality and not an empty promise. It means bringing manufacturing jobs back and building supply chains here at home so we have better jobs at lower prices. And it means a federal government that just doesn't give lip service to Buy America, but actually takes action, investing in innovation and manufacturing, which powers up companies like Tritium to do what they do best, create great products and good paying jobs. That's been my approach from day one. And now we're seeing the results, beginning to see the results. My first full year as president, the economy created 6.6 million new jobs. 6.6 million. That's never happened before in American history. And that includes 375,000 manufacturing jobs. 2021 saw the highest increase in U.S. manufacturing jobs in nearly 30 years. And let me give you one example. A few weeks ago, the CEO of Intel, Pat Gelsinger, came to the White House to announce a new $20 billion semiconductor factory that they call a campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. I had the two senators from Ohio here standing with me, one Republican, one Democrat, creating 7,000 construction jobs at that facility and 3,000 permanent jobs running the facility, with an average salary running the facility at $135,000 a year. Those semiconductors, microchips, power virtually everything in our everyday lives. Cell phones, automobiles, refrigerators, the internet, the electric grid. Without semiconductors, those things cannot fully function. So the spin-off of this is that we're going to create thousands of additional jobs, helping build America's products here in America. Manufacturing automobiles and appliances, and so much more. And it's going to help ease inflation. One of the reasons automobiles cost so much is they're responsible for 1/5 of the recent inflation is because they lack semiconductors. They're not able to build them quick enough, so the price goes up higher because there's fewer to sell. Intel's announcement helps us fix that problem. And Intel isn't alone. Since 2021, companies have announced investments totaling more than $200 billion in domestic manufacturing here in America. From iconic companies like GM and Ford building out new electric vehicle production to Tesla, our nation's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, to innovative younger companies like Rivian building electric trucks, or Proterra building electric buses, which I saw at a virtual tour last year when I met with the CEO, went virtually, and they really impressed me. These companies joining Intel, bringing microchip manufacturing back to America after decades of decay. From Texas Instruments to Samsung in Texas to TSMC in Arizona, we're seeing the beginnings of an American manufacturing comeback. This is not hyperbole, this is real. This is genuine, this is real. You've heard me say all along when I was running, and since I've gotten there, the world's at an inflection point. Things are going to change in big ways. And this is one of those transition moments. 2 weeks ago, I went to Pittsburgh, where the Union Pacific Railroad announced the largest purchase of American-made electric battery locomotives in history, built by American workers in Erie, Pennsylvania. And these locomotives aren't only going to be sold here in America and take a heck of a lot of pollution out of the air. They're going to be sold in countries around the world. They're going to be buying them, just like they're going to buy American-made electric cars. And just like we heard last week when Boeing announced a $20 billion deal right here in the White House to sell American-made aircraft to one of the major airlines in the Middle East, Qatar Airways, supporting tens of thousands of good-paying American manufacturing jobs. So we're seeing the same thing in planes, trains, and automobiles. Other countries recognize what's happening here. They want to buy American as well. They're ready to bet on America and American workers, workers who built the middle class, earning good pay and benefits and the right to organize. Today's announcement is part of the drumbeat of jobs resurgence, like more than anything we've seen before. And by the way, the House of Representatives passed a bill on Friday providing over $90 billion for research and development, manufacturing all those elements of the supply chain needed to produce end products right here in America. We can keep delivering more announcements like this one. And the House and Senate are working to deliver a final bill to my desk. The bottom line is the United States is in a position to outcompete the world once again. And I look forward to working with governors, Republican and Democrat, to keep that drumbeat going. So let's keep coming together to invest in the backbone of America, in American manufacturing, and the workers who make it run. Because when we do, there's no limit to what we can achieve. None. Thank you, and may God protect our troops. We got a lot to look forward to. Thank you very much.
President, how was Macron's meeting with Putin? How was Macron's meeting with Putin, Mr. President?
Ukraine is building a right-to-work state. It's a right-to-work state.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us. I'm Mackenzie Stasko here with you from the Live Now from Fox studios in Orlando, Florida. Time here on the East Coast is just past 6 o'clock in the morning. We want to take you out to this shot of the White House, where world leaders continue to meet to try and avoid a Russian invasion of Ukraine. But while they're hoping for the best, they're also preparing for the worst, as all sides seem intent on increasing forces in the region. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
Following back-to-back meetings in Moscow and Kiev, French President Emmanuel Macron says he thinks Russia is less intent on invading Ukraine and rather wants guarantees it will not be allowed into NATO. The U.S. and allies refuse to make that promise.
Do you understand or not that if Ukraine becomes part of NATO and tries to retake Crimea through military means, then European countries will be automatically involved in a military conflict with Russia?
Macron says the situation will take time to resolve, but believes his meeting with Putin went well.
We have had exchanges with President Putin, and he told me that he would not be behind any escalation.
The Ukrainian president, though, remains skeptical.
Generally, I don't quite trust words. That's why I think that every politician can show his or her openness by concrete deeds.
President Biden on Monday recommended American civilians leave Ukraine and has sent U.S. service members to nearby NATO countries. The U.S. has also given hundreds of millions of dollars in aid to the Ukrainian military.
We still don't have any prediction of what President Putin will do.
Meanwhile, the Russian military continues to build up along the border, with some 100,000 troops already in place.
We are fed up with this never-ending war. Make it or break it. Let them attack us, or we should attack them to end this uncertainty.
The Russian foreign minister said their plan was always to pull the troops back from the border near the Ukrainian capital at the end of February. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And a new Army report looks into the chaos following the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. It shows the clear tension between top military commanders and the Biden administration officials. Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin reports from the Pentagon.
Sworn testimony and 2,000 pages from an Army investigation obtained by the Washington Post under the Freedom of Information Act paint a damning picture of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Quote, senior White House and State Department officials failed to grasp the Taliban's steady advance on Afghanistan's capital and resisted efforts by U.S. military leaders to prepare the evacuation of embassy personnel and Afghan allies weeks before Kabul's fall, endangering the lives of U.S. troops. The published report coincided with the nomination hearing for General Eric Kurilla, the three-star general slated to head CENTCOM. Kurilla currently oversees the 18th Airborne Corps and many of the commanders who had to execute the Afghanistan evacuation.
I believe we have a moral obligation to help those at-risk Afghans to come out of Afghanistan.
An officer with the 10th Mountain Division described U.S. troops going room to room at the embassy on the day Kabul fell. Some State Department personnel were, quote, intoxicated and cowering in rooms. Others were operating with absolutely no sense of urgency. A senior administration official told Fox many of these allegations are flatly untrue.
There was a range of planning, including positioning military forces.
Marine Brigadier General Farrell Sullivan, part of evacuation planning, said engaging the U.S. Embassy was like pulling teeth. He wanted to stage supplies at Kabul airport by mid-July to evacuate 5,000 people, but was blocked. Another commander said, quote, the ambassador didn't get it. 10 districts a day were falling to the Taliban. In today's hearing, senators focused on Iran, China, and the threat posed by ISIS in Syria.
It's approximately 10,000 ISIS detainees at about 24 different detention facilities. That is an ISIS army in waiting.
General Kurilla's warning about ISIS detainees in Syria is reminiscent of the absence of planning about what to do with ISIS detainees at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. One of those detainees escaped after the U.S. pulled out and killed 13 Americans with a suicide bomb at Abbey Gate. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
And moving to news out of
Prosecutors
Minneapolis,
Tuesday in Minnesota
police made an
filing
arrest
charges against a
yesterday
teenager in a homicide investigation
surrounding the death of a
connected to the Minneapolis police raid that
Fox
ended in
News
the death of
correspondent
22-year-old
Brian
Amir
Lennis has
Locke.
the
The
latest.
teen, 17-year-old. Prosecutors Tuesday in Minnesota filing charges against a teenager in a homicide investigation connected to the Minneapolis police raid that ended in the death of 22-year-old Amir Locke. The teen, 17-year-old Mekhi Speed, is Locke's cousin. He's wanted in connection with a murder. Investigators tracked him down to an apartment complex in Minneapolis. Police obtained search warrants for his apartment as well as for a neighboring apartment where his brother lived, Unit 701, where Amir Locke was asleep on the couch when a SWAT team entered and shot and killed him. Tuesday, students in the Twin Cities organized a walkout to show solidarity with Locke's family and demand greater police accountability.
Full transparency and a full overhaul and demilitarization of Minneapolis Police Department.
Minneapolis's mayor also facing scrutiny after admitting his campaign made misleading statements about a 2020 policy change put in place on no-knock search warrants. Despite calling it an outright ban during his run for re-election, the policy still allowed no-knock warrants if officers announced their presence before entering.
Language became more casual, including my own. Which did not reflect the necessary precision or nuance, and I own that.
In the wake of Amir Locke's death, Mayor Frey has announced a full moratorium on no-knock warrants until the policy can be reviewed by outside experts. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
And we want to take you out to this live look of New York City this morning, where crime in New York rose by 40% last month compared to January of 2021. Now, according to the latest figures from the NYPD, every major crime category saw an increase except for murder. We want to take you out to New York City, where Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti is covering this story for us. Briella, tell us what more do you know from NYPD about this?
Mackenzie, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep. Good morning, Briella. What can you tell us about these rising crime stats in New York City?
Yeah, absolutely, Mackenzie. This problem only seems to be getting worse and worse. The most recent incident unfolding just after midnight here in Cypress Hills, Brooklyn. A man who neighbors say came here from Bangladesh with his family was shot and killed right in front of his very own home. And take a look right here at the active crime scene behind me. You have a lot of police here, the street entirely blocked off with yellow tape, cops, detectives, and a crime scene unit all investigating what may have happened. This coming as we learn the identity of the victim, 36-year-old Modassar Kandukar, who was found unresponsive by EMS crews on a nearby sidewalk. Gun violence is on the rise in New York City and has shown no sign of slowing down. Overnight, police responded to a 911 call of a 36-year-old man shot in the head near the intersection of Forbell Street and Glenmore Avenue in Cypress Hills, Brooklyn. He was rushed to Jamaica Hospital and pronounced dead shortly afterwards. Roads were blocked off as police combed the area for any evidence that might lead to an arrest. One man telling reporters, violent crime seems to happen in his neighborhood on a regular basis.
As you know, lots of crime has been happening in this neighborhood. We're on the borderline of Brooklyn and Queens, and lots of our businesses get robbed every week. Every week, it's on the local news. It's a very high density community here, and we need help.
New statistics released by the NYPD and reported by the New York Post seem to reflect that. 72 out of the city's 77 police precincts saw a spike in crime so far this year, including 5 in which the rate has doubled. In the span of just 6 hours on Monday, 3 people were shot and killed. One man gunned down outside a restaurant on Linden Boulevard in St. Albans, Queens at 11:30 at night. New surveillance video released by the NYPD's Crime Stoppers program shows a man dressed in a black jacket over a gray hoodie brazenly firing multiple shots at the victim before jumping in the passenger side of a getaway car and taking off. About an hour before that incident, a man riding a scooter was shot and killed in the Kingsbridge Heights section of the Bronx. And earlier Monday afternoon, 3 people were shot in Mott Haven in a drive-by. One of them, a 39-year-old woman, was killed. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who many have criticized for being too soft on crime, sounded the alarm in a virtual talk with a local nonprofit organization, even mentioning that the surge in gun violence has reached crisis levels.
I was at an anti-gun rally on Saturday, and then I left and found out that a few blocks away at almost the exact same time, there was another shooting. And then I was at an anti-gun rally on Sunday. And then when I got to the news, I learned that on my way to church after that rally, there was soon after where I passed another shooting.
Gun violence is on the rise. Some neighbors believe this shooting may have happened as the result of an attempted carjacking. Now, police have not been able to confirm that with us just yet, but the numbers show that reported car thefts have risen 116% in the past week alone. For now, that's the very latest in Cypress Hills, Brooklyn. Briella Tomasetti, Mackenzie, we'll send it back inside to you.
Briella, thank you so much. Again, that was our Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti. Reporting to us live from New York City. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
House lawmakers approving an interim spending.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at the White House. The Biden administration is now taking a hands-off approach to the growing number of states relaxing or eliminating pandemic mask mandates. And most of those states are run by Democratic governors. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich tells us where things stand.
26 is your change.
Blue state mask mandates falling like dominoes this week, with Democratic governors who previously imposed some of the strictest measures rolling them back. New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, and Oregon all announced plans to lift mandates for schools over the course of the next 2 months. California plans to keep school masking in place, but will lift the mandate for vaccinated people in indoor public spaces next week. The patchwork of varying protocols prompted a plea from the country's largest teachers union.
I'm just asking the CDC
to actually weigh in here so that we have that kind of guidance around the country.
Way to stand up for yourselves.
Across the country, confusion. Students near Chicago staged a walkout Monday after administrators mandated masks to attend class, the district upholding the governor's mask mandate that a circuit court judge temporarily lifted. The White House won't say when to expect clarity from the CDC.
You'll have to ask the CDC. The CDC moves at the pace of data and science.
Do you believe then that the Democratic-led states who are breaking with the CDC on this guidance, that they're throwing science away and that the CDC has access to different science somehow?
We don't look at it through that prism. These states, I think it's important to note, they still allow for decisions to be made by local school districts.
The CDC, reviewing the data as of today, doesn't seem keen on change.
We still have about 290,000 cases a day and hospitalizations that are higher than they ever were in our Delta peak even. And so right now, I don't think is the moment to start relaxing those restrictions.
It's at odds with experts saying this.
Case counts are declining. Also, the science has changed.
But Democrats are admitting politics plays a factor.
You better believe it. People are sick to death of this pandemic.
Tomorrow there's a coronavirus briefing here at the White House, and we hope to get more clarity. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And there are many parents upset that students are being suspended from school for refusing to wear masks, while some children are actually guilty of more severe offenses, such as bullying, and are allowed to stay in school. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has this story.
So then they're just suspended for the day.
When suspensions were given to several maskless Virginia students last month, they were handed down by school districts that otherwise oppose suspensions for most types of misbehavior. Thousands of schools across the country have sought to utilize an increasingly popular process known as restorative justice, which replaces traditional punishments with relationship building. A goal of restorative justice is to reduce suspensions. It's applied to minor infractions like students talking too much in class to more significant ones like fighting. So when suspensions were issued over masks, families were taken aback.
Kids see hypocrisy when it hits them across the face like it is right now. Quite literally with the mask issue.
Others have taken issue with restorative justice as a whole.
Expecting students to sit down with someone and listen to why that other student feels the need to attack them and assault them is unacceptable.
A leading restorative justice researcher says it's not the same as soft on crime policies.
Rather than saying there's something wrong with this kid and we need to get rid of them, hey, there's something going on with this kid and we need to work relationally to figure out how to address whatever needs are there.
Fairfax County, Virginia is among the school districts that utilizes this approach and tells Fox News that they have seen success through a reduction in misbehavior and suspensions. But last month, they did issue suspensions to students who arrived without masks. And for that, they did not explain if a restorative justice option was given to those students to avoid suspension.
Well, there has now been legislative movement. 10 state Senate Democrats sided with Republicans and approved an amendment that will allow Virginia parents to decide if their child should wear a mask in school. The bill that amendment is attached to is scheduled to be voted on Wednesday. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And sticking with pandemic-related news, one of the major COVID vaccine makers is halting production temporarily. Reports say Johnson & Johnson is stopping production of its single-shot COVID vaccine. Only one factory in the Netherlands is producing that shot, and they plan to restart production sometime in March. And as that facility currently manufactures a different vaccine, sources say supply of the shot could be cut by a few 100 million doses. The Dutch plant had the capacity to make more than 50 million doses per month. And we want to take you out to this look of the White House, where January's consumer price index is expected to show inflation jumped more than 7% last month alone. Lawmakers are trying to find ways to help ease the problem and also need to approve a spending bill that would avoid a government shutdown. Fox's Madeline Riviera has the latest from Washington.
House lawmakers approving an interim spending bill aimed at funding the government through March 11th, avoiding a shutdown. The legislation still needs to be approved in the Senate as negotiations continue over a full-year funding plan. Tuesday's vote taking place a couple of days before the Labor Department releases results on consumer prices for the month of January. Economists expect a 7.3% rise in inflation.
Inflation is really a tax on American consumers, and they are getting hit in every direction.
Lawmakers are divided about how to best tackle the issue. Democrats are still holding out hope they can pass the Build Back Better bill, which would extend the child tax credit that ended in December. They say the payments will be much needed by families who are dealing with higher prices.
These are families who are middle-class families, low-income families. It's been a lifeline for them, and it's paycheck to paycheck.
Many Republicans oppose renewing the credit, arguing it discourages people from working. They believe government spending is the biggest driver of inflation.
What they want to do is just keep the printing presses running, devalue the dollar.
Democrats are optimistic they can reach a deal on the Build Back Better bill, but they'll need the support of their colleague, Senator Joe Manchin. Manchin says so far he hasn't been involved in any of the new discussions. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
And as you just heard there, historic inflation is forcing businesses to raise their prices, and the changes are hitting Americans in their wallets as the economy begins to open back up after the Omicron surge. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has this story.
Americans feeling the pinch brought on by record inflation. According to a new survey from the National Federation of Independent Businesses, 61% of small businesses have raised their prices in 2022 to keep up. That's the highest percentage in nearly 5 decades. Among the sectors with the steepest price hikes, wholesale, where prices are 88% higher than they were a year ago. Manufacturing prices went up 71%. Retail and construction also seeing huge increases. Supply chain bottlenecks, the Omicron variant, and a shortage of truck drivers are just a few of the factors contributing to the surge.
Inflation is really a tax on American consumers, and they are getting hit in every direction, whether it's at the grocery store, the gas pump, and other essentials to keep a family going.
Drivers are noticing the trend every time they go to fill up. According to AAA, the average price of gas is currently $3.45 per gallon. It's the 5th consecutive week gas prices have risen.
That $30, $40 can make a difference to their household to where they can go get a gallon of milk, loaf of bread.
And while the job market remains strong for job seekers, those rising costs are eating away at wage and salary gains that workers have seen in recent months. Wages adjusted for inflation are actually down more than 2% compared to a year ago. And the Fed already has plans to raise interest rates in March to help cool off the pace of inflation. They say more increases could come later this year. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
And prices are on the rise at small businesses, as we've been mentioning this morning since the start of the new year. Fox Business Network's David Asman has this story in today's Fox Means Business report.
Well, more proof consumers are shelling out more at the store. 61% of small businesses say they raised prices at the beginning of the new year. And according to the National Federation of Independent Business, which did the report, that's the highest percentage since 1974. Companies say the higher costs of labor and materials are the big reasons why. Well, household debt surging at the end of last year. The Federal Reserve of New York says total consumer debt soared to a record $15.6 trillion nationwide. While most of that was for mortgages, credit card balances saw an historic jump in the fourth quarter to $860 billion. Stocks rallying on Tuesday. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all closed higher, in part on strong earnings. And finally, the pandemic has changed people's appetite for eating out on Valentine's Day. 8 in 10 people surveyed by the company Ferrero Rocher say they'd rather spend it at home with their partner than go out to eat. Prior to COVID, 63% say they preferred going out to dinner. That's business. I'm David Asman.
And sticking with business news, ranchers and farmers could soon be getting greener. The USDA announced plans to to spend more than $1 billion on projects that would help farmers and ranchers fight climate change. President Biden made a pledge last February to cut agriculture emissions in half by 2030. Public and private entities can apply for grants ranging from $5 million to $100 million to help fund these projects. Farmers have seen major losses from floods, storms, and droughts, making tackling climate change a major part of keeping their way of life. And we want to take you out to this live look of Chicago. Time here on the East Coast is 6:35 in the morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We want to take you out to the White House. President Biden this week showcased a charger manufacturing facility opening in Tennessee, which is expected to produce up to 30,000 Buy America compliant chargers per year for electric vehicles and create up to 500 new jobs. Take a listen.
An all-electric future possible. And to support this, we're making historic investments through the president's bipartisan infrastructure law, including the build-out of a nationwide network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. And through the president's Made in America policies, we are spurring investment in American manufacturing. And you know what that means. It means good paying jobs, building electric vehicles and chargers with IBEW members leading the way. And it's exciting to know that we are going to make charging stations accessible across the entire country, whether you're in a rural or an urban community. So today, we are kicking off by allowing me the pleasure of introducing you to Jane Hunter, who is the CEO of Tritium. As a key manufacturer of electric vehicle chargers, Tritium is investing in our electric future. And that's a clear signal that our country has incredible opportunities ahead of us, and I could not be more excited, and we look forward to working with Tritium and others who are stepping up big time to advance our climate goals while creating high-quality jobs right here in the United States. Jane?
Thank you, Gina, and good afternoon, Mr. President, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg, and of course to Jim Cooper from Tennessee. It's a pleasure to join you all here today. I'm Jane Hunter, the CEO of Tritium, a global leader in DC fast charge technology for electric vehicles. It would be an understatement to say that this has been a very exciting month for Tritium. We listed on the NASDAQ, we rang the bell on Australia Day on the 26th, and now we have this opportunity to share Tritium's US manufacturing plans with the American people. Tritium is a great story of American-Australian partnership, continuing our two countries' historic alliance in world conflicts, trade, the environment, and technology. The Tritium mission is really simple. 2 words: electrify transportation. This vision of transport powered by renewable energy has inspired our team since 2012 when we built our first fast charger. A seismic technology change is on foot here. Electric cars, vans, buses, aircrafts, boats, these are the future of transportation. And for nations to prosper and gain economic benefit from this transition, they must be leaders in both the EV uptake on one hand and the supporting infrastructure and energy rollout on the other. Nations that are the forefront of this electric future will benefit economically and will see a very substantial improvement in human health and the environment by acting rapidly and with courage. And that's what America will achieve with President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. In the 1950s, the United States had the foresight to build the unparalleled US highway system. This administration's forward-thinking vision to electrify that system is going to help American families. It decouples the cost of running the family car or driving to work from the fluctuations of the price per barrel of foreign oil. With this charging network in place, Americans are going to have access to fast, safe, and reliable charging, enabling drivers to cross the wide open plains of the US, the mountains, the national parks, and navigate the metropolises from New York to LA. Tritium has global expertise manufacturing and installing fast chargers across 41 countries, and we applaud President Biden's ambitious goals of electrifying the federal fleet and the equitable deployment of a national network of 500,000 EV chargers. President Biden's transport electrification policies have contributed to enormous demand for Tritium's products right here in the US, and that directly led us to pivot and change our global manufacturing strategy. And today, we could not be prouder to announce that we'll be opening a US manufacturing facility in Tennessee, expected to begin production this fall. This facility will have an initial capacity to build more than 10,000 fast charger units per year, with room to expand to 30,000. The factory will create American clean tech jobs, employing more than 500 people over the next 5 years, and we thank the Governor and the state of Tennessee for welcoming Tritium with open arms. With the help of the residents of Tennessee, we'll be building our largest factory globally right here in the United States, assembling world-class, Buy America compliant fast chargers made in America and trucked across the continent. By enabling EV owners to drive anywhere, Tritium is going to help fulfill the US target for 50% of new cars sold to be electric by the year 2030, and will support US economic ambitions to grow onshore manufacturing in advanced technologies while also growing jobs that don't leave anyone behind. These can be trained up in just a few weeks. Let me finish up by saying that we're all privileged to be living in this time of an historic shift in the way transport is powered and autonomously controlled. A bipartisan law's been passed which will benefit all Americans and put America at the global forefront of this opportunity. A future with cleaner air, quieter towns and cities awaits the American people, along with more onshore manufacturing and jobs, fuel security, and cars which frankly are just a joy to drive and own. This administration's support for US-based manufacturing is a smart economic initiative that will drive companies to create American jobs, and Tritium's a great case in point of that. And we look forward to powering American EVs with American-made fast chargers designed and hardened in the world's toughest conditions down under. Tennessee, we can't wait to get started. And now it is my honour to introduce the President of the United States.
Jane, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I want to thank Secretary Granholm and Buttigieg and Gina McCarthy for being here today, and Congressman Jim Cooper, an old friend who did an awful lot to get this to go in Tennessee. And Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee, he deserves credit as well. He wasn't able to be here today, but he worked hard to help make this happen. Another example of what America can achieve when we come together, Democrats and Republicans, to get things done. The new manufacturing facility of tritium that's announced today is more than just great news for Tennessee. Yes, it's going to create more than 500 good-paying jobs in Tennessee, but it's going to deliver greater dignity and a little more breathing room to workers and their families, and it's going to have a ripple effect beyond and far beyond the one state. This is great news for workers across the country, for an economy, and frankly, for the planet. When we wrote and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, we included $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers, like the one Jane brought along today. It's a little thing here, you can see. But all kidding aside, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg have been helping lead this effort from our administration. And later this week, we're going to announce a state-by-state allocation for $5 billion of the funding for these chargers. So states can start making plans to build out what will become a national network of electric vehicle chargers. Tritium's new facility is going to produce up to 30,000 of these chargers every year. They'll use American parts, American iron, American steel, and they'll be installed up and down the highways and corridors in our communities all across the country by union workers from the IBEW and the Electrical Workers Union. So the benefits are going to ripple to thousands of miles in every direction. And these jobs will multiply in steel mills, small parts suppliers, construction sites all over the country in the years to come. And it's going to help ensure that America leads the world in electric vehicles. China has been leading that race up to now, but this is about to change because America is building convenient, reliable, equitable, national public charging networks. So wherever you live, charging an electric vehicle will be quick and easy. And the foundation will help help American automakers set the pace for electric vehicles, which means even more good-paying jobs producing batteries, materials, and parts. That's also going to help save hundreds of billions of gallons of gasoline over time, saving an average driver who chooses an electric vehicle up to $1,000 every year on fuel, making our country more economically competitive, lowering air pollution, and keeping families healthier as we tackle the climate crisis. Here's the key point. Announcements like this don't happen by accident. They require a vision and a commitment to build a future that's made in America. I made it clear from day one, when the federal government spends taxpayers' dollars, we're going to buy American. American products made in America, including American component parts. That's why I established the Made in America office at the White House, led by Celeste Drake. She's here on the stage. Where is Celeste? There she is. Celeste Drake. To ensure that the $1 trillion we're investing in infrastructure is spent on American workers and American manufacturing. On the way over here, by the way, I was talking with Gina. We were talking about, we have how many vehicles in a fleet, Gina, roughly? 600,000. We have 600,000 federal vehicles that the federal government owns. They're going to all end up being electric vehicles. Electric vehicles. That's what it means to finally make buying America a reality and not an empty promise. It means bringing manufacturing jobs back and building supply chains here at home so we have better jobs at lower prices. And it means a federal government that just doesn't give lip service to Buy America, but actually takes action, investing in innovation and manufacturing, which powers up companies like Tritium to do what they do best, create great products and good paying jobs. That's been my approach from day one. And now we're seeing the results, beginning to see the results. My first full year as president, the economy created 6.6 million new jobs. 6.6 million. That's never happened before in American history. And that includes 375,000 manufacturing jobs. 2021 saw the highest increase in U.S. manufacturing jobs in nearly 30 years. And let me give you one example. A few weeks ago, the CEO of Intel, Pat Gelsinger, came to the White House to announce a new $20 billion semiconductor factory that they call a campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. I had the two senators from Ohio here standing with me, one Republican, one Democrat, creating 7,000 construction jobs at that facility and 3,000 permanent jobs running the facility, with an average salary running the facility at $135,000 a year. Those semiconductors, microchips, power virtually everything in our everyday lives: cell phones, automobiles, refrigerators, the internet, the electric grid. Without semiconductors, those things cannot fully function. So the spinoff of this is that we're going to create thousands of additional jobs, helping build America's products here in America, manufacturing automobiles and appliances, and so much more. And it's going to help ease inflation. One of the reasons automobiles cost so much is they're responsible for 1/5 of the recent inflation is because they lack semiconductors. They're not able to build them quick enough, so the price goes up higher because there's fewer to sell. Intel's announcement helps us fix that problem. And Intel isn't alone. Since 2021, companies have announced investments totaling more than $200 billion in domestic manufacturing here in America. From iconic companies like GM and Ford building out new electric vehicle production, to Tesla, our nation's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, to innovative younger companies like Rivian building electric trucks, or Proterra building electric buses, which I saw at a virtual tour last year when I met with the CEO virtually, and they really impressed me. These companies joining Intel, bringing microchip manufacturing back to America after decades of decay. From Texas Instruments to Samsung in Texas to TSMC in Arizona, we're seeing the beginnings of an American manufacturing comeback. This is not hyperbole. This is real. This is genuine. This is real. You've heard me say all along when I was running, and since I've gotten there, the world's at an inflection point. Things are going to change in big ways. And this is one of those transition moments. 2 weeks ago, I went to Pittsburgh, where the Union Pacific Railroad announced the largest purchase of American-made electric battery locomotives in history, built by American workers in Erie, Pennsylvania. And these locomotives aren't only going to be sold here in America and take a heck of a lot of pollution out of the air. They're going to be sold in countries around the world. They're going to be buying them, just like they're going to buy American-made electric cars. And just like we heard last week when Boeing announced a $20 billion deal right here in the White House to sell American-made aircraft to one of the major airlines in the Middle East, Qatar Airways, supporting tens of thousands of good-paying American manufacturing jobs. So we're seeing the same thing in planes, trains, and automobiles. Other countries recognize what's happening here. They want to buy American as well. They're ready to bet on America and American workers, workers who built the middle class, earning good pay and benefits and the right to organize. Today's announcement is part of the drumbeat of jobs resurgence, like more than anything we've seen before. And by the way, the House of Representatives passed a bill on Friday providing over $90 billion for research and development, manufacturing all those elements of the supply chain needed to produce end products right here in America. We can keep delivering more announcements like this one. And the House and Senate are working to deliver a final bill to my desk. The bottom line is the United States is in a position to outcompete the world once again. And I look forward to working with governors, Republican and Democrat, to keep that drumbeat going. So let's keep coming together to invest in the backbone of America, an American manufacturer, and the workers who make it run. Because when we do, there's no limit to what we can achieve. None. Thank you, and may God protect our troops. We got a lot to look forward to. Thank you very much.
President, how was Macron's meeting with Putin? How was Macron's meeting with Putin, Mr. President?
And that was President Biden speaking in Lebanon, Tennessee. We want to take you out to some breaking news that we are getting out of Philadelphia. This is our Fox 29 Philadelphia chopper giving us a sky view of a massive water main break again in Philadelphia. For those of you familiar with the city, this is near 56th and Chester in West Philadelphia. As you can see, water is flooding multiple streets. It's flowing for blocks. And again, as you can see, creeping up to that church there on the left of your screen, also flooding and blocking in several cars and creeping up to some apartments as well. We are still waiting on more details. As we mentioned, this is breaking news just into our desk here at Live Now from Fox. Again, you can see water flowing for blocks. Still waiting to hear from officials on how many streets, how many homes, cars, and people are affected. But our Fox 29 Philadelphia team has let us know that there are several evacuations, as we mentioned, still waiting to get an exact tally. But you can see that brown, murky water flooding several streets in Philadelphia. As you can see, that Mercedes not looking so good with water flowing into it. This is breaking news. We will try and get you some more information within the next few minutes and bring you an update in just a couple of minutes. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back here on Live Now from Fox with more on this breaking news. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Slowly approaching that 7 a.m. mark. Thank you all so much for choosing us on this Wednesday, February 9th. Let's go ahead and listen into this update from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki speaking on a wide range of subjects, including the growing tensions between Russia and Ukraine.
We're just trying to get everyone some steps this morning or afternoon. Okay. Oh, sure. Thank you, guys. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Well, happy Tuesday, everyone. As you all know, just a couple of announcements for all of you at the top. As you all know, the pandemic-induced global supply chain backlog has strained our transportation industry and created a critical shortage of truck drivers. Almost 2 months ago, the Biden-Harris administration launched a trucking action plan to strengthen America's workforce. A key element of this plan is encouraging the trucking industry to recruit and retain well-trained drivers by creating a safe, welcoming, and stable career path with good-paying jobs and family-sustaining wages. We can think of few Americans better prepared to take on this challenge than our nation's veterans, since many have military trucking experience, are familiar with safety, culture, and have maintenance skills. On Friday, the administration met with veteran service organizations representing nearly 4 million veterans to discuss ways that we and the industry could attract, train, place, and retain veterans in trucking jobs. And today, we're pleased to announce the Departments of Labor, Transportation, Defense, Veterans Affairs, and the Small Business Administration will be raising awareness about 16 different federal programs that can connect transitioning military personnel and veterans to rewarding careers in the trucking industry. A highlight of these efforts is the Department of Labor's Registered Apprenticeship Program. So we see this as a win-win-win, getting more veterans to work, addressing the shortages in the trucking industry. Also wanted to note that as you've heard the president talk about a fair amount, he's committed to using every tool at his disposal to bring down prices, and you're going to hear him talk and the administration talk a lot about this as the week proceeds. That's why we're working to ease supply chain bottlenecks and give consumers more choices. That's why we continue to push for legislation like Build Back Better and a competitiveness bill that will make our economy stronger, lower the cost of essentials, bring more manufacturing to the United States, and strengthen our supply chains. This week, the president is also going to be meeting with business leaders and traveling in the country to Virginia, as you know, to highlight his plan to address prices. While we've made remarkable strides with the fastest economic growth since 1984 and the most jobs created in 1 year ever, he knows there's more work to do to keep prices down. He also talked this afternoon, as you just all heard him do, about how we can build more in America, bring down costs through making more in America, and rebuilding our supply chains. And as I noted, tomorrow he'll be hosting CEOs at the White House to talk about how Build Back Better can lower energy costs. As you know, he's going to Virginia on Thursday to talk about lowering the price of prescription drugs. With that, Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
Okay, a couple things. Do you have any information about a possible security threat at Dunbar High School where the second gentleman was? I think he was just taken from the event and it was postponed, but we don't know.
I don't have any updates on this. We will venture to see if we can get you anything, even if it's during the briefing.
It just happened, yeah.
Okay, excellent.
And then second, the remaining child tax credit is, the Biden administration is encouraging people to use what's left of their remaining tax credit. So to what extent do you hope that you can show the benefits of the program to overcome skepticism about the program kind of by getting this last budget money out there? One more thing after.
Sure. Well, one of the steps we're trying to take here, which is showcased by the fact that today the Vice President, Secretary Yellen, and Gene Sperling are hosting a day of action with over 100 nonprofits and community-based organizations to encourage all Americans to take advantage of critical tax credits, including the expanded child tax credit and earned income tax credit when they file their taxes this year. Part of the reason we're doing that is because we know how effective it is. We know that it helped cut child poverty by 40% last year. We know it helped give many families some extra breathing room at a time where the economy was still recovering. And studies show that the child tax credit also helps working families with developments and opportunities for their children. It's important to remember, and this is one of the things they'll be talking about today, that Americans that qualified for the extended child tax credit will still receive half of the entire benefit when they file their taxes this year. And yesterday, we launched a new version of childtaxcredit.gov to help Americans get the full child tax credit as tax filing season begins. So part of our effort here is to continue talking about the benefits, how they're helping working families, how they're helping many women who need an extra hand to cover childcare costs, and how they're helping give people a little extra breathing room.
And then lastly, if Dr. Lander, the president, accepted his resignation last night, I think, right? Or this morning, last night. I mean, not to go back to yesterday's discussion, but should he have just fired him to begin with if he was just going to offer his resignation anyway and spare all of the criticism from yesterday? I mean, I don't know. Should there have been things done differently, I guess?
Well, let me reiterate something I said yesterday, because I think it's important for people to hear that from the outset, Dr. Lander's behavior was unacceptable. Senior White House officials conveyed that to him directly at the conclusion of the investigation. And of course, we talked about that yesterday. And what happened here is we, as a part of the implementation of the safe and respectful workplace policy, something that we implemented and announced last May, or put out there last May, we implemented a process, including an investigation, including a meeting that Dr. Lander had with senior White House officials to convey the severity of his actions and what steps he was expected to take, and the fact that there would be he would be expected to be compliant. As you saw, we released Dr. Lander's note last night to all of you, or his letter of resignation, I should say, it was made clear to him through the course of the day yesterday, I suppose, that he could no longer lead OSTP effectively. And he conveyed that in his letter. The president accepted his resignation. So I think we're now focused on looking forward. There's obviously a lot of important work that OSTP will do, continue to do, and continue to lead on moving forward, and the president's eager to continue working with them. Go ahead.
A couple on Ukraine. President Macron says that he believes that he achieved this objective of preventing an escalation after his day with Vladimir Putin. What have the French shared with the White House about that meeting, and does the White House believe that we are today closer to seeing de-escalation as a result of this meeting than we were yesterday?
Well, the meeting and the press conference, as you may have seen, ended very late last night. So obviously we will continue to be in very close contact with our French counterparts at a range of levels. The president has spoken with President Macron twice in the last week. I expect he'll be engaged with him soon, which we will, of course, to go back to Kelly's question yesterday, make you all aware of. I would just say we're encouraged by any efforts at diplomacy. We still don't have any prediction of what President Putin will do. We can't control what Russia will do next. What we can do, and what I think President Macron played a role in doing yesterday, is making clear with our allies and partners that there will be massive consequences should Putin choose to further invade Ukraine. But in terms of an assessment, we don't have any new information or new prediction about where President Putin's head is.
Has the White House not received a readout from the French on this?
We remain in close touch with our counterparts, but I don't have an update on any specifics of behind-the-scenes diplomatic talks.
More on Ukraine. We heard the president and the chancellor yesterday emphasize this united front. We did not hear the chancellor mention the phrase Nord Stream 2. What assurances did this White House get from Germany, the German government, about Nord Stream 2 and the future of that pipeline if Russia invades?
Well, as you heard the president very definitively say yesterday at the press conference, if Russia further invades Ukraine, there will no longer be a Nord Stream 2, and we will bring an end to it. You heard the German chancellor also convey yesterday that we are working in lockstep and that we are very coordinated in our efforts. In terms of the specifics, we'll let those conversations happen through diplomatic channels. But I would also reiterate that Nord Stream 2 is not currently operational. We agree that it is a point of leverage with President Putin and the Russians. German regulators have suspended certification of the pipeline, and we have been very clear privately, as we have been publicly, about the fact that it would not continue should Russia invade.
And I have just one last one. Your reaction to the RNC declaring what happened on January 6th as legitimate political discourse, and Democrats on the Hill today are being very vocal about this. Hakeem Jeffries says the C in RNC stands for cult. Does the White House agree with that?
Well, I think it's clear to Americans that what happened on January 6th was not legitimate political discourse. Storming the Capitol in an attempt to halt the peaceful transition of power is not legitimate political discourse. Neither is attacking and injuring over 140 police officers, smashing windows and defiling offices. It's telling to all of us that some leading Republicans have rejected that characterization, including the former president's national security advisor and the chief of staff to the former vice president, who, as he put it, had a front row seat that day, including as rioters chanted for the former vice president to be hanged. So again, we certainly reject the notion that that was legitimate political discourse, as we think a large number of Americans would as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I want to ask you about this Army after-action investigation into the Afghanistan withdrawal that was obtained by the Washington Post. First of all, is this a report that the White House has had an opportunity to review and absorb? And if so, were there any lessons that were learned from it?
Well, I know obviously our national security team, as we said at the time, was going to conduct after-action reports as they would as it relates to the end of any conflict or any engagement of that sort. We have always believed that the end of a 20-year war was always going to have significant challenges. We, as you know, and we talked about at the time, through the summer we were pressing our system hard on whether we were meeting previously established tripwires that would require us to adjust operations at Embassy Kabul. That's how we looked at it and evaluated it at the time. The NSC led that process and convened regular interagency discussions. And of course, earlier in the summer, we pre-positioned U.S. forces in the region to be ready to facilitate a NEO in preparation of exactly that scenario. I know I reiterate all of that because I know we haven't talked about this in great detail in some time, so I just wanted to lay it all out there. All that work, of course, took months of planning, but we always look at and assess. That's why after-action reports are so important and so essential. In terms of additional reports out of any of these findings, I don't have anything to report from here. I'd really point you to the Department of Defense.
But has the White House had an opportunity to review this particular report?
Well, again, internal discussions and internal reviews of any after-action reports. I don't have any updates on our assessments from here.
Among the criticisms from military commanders in the document is that as late as early August of last year, the NSC, quote, appeared to lack a sense of urgency about planning for an evacuation because it would signal that we have failed. What's your reaction to that criticism?
Well, I would say, again, earlier in the summer, we pre-positioned U.S. forces to be ready to facilitate a NEO if needed, meaning an evacuation if needed of our embassy there. That is fact in terms of what was planning, what was done at the time. And that, in advance of that, that required months of planning to ensure there were a range of contingencies planned for, as we always do, through the national security team and through the military team. And as we prepared in the early summer to leave Afghanistan, we pre-positioned military assets in the region that enabled us to execute one of the largest airlifts in history. So I would just say, if you look back at the specific planning steps we took, we did plan for a range of contingencies, even well, as we talked about at the time, there wasn't an anticipation that the Afghan National Security Forces would fall as they did or as quickly as they did, and that was not anticipated by anyone. But we still had done a range of contingency planning.
So broadly, then, do you reject the assertion that was made by various military commanders in this report that they were trying to convince members of the administration of the urgency of planning for the evacuation, but that they were rebuffed?
Well, again, there was a range of contingency planning that was done in close coordination by all of the players on the national security team at the time to prepare for a range of options and a range of outcomes. No one predicted, as we know, and as we talked about a lot during the period of August and September, that the Afghan National Security Forces would fall at the pace they fell. But if you look back at the history of what we actually did and what planning was done, there was a range of planning, including positioning military forces, including ensuring that we had a plan for a NEO operation for evacuation at the time, should that be needed. So we always look back and assess, but I would say the facts of what was planned for at the time show that we were preparing for a range of contingencies. Go ahead.
Following up real quick on this last exchange, that report did paint a pretty damning picture of the NSC and State Department pretty much having blinders on while generals sounded the alarm over Afghanistan. But we're hearing sort of the same bleak, blunt assessments right now from the Pentagon about Ukraine. So is there, I guess, is there any closer relationship between the White House and Pentagon? Are the generals being listened to differently now, post-Afghanistan, post this report?
Well, I think it's really important to separate the two, because first, we're not in a 20-year war with U.S. troops in Ukraine. That's a very different circumstance. I would say that we believe and we continue to view our relationship, both from the White House, from the diplomatic team, and from the Defense Department, as one where we are closely coordinating, where there are healthy disagreements, as there can be, and the president certainly welcomes them. And after-action reports are very important because you can look at and make assessments about anything you would change moving forward. But Ukraine and the situation on the border of Ukraine with Russian troops building up is not the same as ending a 20-year war. That is something the president had talked about for some time, where we were spending an enormous amount of not just money, but blood of American service members over the course of decades. That's a different circumstance.
And then on this meeting between Putin and Macron yesterday, it sounds like the White House does not have a clear idea yet about whether there was in fact a deal or not for Russia to de-escalate, or pledge rather not to go give any further escalation. Obviously, the Kremlin denied reports that the French put out about having struck a deal. If the U.S. is not aware of where things stand, doesn't that signal that there's a separate negotiating track happening between the Europeans and Russia right now that could put the U.S. at risk of being sort of shut out from that discussion?
Not in any way. I completely disagree with what you just conveyed. First of all, there are a range of diplomatic conversations happening all the time, and that's been the case for many weeks. The United States is a key player in the vast majority of those negotiations. At the same time, there are important formats, whether it is bilateral leader-to-leader engagement, which President Macron was a part of yesterday, or the Normandy format, which is something we fully support, which is the format that the Minsk agreement would be discussed through, which includes Ukraine, Russia, Georgia, and France. That's another format that we fully supported. Those are conversations that have been happening, and typically through a diplomatic process, there are a range of conversations that are happening at the same time. Again, as I noted a little bit earlier, the president spoke with President Macron twice over the last week, including on Sunday, the day before he spoke with President Putin, and I expect he'll speak with him soon again. But it's also important to note that there are others. The German Chancellor, who was just here yesterday, is also meeting with President Putin tomorrow, and certainly if there is diplomatic progress, we would welcome that, but we will believe it when we see it with our own eyes at the border.
On the warships that moved in to the Black Sea, there are some people who are fearing that this is another invasion force potentially targeting the city of Odessa. Obviously, the Kremlin is saying that this is just exercises, but is there concern in the White House that, while we're buying time for this diplomatic push, that Putin is just bolstering his forces, building his forces while we're all talking?
Sure. Well, I know that my colleague John Kirby has spoken to this from the Pentagon, so I'd point you to his comments. But I would say that we are always going to leave the door to diplomacy open, because we think as long as we don't know what President Putin is going to do, and we don't, and he has not invaded Ukraine at this point, then it is important to always keep that door open, because that's always the preferred path. At the same time, we are not just talking. We have built through 200 engagements. Talking is an important part of it, I guess, but to build an agreement with our partners.
7:16 a.m. You're streaming live now from Fox, taking a look back as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki answers questions from reporters. We will revisit political news in just a bit, but let's turn our attention to the latest when it comes to the coronavirus. We are seeing a downward trend for COVID-19 cases across the country, but let's go out to Central Florida, where the Omicron surge peaked at 430,000 cases during the week of January 7th. That number down to 130,000 3 weeks later. It was a common sight earlier this year. Long lines at COVID-19 testing sites, locations shutting down early, and people waiting in line for hours to get tested. So let's head out to Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie, who's joining us live now from Barnett Park. Amanda, what's the latest on this testing site?
Well, I've been going live from Barnett Park for 2 years now, and many times when I've been out here in the early mornings, I've seen dozens of cars lined up at the gate 4 or 5 hours before it even opens. And this morning there were only 2 cars in line early around 6 o'clock this morning. Now, it's hard to say what could be the reason behind this decline, because now we are seeing more availability for the at-home test kits, and those once highly sought after at-home COVID tests are becoming easier to find. We found some stocked at an Orlando CVS and a Lake Mary Walgreens. The Biden administration ordered 1 billion tests that can be ordered through a government website. This convenience could be having an effect on drive-through testing sites. Just yesterday, this testing site at Barnett Park appeared deserted. It was about a month ago when dozens of cars snaked around the park, waiting hours in line to get a test. According to the report released last Friday from the Florida Department of Health, the positivity rate in Florida remains high, hovering around 18%. Now, some data shows that these case numbers are beginning to decline, but it is unclear just how many of these positive COVID-19 cases are being reported from the at-home test kits. Reporting live in Orange County, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Rain?
Thank you, Amanda. All right, we will check in with our news partners across the country for more live conversations shortly. But good morning, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you for streaming live now from Fox. Let's continue to move right along when it comes to the latest coronavirus news. Now, the final phase of the vaccine rollout is almost here. COVID-19 shots for kids as young as 6 months old. Here's the latest from Fox 13 Tampa.
For children under 5 and as young as 6 months old, a move that could have a broader impact on the fight against COVID-19. Joining us now is Dr. Claudia Gaviria, an assistant pediatrics professor at USF Health. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
So I want to talk about this vaccine for children under 5. How is it different from other vaccines? And I guess the big question a lot of parents will probably be asking is, how do we know it's safe and effective?
Those are wonderful questions. The idea is that the primary vaccine came for adults back in December 2020. And from there, we have the data about safety and effectiveness for the vaccine. Then we move towards the pediatric age ranges, which will be kids that were 12 to 16 years of age. And then we got the data for effectiveness and safety for that vaccine particularly. That dose was 30 micrograms, which is the one that any individual 12 and older will get. Then we get the vaccine that is from 5 to 11 years of age that had a lower dose of the vaccine, who was 10 micrograms. And then we have the new vaccine that will be for children less than 5, it means 4 and younger, which will be 3 micrograms. So the vaccine is different when it comes to doses and the amount of doses that is expected that the patients are going to receive as well.
So back in December, Pfizer said its 2-dose regimen did well in children under 2, but failed to produce an effective immune response in children 2 to 5. What's changed since December?
That is correct. That was the information that we got from the company. The idea is that they did see a good effectiveness for the vaccine from 6 months to 2 years. For some reason that we do not understand completely, the 2 to 4 age group it failed to show effectiveness or the effectiveness that was expected. When it comes to the effectiveness is compared against the group that is 16 to 25. And that has been the same for children who were 5 to 11 and 12 to 16. That's the group that the patients get compared to, 16 to 25 years of age. So when that comparison was done, it was found that there was not the effectiveness that it was desired. So for that reason, they are trying to do a 3rd dose to see if that particular age group is going to need 3 doses instead of 2.
Got it.
And the data has not changed. What happened is that with the Omicron surge, the FDA felt that the data needed to be analyzed sooner because children needed to be protected from this virus.
Got it. Are there any side effects that parents need to know about?
The side effects that we get from these vaccines, and I have not reviewed that data because it's up for review by the FDA in a week from now, February 15th. But according to the data that we do have for 5 to 11, the side effects were less compared to older children, and they were mostly associated to fever, pain, and swelling at the sign of injection.
So the Kaiser Family Foundation did a survey, and we want to show our viewers. They asked parents whether they'd be willing to get their child vaccinated once it was approved. 31% said yes, 29% said they want to wait and see, and 12% said only if required, 26% said definitely not. So what would you tell parents who are unsure about getting their child vaccinated or who don't feel it's necessary because COVID is typically low risk to kids?
Yes, I totally understand parents feeling that way. I think that we got, including myself, a false reassurance at the beginning of the pandemic that COVID was not going to affect children. But this is a developing situation, like you can see from the media perspective. It has been like news all of the time, and information that comes about the virus as time goes by. The reality is that when the first strain came, which is the ancestral strain, the one from 2020, let's say, we didn't see a lot of cases in pediatrics. We did see cases, but not as many as we saw with Delta and Omicron. The idea is that the Delta cases were larger. Then Omicron came and they were double the cases from Delta. So the unfortunate thing is that every time that we get a different strain or variant, then the game changes. We do see it in the hospital. I work in the hospital all the time. I hate to see kids in the hospital. So what I will tell the parents is that think this through, get the information from reliable sources, talk to your pediatrician, search information at the CDC website and the American Academy of Pediatrics, the AAP website, because we want you to make informed decisions. We don't want you to have false reassurance that your kid cannot get sick. The reality is that kids that are less than 5 have had about 1.7 million of infections since the pandemic started. We see them in the hospital. We see the anxiety from parents having their little babies in the hospital. And we want to avoid it because prevention is cure, and the vaccines are there to help us with that.
All right, Dr. Claudia Gaviria with USF Health. Thank you so much.
All right, a huge thank you to Dr. Claudia as well as Fox 13 Tampa. We know a lot of parents are curious, of when it comes to these vaccines, when they will be available for children under 5 years old. All right, so you know Live Now from Fox is all about live events and breaking news. We bring it all to you in its raw and unfiltered form. So I do want to bring you all out to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Check out these images that we are getting. A water main break is disrupting traffic in the Kingsing area. I believe that's how you pronounce this city, but you can see just how shocking these images are. Again, disrupting traffic and causing major problems early Wednesday morning. Imagine starting your morning commutes like this. Now, the water main break happened at approximately 6:30 a.m. at the intersection of 56 and Springfield Avenue, if you are familiar with the area. And according to our news partners over at Fox 26, the water main break is pretty common to have this sort of situation around this time of the year. We're taking a look courtesy of our Fox 29 Sky Fox, which is, as you see over the scene, water is visibly going down the streets, affecting people as they are making their morning commutes. We see authorities are there active on the scene. As you can imagine, if you are in this area, please try to stay off the roads if possible. We know it's difficult during this time of the morning when people are going to school, dropping their kids off, or headed to work. As you can see, officials working to stop this massive water main break. And we are in touch with our colleagues at Fox 29 Philadelphia. Hopefully we will be getting more details. They might be able to join the show to bring us a live report. But in the meantime, we are getting another vantage point just so you can see how massive this water main break is. Again, all of this unfolding less than an hour ago. Officials there working to put a stop to this, as it is causing havoc, as you can imagine. All right, we'll be in touch with our news partners to bring you all more information as we continue to find out the latest developments on this situation. 7:26 a.m. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll have more nonstop news right after this. All right, guys, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing to follow this breaking news story out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. As you can see here, a major water main break is causing a lot of havoc in the Philadelphia area, disrupting traffic This water main break is causing major problems early morning. As you can see, it was reported at about 6:30 a.m. at the intersection of 56 and Springfield Avenue. According to our colleagues over at Fox 29, the water main break is actually one of several. This is pretty common during this time of the year. And as you can see, officials are there on the scene working to stop the main break. As you can imagine, if you are living in this area, please avoid the roads, as we do not want anyone to get stuck in this incident this morning. Oh my goodness, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a water main break this severe. So everyone in the area, please be careful and listen to your local authorities as officials continue to work to fix this. And again, we are in touch with our news partners over at Fox 29 Philadelphia. They're working to bring us some more information. In the meantime, 7:30 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and we're covering top stories, breaking news, as you can see, and live events as it all unfolds raw and unfiltered. That's what we do here at Live Now from Fox. But for now, let's move right along with other top stories this morning. As you know, Live Now from Fox is powered by Fox-owned and operated TV stations across the country. That's how we're able to bring you all these major news headlines and live events as they unfold. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're bringing us a good community-based story on how they are helping firefighters.
The members of the LA firefighters have funding needs for items that help keep them safe in the line of duty.
So a group made up of some famous faces and volunteers are teaming up to help raise money.
We can help support the Los Angeles Fire Department in the purchase of new, desperately needed firefighting equipment, and it's as easy as going to this website.
Please go to supportlafd.org.
Greatest firefighters in the world.
I appreciate and support the Los Angeles Fire Department.
You guys deserve all the props in the world.
Show them the love they deserve.
Do what you can. Thank you.
So please donate what you can to supportlafd.org.
You see her right there. Actress Polly Perrette is the daughter of a firefighter. She's now lending her voice to help raise money. Polly, great to see you, my friend. First off, I love your hair and the rescue dog that you have on your lap. If you could show off the
There's
dog.
actually several here. They're gonna sit on me.
Okay.
And also, sorry, I've got like my ring here. So yeah, I'm the granddaughter, the daughter, the niece, and the cousin of all firefighters. Alabama, Tennessee. My grandfather was also was like a military firefighter.
And I know, so this is obviously a cause that is very personal to you and has been for a long time. You've been doing work with the LA Fire Department for a very long time. Talk to us about some of the need and the main message you're trying to get out there with this.
Yes, and thank you so much. So with the budget for a fire department anywhere, and of course Los Angeles Fire Department is the second biggest in the nation, most people don't know that after all the cost of personnel and salaries and everything else, we're left with 3% of our entire budget is for equipment, and that goes from fire trucks to flashlights. So here in LA, with the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation, like I have every month I have automatic donation. I always have. But a lot of people don't know that wherever you live, one of the greatest things you can do as a community member is to donate to your fire department. I remember back in Alabama, I just lost my father to COVID, unfortunately, but my dad's firehouse in Alabama, it's bake sales, and we're selling like little bricks or like things like that. We need to support our fire department. And as everyone knows, especially in Los Angeles, it could be, and it may very well be you next. When you call 911, when you call the LAFD, we want them to show up with the equipment that they need. We need to donate to them so they have that flashlight, that fire truck. It's a community effort.
We're of course so sorry to hear about your dad. recently dying. You mentioned he's an assistant fire chief, was an assistant fire chief in Alabama. What kind of a man, here as we look at him, what kind of a man was your father?
He, you know, my dad was my world. I'm still figuring out how to navigate life without him. And, you know, they often say that firefighting is in the blood. It certainly is in ours. And, you know, Dad had when he was a young man, he had a career with the phone company. And then he left and he became a fireman. And, you know, my family is about saving lives. And it's about putting out fires and saving lives of you and your humans and your pets and your house and everything. There's really nothing better you could do for your community, but also for yourselves and for these guys. Oh, hi. Than to donate to your fire department. We really are, not only ours. I really want to spread the message to everyone in every community in the United States. Every community has a firehouse. We call them firehouses. There's not a single place in the United States that doesn't have a firehouse. Become a friend to your firehouse. Become a friend to your firefighters. You know, stop by and say hello. And here in LA, the easiest thing to do, you can go to supportlafd.org. And like I do, I just have an automatic donation of any amount. I just have mine go out every single month, just like I would pay any other bill. Yeah. But this one is, you know, it's ensuring that me and my loved ones and you and your loved ones, and every time I see anything on television, actually with the heat right now, your weather will tell you right now, we're all of a sudden have another fire season by
fire season
tomorrow.
is year round in Southern California. And that's a whole nother discussion. But Polly, I just want to give you credit. I know the two of us have been working together on various projects for over a decade now. And of all the celebrities in Hollywood, I think you are the most charitable and have the biggest heart. And clearly a lot of that came from your father and his life-saving nature as well. And lots of love for you and lots of love for the firefighters. Polly, thank you so much.
Alex. And Alex, thank you. Thank you all so much for being a part of this. Yeah. It's something that people don't really know about, and now you do.
Yeah, so support
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you're just now joining us, we are revisiting this breaking news situation out of Philadelphia. As you can see here, a major water main break is disrupting traffic. Cars are flooded, streets are swamped with water, and it appears that water is even seeping into some homes. We saw emergency officials, firefighters, and police officers on the scene. And we even witnessed firefighters, it looked like they were helping to evacuate multiple people from their homes, or maybe letting them know exactly what was going on around them. As you can imagine, a lot of people were asleep at 7:30 a.m. That's when this all took place, and they're waking up to their neighborhood being almost completely flooded because of this water main break. And according to our news partners over at Fox 29, we're getting some information that water main breaks like this are quite common in the area, especially during this time of year. As you can imagine, freezing temperatures can probably burst pipes very, very easily. So again, if you are just now joining us, and more importantly, if you are in the West Philadelphia area, please pay attention to your local authorities, as this section, let me get the exact intersection for you all, guys, is flooded due to this water main break. All right, if you're just now joining us, we're taking a live now look at the intersection of 56th and Springfield Avenue in West Philly. As you can see, this massive water main break disrupting a lot of folks' morning today. As you can see, water is rushing down the street, flooding the streets, swamping cars, and seeping into quite a few homes in the area. An interesting fact, water main breaks like this are pretty common during this time of year. It was less than a year ago when officials had to rescue 11 people from their homes due to another massive water main break. So again, this is breaking news, guys. We're bringing you all this information raw and unfiltered as we receive it to our desk. However, we are in touch with our news partners over at Fox 29 Philadelphia, and as soon as we receive more developments, we will share them with you all live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's move right along with other top stories and major news headlines that we are following here at Live Now from Fox. Here's the latest on the ongoing Ukraine and Russia situation.
Warships carrying troops, tanks, and other armored units have entered the Black Sea. Some fear this could be another invasion force, possibly targeting the port city of Odessa, Ukraine's third largest city and a major tourist hub. French President Emmanuel Macron arriving here in Kyiv, one day after sitting down with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. The Kremlin said the meeting ended without a deal. Ukraine's president said Macron faced an uphill battle.
I don't know any entity in Europe today that would be able to put strong pressure on Russia.
Some think this diplomatic push is just buying time for Putin to continue building up his forces on Ukraine's border. Now some 140,000 strong when you factor in ground, air, and naval forces. For a second straight day, Russia flew a pair of supersonic bombers over Belarus, capable of launching nuclear weapons. The Russians have also moved short-range ballistic missiles and fourth-generation air defense systems near the border as well. Dozens of attack jets, too. A Kremlin spokesman said the 30,000 troops in Belarus for drills will leave the country February 20th, the same day the Winter Olympics end in Beijing. The White House reacted to Russia's latest moves.
We are always going to leave the door to diplomacy open.
A local journalist says Putin's plans for Ukraine are doomed to fail.
He chooses to believe his own flawed interpretation of Ukraine's history, and that's, I think, his greatest mistake and his greatest weakness, because if he starts another aggression on Ukraine, I'm sure it will have profound repercussions for Russia itself and for his regime.
American forces have started arriving in Romania, which borders Ukraine to the south, part of some 3,000 U.S. troops ordered to the region by President Biden. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News. 3 Russian warships carrying troops, tanks, and other armored units have entered the Black Sea. Some fear.
Moving right along with other top stories, a new Army report looks into the chaos following the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. It shows the clear tension between top military commanders and the Biden administration. Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin reports from the Pentagon.
Sworn testimony and 2,000 pages from an Army investigation obtained by the Washington Post under the Freedom of Information Act paint a damning picture of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Quote, senior White House and State Department officials failed to grasp the Taliban's steady advance on Afghanistan's capital and resisted efforts by U.S. military leaders to prepare the evacuation of embassy personnel and Afghan allies weeks before Kabul's fall, endangering the lives of U.S. troops. The published report coincided with the nomination hearing for General Eric Kurilla, the 3-star general slated to head CENTCOM. Kurilla currently oversees the 18th Airborne Corps and many of the commanders who had to execute the Afghanistan evacuation.
I believe we have a moral obligation to help those at-risk Afghans to come out of Afghanistan.
An officer with the 10th Mountain Division described U.S. troops going room to room at the embassy on the day Kabul fell. Some State Department personnel were, quote, intoxicated and cowering in rooms. Others were operating with absolutely no sense of urgency. A senior administration official told Fox many of these allegations are flatly untrue.
There was a range of planning, including positioning military forces.
Marine Brigadier General Farrell Sullivan, part of evacuation planning, said engaging the U.S. Embassy was like pulling teeth. He wanted to stage supplies at Kabul airport by mid-July to evacuate 5,000 people, but was blocked. Another commander said, quote, the ambassador didn't get it. 10 districts a day were falling to the Taliban. In today's hearing, senators focused on Iran, China, and the threat posed by ISIS in Syria.
It's approximately 10,000 ISIS detainees at about 24 different detention facilities. That is an ISIS army in waiting.
General Kurilla's warning about ISIS detainees in Syria is reminiscent of the absence of planning about what to do with ISIS detainees at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. One of those detainees escaped after the U.S. pulled out and killed 13 Americans with a suicide bomb at Abbey Gate. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Thanks, Jennifer. Turning to the latest coronavirus news, more governors are deciding to ease COVID-19 restrictions as cases continue to decline. Meanwhile, we are getting reports that Johnson & Johnson has paused its COVID-19 production. Here's Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri with that story.
26 is your change.
Blue state mask mandates falling like dominoes this week, with Democratic governors who previously imposed some of the strictest measures rolling them back. New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, and Oregon all announced plans to lift mandates for schools over the course of the next 2 months. California plans to keep school masking in place, but will lift the mandate for vaccinated people in indoor public spaces next week. The patchwork of varying protocols prompted a plea from the country's largest teachers union.
I'm just asking the CDC to actually weigh in here so that we have that kind of guidance around the country.
Way to stand up for yourselves.
Across the country, confusion. Students near Chicago staged a walkout Monday after administrators mandated masks to attend class, the district upholding the governor's mask mandate that a circuit court judge temporarily lifted. The White House won't say when to expect clarity from the CDC.
You'll have to ask the CDC. The CDC moves at the pace of data and science.
Do you believe then that the Democratic-led states who are breaking with the CDC on this guidance, that they're throwing science away and that the CDC has access to different science somehow?
We don't look at it through that prism. These states, I think it's important to note, they still allow for decisions to be made by local school districts.
The CDC, reviewing the data as of today, doesn't seem keen on change.
We still have about 290,000 cases a day and hospitalizations that are higher than they ever were in our Delta peak even. And so right now, I don't think is the moment to start relaxing those restrictions.
It's at odds with experts saying this.
case counts are declining, also the science has changed.
But Democrats are admitting politics plays a factor.
You better believe it. People are sick to death of this pandemic.
Tomorrow there's a coronavirus briefing here at the White House, and we hope to get more clarity. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
No vaccine, no prom. That's the message that one high school in a California town is sending. Students who are not vaccinated will not be able to attend their junior prom. Here's that story from Fox's Elisa Harrington.
Obviously, like, junior prom, it's a big deal. A lot of my friends, past couple of days have been really sad about it.
Juniors at Monte Vista High School in Danville said they were taken by surprise to learn some of their classmates won't be allowed at prom.
Many people bought their dresses, spent a lot of money, got all excited and ready, and they can't go because they're not vaccinated.
The dance is Saturday at the Scottish Rite Center near Oakland's Lake Merritt. The school's principal, Dr. Kevin Ahern, said when they booked the venue, the rules were different. Students would need to be vaccinated or show proof of a negative COVID test to enter. Now it's vaccination only.
It's really hard to tell a student, no, you can't because of this situation, because things changed. And it was just very disappointing. And so I kind of had a whole variety of this anger. There was obviously sadness. There was concern.
Back in December, the city of Oakland passed an ordinance requiring proof of vaccination for everyone 12 and older at indoor locations. Those rules went into effect this month. Principal Ahern sent a proposal to the city council asking for an exemption. He offered to have all unvaccinated students tested at the school the night before prom.
I have great respect for the decision that was made, but at the same time, these are students. We are in a very controlled environment. Our students are masked, and the great majority of them are vaccinated. So we're talking about a small percentage of students who would really like to be able to come to it and enjoy that event.
I get where he's coming from. I just think that, frankly, people should be vaccinated by now.
The school cannot reschedule the event because the venue is booked for months. So far, the city council has not responded to the proposal, but in a statement, the Oakland Scottish Rite Center said, "We will abide by and enforce all local, city, county, state, and federal protocols related to COVID-19 safety measures. Exceptions will not be made." I reached out to the Oakland City Council to see if they've had a chance to look over the proposal, but so far I have not heard back. The principal here at Monte Vista High School told me that he hopes to have an answer sometime this week, even if it's a no, so he knows what to tell the school community. In Danville, I'm Alyssa Harrington, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Obviously, junior proms.
Right. A lot of COVID-19 news this morning. We are still on standby to have that live update from our news partners over at Fox 29 Philadelphia. We've been covering this water main break story all morning as it is affecting a lot of people in the West Philly neighborhood. That live update coming any moment now, but in the meantime, let's continue on with our COVID-19 related news. Live now from Fox's Regina Gonzalez caught up with Dr. Mike Sirigliano when it comes to the latest COVID-19 update.
News that we have seen over the last couple of days. We've got the governor of New Jersey kind of kickstarting it, but then we saw Oregon, California, all of these governors deciding to lift indoor mask mandates. So right off the bat, as a medical professional, how do you feel about this?
Well, Regina, it all depends on the numbers. And so there's going to be a lot of people with different opinions. It's been that way since the beginning. And I have been a staunch advocate for wearing masks when the numbers are surging and peaking. Now, there is data to suggest that wearing a mask, especially with young children, may have some negative impact on their perception and their interactions. Look, there's nothing free in life, and the only guarantees are death and taxes. But the bottom line is that we have to do things in a science-based way. If the numbers are going down and the risk is negligible, then I think we are going to get into a position where we are in a post-pandemic state. And I think that at that time, we can get back to a normal way of living, because it's not really all that natural to be wearing a mask, even though I'm told I look a lot better when I wear a mask. But the bottom line is that if you look at the data and if the numbers continue to go down, and as I've said before, lots of people are vaccinated, lots of people have had the virus, some people have had both. Bottom line is that we will then get into a post-pandemic world, and COVID-19 will be more of a nuisance than it is a catastrophic pandemic killing 1 million people in this country.
Dr. Mike, did you ever think that you would say that? A post-pandemic world where we close? That's crazy. Going off of what you just said, Dr. Mike, you mentioned children. Now, in states where they have already lifted indoor mask mandates, when it comes to schools, like you said, not everybody is in agreement. Do you think that as more states lift these indoor mask mandates that we could see more lawsuits?
Well, certainly we've already seen lawsuits saying, look, my daughter, my son has asthma, and you are putting their life at risk. I don't feel comfortable sending them to school when everyone is not wearing a mask or the mask is optional. I think this is going to have to play out. And look, even before the pandemic, in certain people, if they get the flu, they can get into big trouble. And I have to admit, in the clinical setting, I may be wearing a mask for quite some time, only because when I look back, Regina, I would swab people that had an upper respiratory infection, maybe the flu, and I didn't wear a mask, and I got sick. And so the bottom line is that I may wear a mask going forward in a clinical setting. That doesn't mean that I'm going to wear it everywhere. It all depends on where we're going. If the risk is low, then there are benefits. And so everything in life is a risk-benefit ratio. And if you got in a car and went to work today, you took a risk that you might get hit by a truck. But the benefit was you got to wherever you needed to be. And that's all of life. Nothing is zero. Nothing is zero risk.
Yeah, very sound advice, Dr. Mike. And obviously, we always have to touch on your family and how you plan on handling this. What do you think that you'll be doing with your children? Are they still going to be wearing a mask in school?
Well, for now, they're going to. Now, my son has a little touch of me in him, and he's more on the conservative side, shall we say. I think he will wear a mask. My daughter's a little different. She may not. They're all vaccinated. And again, when the numbers go down, I think there are benefits to not wearing a mask. And I think that the studies that show differences in perception and how especially young children are able to develop socially and all of that, I think is important, and you can't ignore it. It's just like isolation. Isolation has had a tremendous negative impact on our children. And so for that reason, I really have wanted kids to get back to school. We just have to be safe. It all depends on the numbers, and I'm hopeful that the future continues to get better and look brighter for all of us.
Well, we certainly hope so, Dr. Mike. And as we continue on with some more major headlines when it comes to the pandemic, the CDC is weighing increasing the time between vaccine doses to lower the risk of heart inflammation. So are these going to impact the new dosing guidelines?
Well, certainly there's a lot of people debating this right now. Should we? Now, we're talking about these immunocompromised people who are getting a fourth dose of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine. There is a small but finite risk of getting a condition known as myocarditis. That's an inflammation of the heart, and it is generally very short-lived and goes away. But again, we want to reduce the risk of any harm and increase the benefits. So they're going to be deciding how they should spread out the dosing. Should it be closer or further spread out? There is some data that suggests that if you spread the vaccines out, you reduce that risk of that myocarditis. And that's something that we would be interested in. And that's what the experts are going to be looking at very carefully.
Well, we'll definitely keep a close eye on that very interesting angle when it comes to vaccine doses for sure. Talk about an interesting angle. I hope that I'm reading this right. So there is, I want to say maybe a rumor that putting ladies' pantyhose over your face mask makes it better at stopping the spread of COVID-19. First of all, what? Second of all, who made this study? What can you tell us what's going on here?
Well, it's actually a scientific study, very, very small study, looking at only 4 people. And what they found, they looked at comfort and filtration effectiveness. And they found that if you had a KN95 or surgical mask, and then you put ladies' pantyhose over it, the comfort was improved and the filtration was improved. Now, that being said, I have not gone in and pilfered some of my wife's lederhosen. I have not gone on and gotten her stuff yet, but it's interesting. What can I tell you?
Well, if your wife is missing her pantyhose, you know that you were trying it. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Well, what can I? I don't know where we're going with that, but I think the bottom line is that people are looking at everything. It's just fascinating.
Dr. Mike, big news that we have seen over.
Dr. Mike, always bringing us up to speed when it comes to the latest coronavirus information. 8 a.m. Thank you so much for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. That's it. So don't go anywhere because we'll have more nonstop news right after this. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 8:03 a.m. Let's take a look back as President Joe Biden delivers a few remarks on his administration's efforts to jumpstart manufacturing in America.
And through the President's Made in America policies, we are spurring investment in American manufacturing. And you know what that means. It means good paying jobs, building electric vehicles and chargers with IBEW members leading the way. And it's exciting to know that we are going to make charging stations accessible across the entire country, whether you're in a rural or an urban community. So today, we are kicking off by allowing me the pleasure of introducing you to Jane Hunter, who is the CEO of Tritium, As a key manufacturer of electric vehicle chargers, Tritium is investing in our electric future. And that's a clear signal that our country has incredible opportunities ahead of us, and I could not be more excited, and we look forward to working with Tritium and others who are stepping up big time to advance our climate goals while creating high-quality jobs right here in the United States. Jane?
Thank you, Gina, and good afternoon, Mr. President, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg, and of course to Jim Cooper from Tennessee. It's a pleasure to join you all here today. I'm Jane Hunter, the CEO of Tritium, a global leader in DC fast charge technology for electric vehicles. It would be an understatement to say that this has been a very exciting month for Tritium. We listed on the NASDAQ, we rang the bell on Australia Day on the 26th, and now we have this opportunity to share Tritium's US manufacturing plans with the American people. Tritium is a great story of American-Australian partnership, continuing our two countries' historic alliance in world conflicts, trade, the environment, and technology. The Tritium mission is really simple. 2 words: electrify transportation. This vision of transport powered by renewable energy has inspired our team since 2012 when we built our first fast charger. A seismic technology change is on foot here. Electric cars, vans, buses, aircrafts, boats, these are the future of transportation. And for nations to prosper and gain economic benefit from this transition, they must be leaders in both the EV uptake on one hand and the supporting infrastructure and energy rollout on the other. Nations that are the forefront of this electric future will benefit economically and will see a very substantial improvement in human health and the environment by acting rapidly and with courage. And that's what America will achieve with President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. In the 1950s, the United States had the foresight to build the unparalleled US highway system. This administration's forward-thinking vision to electrify that system is going to help American families. It decouples the cost of running the family car or driving to work from the fluctuations of the price per barrel of foreign oil. With this charging network in place, Americans are going to have access to fast, safe, and reliable charging, enabling drivers to cross the wide open plains of the US, the mountains, the national parks, and navigate the metropolises from New York to LA. Tritium has global expertise manufacturing and installing fast chargers across 41 countries, and we applaud President Biden's ambitious goals of electrifying the federal fleet and the equitable deployment of a national network of 500,000 EV chargers. President Biden's transport electrification policies have contributed to enormous demand for Tritium's products right here in the US, and that directly led us to pivot and change our global manufacturing strategy. And today, we could not be prouder to announce that we'll be opening a US manufacturing facility in Tennessee, expected to begin production this fall. This facility will have an initial capacity to build more than 10,000 fast charger units per year, with room to expand to 30,000. The factory will create American clean tech jobs, employing more than 500 people over the next 5 years, and we thank the Governor and the state of Tennessee for welcoming Tritium with open arms. With the help of the residents of Tennessee, we'll be building our largest factory globally right here in the United States, assembling world-class, Buy America compliant fast chargers made in America and trucked across the continent. By enabling EV owners to drive anywhere, Tritium is going to help fulfill the US target for 50% of new cars sold to be electric by the year 2030, and will support US economic ambitions to grow onshore manufacturing in advanced technologies while also growing jobs that don't leave anyone behind. These can be trained up in just a few weeks. Let me finish up by saying that we're all privileged to be living in this time of an historic shift in the way transport is powered and autonomously controlled. A bipartisan law's been passed which will benefit all Americans and put America at the global forefront of this opportunity. A future with cleaner air, quieter towns and cities awaits the American people, along with more onshore manufacturing and jobs, fuel security, and cars which frankly are just a joy to drive and own. This administration's support for US-based manufacturing is a smart economic initiative that will drive companies to create American jobs, and Tritium's a great case in point of that. And we look forward to powering American EVs with American-made fast chargers designed and hardened in the world's toughest conditions down under. Tennessee, we can't wait to get started. And now it is my honour to introduce the President of the United States.
Jane, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I want to thank Secretary Granholm and Buttigieg and Gina McCarthy for being here today, and Congressman Jim Cooper, an old friend who did an awful lot to get this to go in Tennessee. And Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee, he deserves credit as well. He wasn't able to be here today, but he worked hard to help make this happen. Another example of what America can achieve when we come together, Democrats and Republicans, to get things done. The new manufacturing facility of Tritium that's announced today is more than just great news for Tennessee. Yes, it's going to create more than 500 good-paying jobs in Tennessee, but it's going to deliver greater dignity and a little more breathing room to workers and their families, and it's going to have a ripple effect beyond and far beyond the one state. This is great news for workers across the country, for an economy, and frankly, for the planet. When we wrote and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, we included $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers, like the one Jane brought along today. It's a little thing, as you can see. But all kidding aside, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg have been helping lead this effort from our administration. And later this week, we're going to announce a state-by-state allocation for $5 billion of the funding for these chargers. So states can start making plans to build out what will become a national network of electric vehicle chargers. Tritium's new facility is going to produce up to 30,000 of these chargers every year. They'll use American parts, American iron, American steel, and they'll be installed up and down the highways and corridors in our communities all across the country by union workers from the IBEW and the Electrical Workers Union. So the benefits are going to ripple to thousands of miles in every direction. And these jobs will multiply in steel mills, small parts suppliers, construction sites all over the country in the years to come. And it's going to help ensure that America leads the world in electric vehicles. China has been leading that race up to now, but this is about to change, because America is building convenient, reliable, equitable, national public charging networks. So wherever you live, charging an electric vehicle will be quick and easy. And the foundation will help American automakers set the pace for electric vehicles, which means even more good-paying jobs producing batteries, materials, and parts. That's also going to help save hundreds of billions of gallons of gasoline over time, saving an average driver who chooses an electric vehicle up to $1,000 every year on fuel, making our country more economically competitive, lowering air pollution, and keeping families healthier as we tackle the climate crisis. Here's the key point. Announcements like this don't happen by accident. They require a vision and a commitment to build a future that's made in America. I made it clear from day one, when the federal government spends taxpayers' dollars, we're going to buy American. American products made in America, including American component parts. That's why I established the Made in America office at the White House, led by Celeste Drake. She's here on the stage. Where is Celeste? There she is. Celeste Drake. To ensure that the $1 trillion we're investing in infrastructure is spent on American workers and American manufacturing. On the way over here, by the way, I was talking with Gina. We were talking about, we have how many vehicles in a fleet, Gina, roughly? 600,000. We have 600,000 federal vehicles that the federal government owns. They're going to all end up being electric vehicles. Electric vehicles. That's what it means to finally make Buy in America a reality and not an empty promise. It means bringing manufacturing jobs back and building supply chains here at home so we have better jobs at lower prices. And it means a federal government that just doesn't give lip service to Buy America, but actually takes action, investing in innovation and manufacturing, which powers up companies like Tritium to do what they do best, create great products and good paying jobs. That's been my approach from day one. And now we're seeing the results, beginning to see the results. My first full year as president, the economy created 6.6 million new jobs. 6.6 million. That's never happened before in American history. And that includes 375,000 manufacturing jobs. 2021 saw the highest increase in U.S. manufacturing jobs in nearly 30 years. And let me give you one example. A few weeks ago, the CEO of Intel, Pat Gelsinger, came to the White House to announce a new $20 billion semiconductor factory that they call a campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. I had the two senators from Ohio here standing with me, one Republican, one Democrat, creating 7,000 construction jobs at that facility and 3,000 permanent jobs running the facility, with an average salary running the facility at $135,000 a year. Those semiconductors, microchips, power virtually everything in our everyday lives: cell phones, automobiles, refrigerators, the internet, the electric grid. Without semiconductors, those things cannot fully function. So the spin-off of this is that we're going to create thousands of additional jobs, helping build America's products here in America, manufacturing automobiles and appliances, and so much more. And it's going to help ease inflation. One of the reasons automobiles cost so much is they're responsible for 1/5 of the recent inflation is because they lack semiconductors. They're not able to build them quick enough, so the price goes up higher because there's fewer to sell. Intel's announcement helps us fix that problem. And Intel isn't alone. Since 2021, companies have announced investments totaling more than $200 billion in domestic manufacturing here in America. From iconic companies like GM and Ford building out new electric vehicle production, to Tesla, our nation's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, to innovative younger companies like Rivian building electric trucks, or Proterra building electric buses, which I saw at a virtual tour last year when I met with the CEO, went virtually, and they really impressed me. These companies joining Intel, bringing microchip manufacturing back to America after decades of decay. From Texas Instruments to Samsung in Texas to TSMC in Arizona, we're seeing the beginnings of an American manufacturing comeback. This is not hyperbole. This is real. This is genuine. This is real. You've heard me say all along when I was running, and since I've gotten there, the world's at an inflection point. Things are going to change in big ways. And this is one of those transition moments. 2 weeks ago, I went to Pittsburgh, where the Union Pacific Railroad announced the largest purchase of American-made electric battery locomotives in history, built by American workers in Erie, Pennsylvania. And these locomotives aren't only going to be sold here in America and take a heck of a lot of pollution out of the air. They're going to be sold in countries around the world. They're going to be buying them, just like they're going to buy American-made electric cars. And just like we heard last week when Boeing announced a $20 billion deal right here in the White House to sell American-made aircraft to one of the major airlines in the Middle East, Qatar Airways, supporting tens of thousands of good-paying American manufacturing jobs. So we're seeing the same thing in planes, trains, and automobiles. Other countries recognize what's happening here. They want to buy American as well. They're ready to bet on America and American workers, workers who built the middle class, earning good pay and benefits and the right to organize. Today's announcement is part of the drumbeat of jobs resurgence, like more than anything we've seen before. And by the way, the House of Representatives passed a bill on Friday providing over $90 billion for research and development, manufacturing all those elements of the supply chain needed to produce end products right here in America. We can keep delivering more announcements like this one. And the House and Senate are working to deliver a final bill to my desk. The bottom line is the United States is in a position to outcompete the world once again. And I look forward to working with governors, Republican and Democrat, to keep that drumbeat going. So let's keep coming together to invest in the backbone of America, in American manufacturing, and the workers who make it run. Because when we do, there's no limit to what we can achieve. None. Thank you, and may God protect our troops. We got a lot to look forward to. Thank you very much.
President, how was Macron's meeting with Putin? How was Macron's meeting with Putin, Mr. President?
Tritium is building a right to work state. It's a right to
.21 a.m. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are getting some startling images from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. As you can see here, a massive apartment complex fire. Here's what we know. Oklahoma City firefighters say that the roofing material is what is currently on fire. The material, according to firefighters, is rubberized, which is extremely flammable and very hard to extinguish. Firefighters have withdrawn from the insides of the building due to fear of the building collapsing. However, they are still working to extinguish the blaze. At the time, the fire is contained to the roof on the 5th floor of the apartment building. Firefighters are reporting that parts of the building are even beginning to fall off. It looks as though the smoke is also stretching for miles and miles here. We're going to revisit this breaking news situation in just a bit. Stand by. We are in touch with our colleagues over at Fox 29 Philadelphia for an update on that water main break. All right, guys, 8:23 a.m. this morning. Good morning. Thank you for streaming us. We are covering a lot of breaking news situations here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head back out to Philadelphia. There, our news partners with Fox 29 Philly. You're on the ground, Steve, ready to give us a live report. What's going on? I can see the water is still rushing into the streets as we speak.
Well, the East Coast got hit with that cold blast, and it's still in the 20s. And whenever you have temperatures below the freezing mark, you have a lot of water main breaks. And this is one of the biggest in one of the oldest cities. We've got pipes in this city nearly 200 years old. They even had wooden pipes until recently that were first laid underground. So this is a road in West Philadelphia that is highly populated, and this water flowed for miles, and it was a 42-inch main, which in the water department business, that is one of the biggest pipes that carries fresh drinking water to people's kitchens and to all their toilets. And this came right around breakfast time, which is maybe the worst time when everybody wants to take a shower, brush their teeth, make some coffee, you have it. And so a lot of people were affected by this because they had no running water. And then they looked out their windows and look at their cars. They haven't been able to get their cars. The water, believe it or not, even though you see it flowing down there like it's still gushing out, is nowhere near. This is like a trickle compared to what it was a couple of hours ago. And you can see the road has been lifted up and buckled and carried. And all around it looks like the surface of the moon. There are chunks of rocks, chunks of the road. Everything that's underground that supports the road surface has been picked up and carried by these millions of gallons of water. And that means that the roads and the sidewalks aren't safe to walk on or to park on or go try to retrieve your car from. And a lot of the water still hasn't stopped flowing because you can see it going down this side street here in Philadelphia. And people have been told to stay in your houses. The positive news out of this is even though we smelled a strong odor of gas, there's no major gas leak, and that's the fellas that you see with the yellow vest and the blue hats going around, going door to door with gas meters to make sure, because a lot of gas lines run right along underground with the water main. So when that gives and the ground gives, sometimes you have a water main break followed by a gas line rupture. So that was the other big danger. We heard of a lot of alarms going off in a lot of the houses. So that is the situation here in Philadelphia, something that we see all over America when we have these old cities with these old water systems. And you've even heard the president talking about this in the infrastructure bill. Let's get rid of the lead pipes, for instance. So there's a lot of old pipes that carry a whole lot of water to a whole lot of people in this country that need to be replaced eventually. And this is one of them.
Steve, you mentioned that this is pretty common in older cities, especially when we're experiencing freezing temperatures. When's the last time that something like this happened in Philadelphia?
Well, this happens pretty frequently this time of year. So we've had several water main breaks lately, and a lot of them become sheets of ice. And as cold as it is today with a temperature in the 20s, it's nowhere near as cold as this happened last week when we had single-digit temperatures. And when I got out of the van to come to this scene here, it was treacherous walking. So we are used to covering these, and we're used to covering these in the very cold, so we know beforehand, watch out, because you're going to have other problems that come from all the water flowing, and that is making everything a sheet of ice as well. So this is a regular occurrence, sadly, in Philadelphia every year. And it doesn't just happen in the winter, but it happens frequently in the winter when we have these cold temperatures. And this other thing here is what you're looking at where the road buckled. This is all new road surface. So this road clearly was just being worked on recently. And I talked to a few residents, and I noticed as we were approaching this that this road had just been dug up and then repaved for a long stretch. So they're going to look at that work and whether anybody did anything in that work that maybe broke this pipe. So it doesn't take much to break these old pipes anymore, but we've got trolley tracks that are buried in Philadelphia, old train tracks before cars were even invented that people used to get around. And especially in this section of Philadelphia, we still have active trolley tracks. So there's a whole lot of stuff under these roads and on top of these roads that get used here in Philadelphia.
Now, Steve, you also mentioned that the large amount of water that we're currently seeing is absolutely nothing compared to the amounts that were on the road earlier this morning around 6:30 a.m. I believe is when this all happened. Do you know of any water where water was entering the homes in the area? Did any residents have to leave their homes this morning?
Yes, we had 5 houses evacuated, and you can look right at where the source is, where it's all buckled in front of this Toyota over here. In fact, you can see some firefighters in the rear of this house, but you can see they have a basement apartment right there. and that water was going straight into that house. And so they're going to look at even how secure the foundation of that house is now, whether that's even dangerous. But you can bet that these basements here in Philadelphia, which most houses have, they call them cellars here in Philadelphia, are full of water right now. And a lot of people have a lot of their washing machines and dryers down there. They have used their basements. Some people use them as basement apartments as well when these houses are sectioned off into condos and apartments. And that was the fear, that somebody may have been sleeping in bed and got trapped in the water. We've had that happen in floods in both New Jersey and Pennsylvania in recent years as well. So that was a big danger, and a lot of houses are flooded, and you can clearly see the water, even though it's a trickle compared to the way it was. Look at that sidewalk over there, and that opening of that parking spot. It's coming right up to the front steps of these houses where the people can't get out of their houses. And you can see the basement windows on this corner house right here, so you can obviously see how the water gave in, and those look like those windows are just broken out right there. So I can guarantee you without seeing it that those houses are full of water based on what I saw when I first got here a couple of hours ago.
Well, considering that information, it's definitely good to report. As you know, no one was seriously injured. All right, Fox 29 Philadelphia, Steve Keeley, thank you so much for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. All right, guys, 8:30 a.m. That's what we're all about here. We bring you all breaking news, raw and unfiltered. As we receive it, we share it with you, our viewers. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will have more nonstop news right after this. Actually, it looks like we're getting a live update from officials in Philadelphia. So let's go ahead and listen in.
A call for a possible water main break. Companies arrived to find an approximately 42-inch water main that was broken at the intersection of 56 in Springfield. Upon arrival, companies had to evacuate or rescue one resident from the basement apartment of the corner property. In total, 5 residents were removed and sheltered, and 3 properties were affected immediately. Currently, the water department is working to completely shut down the main. As you see, the water has been shut down some, where we can actually see what's going on. And like I said, they're continuing to find the different shut-off valves to totally shut down the water bay. So it's a 42-inch transmission main that they're dealing with. Any questions?
It looks like the road is, of course, buckling right here. Do
Yes.
you think the breaks originated here at, what is this, 56 and
Yes.
Springfield?
Yes, the break originated right here at 56 in Springfield, yes.
What are the potential dangers when you have a big water main break like this for all the residents that live here?
Potential dangers are water getting in the basements, which causes issues with gas service. You have your heaters and your water heaters in your basement. The water will put your pilot light out, and then you'll have a gas leak in the house. So PGW is on scene, and they're shutting down the gas service to the affected properties, and are also monitoring the area and the extended blocks to make sure that there are no unmet needs with the gas services.
How many residents will be able to go back?
Right now, like I said, there's only 3 properties that were affected that has been evacuated. Everybody else is able to remain in their home, shelter in place.
Chief, how weak is the ground? And we can see it got picked up and settled and moved over, but is it even dangerous for people that are living close to this to maybe try to retrieve their parked car that's sitting on kind of shaky ground right now?
Yes, right now we are not allowing anybody to go through those areas until a proper investigation of the stability of the area is conducted, most likely by our license and inspection units.
Chief, it looks like we're on sort of the top crest of the hill here. Does that make it more problematic as the water kind of flows down in every direction?
Well, yes, as you see, the water is flowing downhill in both directions. But luckily, at the end of those blocks, the sewer systems are working. So like I said, there are no additional unmet needs where we have basements flooding and that type of things outside of this immediate intersection.
Yeah, this appeared to be a large water main break. Could you give us an idea of the scale, maybe the, I don't know, gallons, and even compared to just previous water main breaks? I haven't seen anything this large.
Yes, I can confirm that it's a 48-inch transmission water main. It's one of the largest mains that the city of Philadelphia has. So we're talking, hundreds, thousands of gallons of water. Specifically, I can't give you the information. That would be more of a water department thing that they could explain more on that. So, but a 48-inch water main.
So with it being one of the largest, you said, in the city, a lot of people are without water?
No, so that's one thing. This is a transmission water main. This is separate from the distribution water mains. So this is just carrying water to different parts of the city. It's not affecting people's water in their house, in the distribution in their house. So their water is still working. All right. Anything else?
Lady down the street said she heard a really loud, like an explosion almost.
Yes.
Can you talk about what that may have been?
That's the first I'm hearing of it, and I really don't have any comment on that.
I didn't know if there's some kind of gas situation that
No, not that we're aware of.
any utility work in the area that might have been, happening during this?
Not that I'm aware of. All right. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are seeing increasing crime in major cities across the country. Here's an update from Chicago police.
The 1500 block of North Cicero, November 26, 2021. The 2000 block of West Division, November 26, 2021. The 3900 block of West Diversey, December 8, 2021. The 4900 block of West Fullerton, December 28, 2021. The 2900 block of North Broadway, January 6, 2022, and the 400 block of West Belmont, January 6, 2022. Harper, at the time of his arrest, had 4 active warrants for his arrest, 3 in Cook County and 1 in Lake County. And He is also suspected in dozens of additional burglaries involving liquor, electronics, and clothes across Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. A co-offender of Harper's has been previously arrested in an incident where stolen Burberry merchandise was recovered and returned to the store. There will be more charges and arrests to come in this case. We're going to arrest Harper's crew. This news comes on the heels of last week's arrest and charging of Carlos Valiant, as you remember, of Hammond, Indiana, who was one of the main men responsible for a smash and grab burglary at an auto dealership in the 800 block of North Rush Street. Valiant on December 11 and other offenders entered the auto dealership, smashed a glass case, and forcibly removed 5 watches worth an estimated $1 million. Chicago Police Department detectives coordinated with the Hammond Police Department and obtained an arrest warrant and arrested Carlos Valiant without incident. That's Valiant spelled V-A-L-L-I-A-N-T, Valiant. On February 3rd, Valiant was extradited to Chicago from Indiana and charged with a Class 1 felony for theft up to $1 million and a Class 2 felony for burglary. Both of these arrests and charges, and the many more to come, are due to the good work and collaboration between our officers, the Organized Retail Theft Crime Task Force, the State's Attorney Office, as well as other law enforcement partners across the region. They followed every lead and utilized every tool at our disposal, including technology resources such as license plate readers and pod video cameras to track these offenders. We have doubled down on an all too important partnership between law enforcement, State's Attorney, and the State's Attorney's Office and the business community. Local businesses are steadily working side by side with the Chicago Police Department. We share the same goals of ensuring residents and visitors can patronize any establishment without worrying for their safety. The department would always work to maintain open communication, advise on safety measures, and other strategies moving forward. Just as with every community, our collaboration with every business is key to our city and our safety. With that, I would like to turn it over to State's Attorney Kim Fox. Kim?
Thank you, Superintendent. Defendant Harper appeared in bond court earlier today. He was given a bond of $200,000 and special conditions of bond, which included not to be near anywhere near the places in which he is accused to have committed his offenses. I'm here today once again with the Chicago Police Department to thank them for their collaboration in working with the State's Attorney's Office to bring these charges forth today. The Cook County Regional Organized Crime Task Force is something that I'm very proud of our office's participation and leadership in. CC Rock, as we call it, is a collaboration between law enforcement agencies, both here in the city of Chicago and throughout Cook County, as well as the business community, who work collaboratively to address issues of organized crime, particularly organized retail theft. This collaboration has existed for a number of years, and I think today's arrest and charges speaks to how effective this collaboration can be. I want to point out, as the superintendent has stated, that a number of the offenses in which this defendant has been accused have occurred not just last week, but over the course of several months. There's this belief that if we don't catch someone, or if an arrest is not made within the first 24 hours or so, that person is somehow free and clear. What I hope that today's announcement shows is that there is a relentless pursuit of those who engage in this type of behavior, a relentless pursuit that may sometimes take days or weeks or months. But because of the strength of this collaboration, we will be able to apprehend you and prosecute you to the extent of the law. And so once again, I want to thank the law enforcement partners here at the Chicago Police Department, the members of the Cook County Regional Organized Crime Task Force, as well as the business community who have been strong partners in this work. They're not simply victims of crimes, they're actual partners in leading for communities to be safe for everyone, and we applaud them for that. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce Kimberly Bears, who is the President and CEO of the Magnificent Mile Association. Kimberly?
Thank you. And thank you, Superintendent Brown, for inviting me here to represent downtown retail businesses on behalf of the Magnificent Mile Association. Today's announcement demonstrates the solid police and detective work of the Chicago Police Department and signals to criminals that retail theft will not be tolerated on Michigan Avenue, nor anywhere in Chicago. Some people mistakenly think these are victimless crimes, but these crimes have real victims. The employees and customers physically present in stores during crimes who are put in harm's way, companies that lose millions of dollars in stolen merchandise, and the people, most importantly, the people who rely on city, county, and state-funded programs like after-school care and mental health services, when those budgets are negatively impacted through lost sales tax. Worse yet, retailers could choose to shorten hours, relocate, or close altogether, threatening the nearly 250,000 jobs our district provides to Chicagoans from every ward. I can't state strongly enough how much we appreciate the open communication and regular updates we receive from Commander John Hine of the 18th District and Deputy Chief Jill Stevens from Central Command. We're able to share real-time information with our members thanks to that open communication. We know that CPD officers throughout this great city put their lives on the line every single day to keep us safe and protected, and we thank them for their service and dedication. We will continue to do our part to ensure our district is safe and welcoming by advocating for prosecution and appropriate sentencing. And we're committed to working together to ensure that criminals don't have the opportunity to continue to commit crimes with impunity. Thank you.
Before I take a few questions, I just want to highlight the work done by particularly one of our detectives. She was very relentless in making sure this case was brought forward. She made sure that we all collaborated. She immediately contacted the task force. She worked with the state's attorneys, the assistant state's attorneys on this case from day one back in November, ensuring that this case was charged appropriately to the fullest extent of the law. And finally, to criminals, I think State's Attorney Kim Foxx alluded to this. We are not just going to let you get away with these crimes. Chicago is not a lawless city, and you will be brought to justice.
Welcome into LiveNOW from Fox, that is. We are listening to a crime update in Chicago, but we do have a 3-box here because we are keeping an eye on breaking news across the country. On your upper right-hand corner, you will see live. We are in Philadelphia after a water main break this morning. Below that box, you will see we are live in Oklahoma City after an apartment fire. I do want to take us live to both of those events because we do have updates across the country. We'll begin first with that fire in Oklahoma City. The latest on that is that the entire top floor of an apartment complex is on fire. Once again, this is happening in Oklahoma City. This is a fire that actually broke out last night at 7 p.m. The top floor of the Canton Apartments was engulfed in flames. OKC firefighters say they currently have no cause for this ongoing fire. There have been no reported injuries at this time. Oklahoma City firefighters say the roofing material is what is currently on fire. We did have a helicopter cam just a couple of minutes ago that really show just how serious this situation is. The material, according to OKCFD, is rubberized, which is obviously extremely flammable and hard to extinguish. Firefighters have withdrawn from inside the building due to fear that the building will collapse. They actually reported that pieces of the building were already beginning to fall. At the time, the fire is contained to that top floor, the 5th floor of that apartment building. Firefighters once again reporting that the situation is dangerous. Pieces are beginning to fall. We see all of the fire trucks there working very diligently to put out this fire. We did have a camera for you guys guys live at that Philadelphia water main break, but it does appear that that camera is it's repositioning, we'll say. So we do want to give you that aerial image that I was telling you of this Oklahoma City complex fire. As you can see, and as was reported by the fire department, it is that entire top floor, so the 5th floor of this apartment building, just engulfed in flames. We do see the roof, pieces of the roof beginning to fall. Fire departments, fire trucks, obviously working to extinguish this. Pretty spectacular images. Once again, this fire has been going on since 7 p.m. last night. Our crews on the ground are trying to get us the latest on this. We will keep you up to date with everything that is happening, not only here, but with that Philadelphia water main break and across the country as we do get all of that information. I do want to take us now, though, live out to Washington, D.C., a lovely day in the nation's capital and a big day just 24 hours ago for tensions between Ukraine and Russia. The French president met with his Ukrainian counterpart in Kyiv on Tuesday as the West struggles to defuse the situation with Russia. The session comes as the Russian military continues to position itself in what many believe is a run-up to an invasion. We will get you up to speed on the latest international news. And to begin that, Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has this complete story. Let's take a listen.
Ships carrying troops, tanks, and other armored units have entered the Black Sea. Some fear this could be another invasion force, possibly targeting the port city of Odessa, Ukraine's 3rd largest city and a major tourist hub. French President Emmanuel Macron arriving here in Kyiv, one day after sitting down with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. The Kremlin said that meeting ended without a deal. Ukraine's president said Macron faced an uphill battle.
I don't know any entity in Europe today that would be able to put strong pressure on Russia.
Some think this diplomatic push is just buying time for Putin to continue building up his forces on Ukraine's border. Now some 140,000 strong, when you factor in ground, air, and naval forces. For a second straight day, Russia flew a pair of supersonic bombers over Belarus, capable of launching nuclear weapons. The Russians have also moved short-range ballistic missiles and 4th-generation air defense systems near the border as well. Dozens of attack jets, too. Kremlin spokesman said the 30,000 troops in Belarus for drills will leave the country February 20th, the same day the Winter Olympics end in Beijing. The White House reacted to Russia's latest moves.
We are always going to leave that door to diplomacy open.
A local journalist says Putin's plans for Ukraine are doomed to fail.
He chooses to believe his own flawed interpretation of Ukraine's history, and that's, I think, his greatest mistake and his greatest weakness, because if he starts another aggression on Ukraine, I'm sure it will have profound repercussions for Russia itself and for his regime.
American forces have started arriving in Romania, which borders Ukraine. Some 3,000 U.S. troops ordered to the region by President Biden. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson.
And a big thank you for that report. So much breaking news happening across the country that I have not even introduced myself. I'm Gabrielle Amato. A big thank you to Mackenzie and Rain, who kicked off our coverage this morning. We will stay in Washington, D.C. with some more news. A new Army report looks into the chaos following the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. It shows the clear tension between top military commanders and the Biden administration. Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has this story.
Act paint a damning picture of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Quote, senior White House and State Department officials failed to grasp the Taliban's steady advance on Afghanistan's capital and resisted efforts by U.S. military leaders to prepare the evacuation of embassy personnel and Afghan allies weeks before Kabul's fall, endangering the lives of U.S. troops. The published report coincided with the nomination hearing for General Eric Kurilla, the three-star general slated to head CENTCOM. Kurilla currently oversees the 18th Airborne Corps and many of the commanders who had to execute the Afghanistan evacuation.
I believe we have a moral obligation to help those at-risk Afghans to come out of Afghanistan.
An officer with the 10th Mountain Division described U.S. troops going room to room at the embassy on the day Kabul fell. Some State Department personnel were, quote, intoxicated and cowering in rooms. Others were operating with absolutely no sense of urgency. A senior administration official told Fox many of these allegations are flatly untrue.
There was a range of planning, including positioning military forces.
Marine Brigadier General Farrell Sullivan, part of evacuation planning, said engaging the U.S. Embassy was like pulling teeth. He wanted to stage supplies at Kabul airport by mid-July to evacuate 5,000 people, but was blocked. Another commander said, quote, the ambassador didn't get it. 10 districts a day were falling to the Taliban. In today's hearing, senators focused on Iran, China, and the threat posed by ISIS in Syria.
It's approximately 10,000 ISIS detainees at about 24 different detention facilities. That is an ISIS army in waiting.
General Kurilla's warning about ISIS detainees in Syria is reminiscent of the absence of planning about what to do with ISIS detainees at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. One of those detainees escaped after the U.S. pulled out and killed 13 Americans with a suicide bomb at Abbey Gate. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
And we will take another live look at the White House. President Biden is set to meet with the country's top CEOs today to discuss the Build Back Better agenda, while the First Lady is set to travel to the University of Minneapolis today to highlight the American Rescue Plan's investments in childcare. We will bring you the latest from both of those events as soon as we get information and feeds on it. That is what we do here at Live Now from Fox. Raw, unfiltered news throughout the day. And on the topic of all of these events, yesterday, a very scary moment perhaps for the second gentleman. The second gentleman of the United States was ushered out of a D.C. high school after a bomb threat yesterday. Doug Emhoff, that is, was at an event commemorating Black History Month when Secret Service agents suddenly removed him from the building and into his waiting motorcade. The building was then evacuated. A spokesperson later confirmed the second gentleman was, of course, safe and grateful to the Secret Service and D.C. police for all of their work. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we'll have the latest on all of crime news across the country. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Gabriella Amato, live now from our Orlando studio. Thank you so much for choosing to begin your morning with us here, 8:58 on the East Coast, just under the 9 o'clock hour, and we're going to get you started with crime stories from across the country. We'll begin in Minneapolis. Police have made an arrest. They made an arrest yesterday, just 24 hours ago, in the investigation surrounding the death of Minneapolis man, of course, Amir Locke, during a police raid. This is a situation that we have been monitoring, and we broke right here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News correspondent Brian Yanas has the latest on this story.
Prosecutors Tuesday in Minnesota filing charges against a teenager in a homicide investigation connected to the Minneapolis police raid that ended in the death of 22-year-old Amir Locke. The teen, 17-year-old Mekhi Speed, is Locke's cousin. He's wanted in connection with a murder. Investigators tracked him down to an apartment complex in Minneapolis. Police obtained search warrants for his apartment as well as for a neighboring apartment where his brother lived, Unit 701, where Amir Locke was asleep on the couch when a SWAT team entered and shot and killed him. Tuesday, students in the Twin Cities organized a walkout to show solidarity with Locke's family and demand greater police accountability.
Full transparency and a full overhaul and demilitarization of Minneapolis Police Department.
Minneapolis's mayor also facing scrutiny after admitting his campaign made misleading statements about a 2020 policy change put in place on no-knock search warrants. Despite calling it an outright ban during his run for re-election, the policy still allowed no-knock warrants if officers announced their presence before entering.
Language became more casual, including my own, which did not reflect the necessary precision or nuance, and I own that.
In the wake of Amir Locke's death, Mayor Frey has announced a full moratorium on no-knock warrants until the policy can be reviewed by outside experts. In New York, Brian Yanas, Fox News.
And we will take a Live Now look at the Big Apple. Look at the Statue of Liberty there. A gorgeous morning in New York. And big news expected for the state of New York today, as Governor Kathy Hochul is expected to announce the end of the indoor mask mandate in the state. Our very own Fox 5 New York team has this complete story.
Morning, Governor Kathy Hochul is expected to announce that she will end New York's indoor mask mandate, which requires businesses to request that customers show proof of vaccination or mandate mask wearing. That requirement is set to expire tomorrow. Today's announcement does not affect the state's school mask mandate, which expires on February 21st. Hochul has not said if she will follow the leads of New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont, who announced plans to drop their state's school mask requirements in the coming weeks.
I am optimistic that we're trending in that direction, but I still need the time.
Despite Hochul's announcement ending the indoor mask mandate, masks will likely still be required on trains, planes, and buses, and in public health settings like hospitals and nursing homes. Masks have become political footballs, with Republicans crying hypocrisy when Democrats don't practice what they preach. Case in point, Stacey Abrams, a candidate for governor in Georgia, faced criticism when she posed last week for a picture maskless with a group of masked students in Atlanta. In an interview last night on CNN, Abrams apologized.
Protocols matter, and protecting our kids is the most important thing, and anything that can be perceived as undermining that is a mistake, and I apologize.
Similarly, critics denounced California Governor Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, who posed maskless for pictures with basketball legend Magic Johnson at the NFC Championship game at SoFi Stadium, the site of Sunday's Super Bowl. Garcetti did not apologize.
I wore my mask the entire game, and when people ask for a photograph, I hold my breath and I put it here and people could see that. There's a 0% chance of infection from that.
And sticking in New York, federal authorities have seized $3.6 billion in stolen Bitcoin and arrested a couple in Manhattan on Tuesday in what's considered the Justice Department's largest ever financial cryptocurrency bust to date. Here is a statement from the Department of Justice on how this entire thing unfolded. It is quite interesting. Let's take a listen.
As cryptocurrency becomes widely adopted,
We must prevent its use in money laundering, illicit darknet transactions, ransomware attacks, and other crimes that impact all of us. Today, the Department of Justice has dealt a major blow to cyber criminals looking to exploit cryptocurrency. The department has charged Ilya Lichtenstein and Heather Morgan for their alleged roles in a conspiracy to launder stolen cryptocurrency taken during the 2016 hack of a virtual currency exchange. That hack resulted in the theft of almost 120,000 Bitcoin, which at the time was worth approximately $71 million. Today, the value of that Bitcoin has grown to over $4.5 billion. As part of this investigation, the Department of Justice has seized over $3.6 billion worth of that stolen cryptocurrency. This is the largest seizure of cryptocurrency ever by U.S. law enforcement. It is also the department's largest single financial seizure in its history. The message to criminals is clear. Cryptocurrency is not a safe haven. We can and we will follow the money no matter what form it takes. Today's announcement is another in a series of Justice Department successes in following the money. Only this time it was in the virtual space, where the defendants wrongly assumed they were safe. As alleged, the defendants used sophisticated efforts to launder the stolen cryptocurrency. But thanks to good old-fashioned police work, we traced the stolen funds from the exchange, which led us to a wallet containing over 2,000 Bitcoin addresses. From there, investigators followed the money to accounts at the notorious dark market Alphabet, an online forum dismantled by law enforcement in 2017. From Alphabet, the prosecutors and investigators from the Justice Department, IRS criminal investigation, Homeland Security investigations, and the FBI followed the stolen money on its complex journey through a labyrinth of virtual currency exchanges and wallets based here and abroad. Our work also benefited from the private sector's due diligence. As the defendants tried to launder funds through various virtual currency exchanges, many asked questions about where the money came from, or even froze funds based on their suspicions. Several exchanges enforced anti-money laundering policies and know your customer requirements that proved key to this investigation, showing how cryptocurrency can become safer and more reliable when we work together to root out its abuse. Although the hack and theft occurred almost 6 years ago, today's developments were made possible by the marriage of high-tech investigative techniques and relentless efforts by our prosecutors, our agents, our analysts, and law enforcement partners. Today's announcement is also a reminder that everyone has a part to play in improving our cyber defenses. The proceeds recovered today were originally stolen during a significant computer intrusion. That intrusion should tell American businesses and virtual currency exchanges to pay attention now, invest the resources now, because failing to do so could make a difference in becoming a victim later. The defendants are each charged with conspiring to commit money laundering, as well as conspiring to defraud the United States. All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. This case is emblematic of the approach the department is taking to the growing threat of the illicit use of cryptocurrency. A few months ago, I announced that the Department of Justice would evolve to tackle cryptocurrency-related crime, and that's exactly what we're doing, thanks to experts from the Computer Crime and Intellectual Property section, the Money Laundering and Asset Recovery section, and across our U.S. attorneys' offices. Each of these offices was critical to our success today. I would also like to recognize the IRS, Homeland Security investigations, and the FBI for their hard work, which made all the difference in this case. Thanks to them, our message today is clear. The United States, together with our partners and allies, will not allow cryptocurrency to become a vehicle for criminals to operate without consequences. Thank you.
The message is certainly clear. Again, that couple was arrested in Manhattan, and here we have a live look at New York City. That couple made their appearance in court on Tuesday. A judge ordered them released on bond. $5 million for Mr. Lichtstein and $3 million for Miss Morgan. As this story unfolds, we'll keep you up to date on that. But sticking once again in New York City and sticking with the crime theme, new statistics show that NYC's crime rates are up in nearly every single precinct. Our Fox 5 New York team has more on this story as well.
Violence is on the rise in New York City and has shown no sign of slowing down. Overnight, police responded to a 911 call of a 36-year-old man shot in the head near the intersection of Forbell Street and Glenmore Avenue in Cypress Hills, Brooklyn. He was rushed to Jamaica Hospital and pronounced dead shortly afterwards. Roads were blocked off as police combed the area for any evidence that might lead to an arrest. One man telling reporters, violent crime seems to happen in his neighborhood on a regular basis.
As you know, lots of crimes has been happening in this neighborhood. We're on the borderline of Brooklyn and Queens, and lots of our businesses get robbed every week. Every week, it's on the local news. It's a very high density community here, and we need help.
New statistics released by the NYPD and reported by the New York Post seem to reflect that. 72 out of the city's 77 police precincts saw a spike in crime so far this year, including 5 in which the rate has doubled. In the span of just 6 hours on Monday, 3 people were shot and killed. One man gunned down outside a restaurant on Linden Boulevard in St. Albans, Queens at 11:30 at night. New surveillance video released by the NYPD's Crime Stoppers program shows a man dressed in a black jacket over a gray hoodie, brazenly firing multiple shots at the victim before jumping in the passenger side of a getaway car and taking off. About an hour before that incident, a man riding a scooter was shot and killed in the Kingsbridge Heights section of the Bronx. And earlier Monday afternoon, 3 people were shot in Mott Haven in a drive-by. One of them, a 39-year-old woman, was killed. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who many have criticized for being too soft on crime, sounded the alarm in a virtual talk with a local nonprofit organization, even mentioning that the surge in gun violence has reached crisis levels.
I was at an anti-gun rally on Saturday, and then I left and found out that a few blocks away at almost the exact same time, there was another shooting. And then I was at an anti-gun rally on Sunday. And then when I got to the news, I learned that on my way to church after that rally, there was soon after where I passed another shooting.
And sticking in New York, we're learning new information about the days leading up to what was an incredible story that has made its way around social media. Ride-sharing app Lyft is investigating a viral post about an attempted abduction of a passenger last week in Brooklyn. According to the social media post, the driver stopped at some point, wouldn't say why, and then a van allegedly pulled up beside them. The victim, that is, says they had to run away from this van and the Lyft driver that just randomly stopped, and that police wouldn't take a report because they had no license plate information. Lyft says it's in touch with the rider and has suspended the driver's account while it fully investigates what happened there. And from New York City to Michigan we go. The Crumbleys were in court yesterday, and we're learning new information about the days leading up to the Oxford school shooting. The parents of the accused shooter in court, charged with manslaughter and other crimes. They're accused of repeatedly ignoring the warning from their son, all of the warning signs. A detective with Oakland County's computer crime unit took the stand. He said that 15-year-old Ethan Crumbly texted friends, showing off his new gun, and others, telling them how to use it. Investigators also uncovered some disturbing behavior in August. Ethan made a haunting comment to a friend. Let's hear that investigator and what he had to say.
Ethan, this is now it's time to shoot up the school.
In the final text in this export?
JK, 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 JK. There was text messages back and forth between the other juvenile and him of kidnapping and killing another classmate. There's also videos of killing and mutilating baby birds.
And now, as we have done throughout this trial, we will keep you updated. We actually ran the entire trial yesterday live for you here on Live Now from Fox, and we will continue to do that as this story unravels. The judge did call a recess and ordered all parties back in court on February 24th. So mark your calendars if this is a story that certainly interests you. We're going to head to the other side of the country just after this quick break for an update on the Fred Meyer shooting that we also broke to all of you on Monday. We do have an update on the suspect and what police already knew about him before this incident even occurred. We'll see you after 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Gabrielle Amato, your host, Live Now from Orlando, Florida, 9:15 on the East Coast here. And I did promise you we were going to head to the opposite side of the country and give you the latest on the Fred Meyer shooting that occurred on Monday. We do have new details on the suspect that was apprehended yesterday morning. Here is video footage of that suspect. And some of his previous incidents are now coming to light. The man suspected in the deadly shooting at that Fred Meyer store had been known for previous shoplifting incidents, according to court documents that we got a hold of yesterday. Now, Aaron Christopher Kelly, 39 years old, was arrested Monday night, nearly 12 hours after the shooting that killed one person and injured another. We're learning a bit more tonight about his emotional state leading up to the shooting. Brian Scott, Kelly's former roommate, described the man as, quote, just off. Let's hear his thoughts.
Everything he did was like a state of, like he was running from something. Like he seemed paranoid, but the thing was, is the manner in which he conducted himself was more of like he was hiding.
And that is the suspect right there on your screens. Now, he is expected in court, and so as soon as we get all of that information, we'll keep you abreast of it also. During his appearance yesterday, he did waive his right to a speedy arraignment, and the scheduled arraignment is now for February 23rd at 8:30 a.m. We'll be sure to have that for you live now on Fox. Let's take another live look at the White House, because the Biden administration is taking a hands-off approach to the growing number of states relaxing or eliminating pandemic mask mandates. Most of those states are run by Democratic governors. Fox White House correspondent Jackie Unrich tells us where things now stand. Let's take a listen to her report.
Rolling them back. New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, and Oregon all announced plans to lift mandates for schools over the course of the next 2 months. California plans to keep school masking in place, but will lift the mandate for vaccinated people in indoor public spaces next week. The patchwork of varying protocols prompted a plea from the country's largest teachers union.
I'm just asking the CDC to actually weigh in here so that we have that kind of guidance around the country.
Way to stand up for yourselves.
Across the country, confusion. Students near Chicago staged a walkout Monday after administrators mandated masks to attend class, the district upholding the governor's mask mandate that a circuit court judge temporarily lifted. The White House won't say when to expect clarity from the CDC.
You'll have to ask the CDC. The CDC moves at the pace of data and science.
Do you believe then that the Democratic-led states who are breaking with the CDC on this guidance, that they're throwing science away and that the CDC has access to different science somehow?
We don't look at it through that prism. These states, I think it's important to note, they still allow for decisions to be made by local school districts.
The CDC, reviewing the data as of today, doesn't seem keen on change.
We still have about 290,000 cases a day and hospitalizations that are higher than they ever were in our Delta peak even. And so right now, I don't think is the moment to start relaxing those restrictions.
It's at odds with experts saying this.
Case counts are declining. Also, the science has changed.
But Democrats are admitting politics plays a factor.
You better believe it. People are sick to death of this pandemic.
Tomorrow, there's a coronavirus briefing here at the White House, and we hope to get more clarity. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
A big thank you to Jackie for that report. And we do, of course, want to keep you updated on all of the breaking news happening across the country. Here we are live in Philadelphia, where we reported a water main break in Kingsessing, Philadelphia. This is on the west side of Philadelphia, and this has been disrupting traffic and causing major problems really for everyone in the area. Now, we did get an official update from those officials that you see on your screen there. They have been working on this all morning since around 6:30 when that water main did break. We're seeing a ton of crew on the ground, and this is the official word from them. It was, of course, a water main break. 48 inches is the dimensions of that water main. Upon arrival, they did have to evacuate and rescue one resident from a basement apartment just to show you how much water was flowing. They did say that 3 properties were affected by the water, and really here we're seeing the aftermath because just a couple of hours ago this was full of water. It looked almost like a river of sorts, a racing river. Basements were once again affected, homeowners looking on helplessly, cars were flooded, and let's not forget that it is 30 degrees in Philadelphia today. This water could very well turn into ice. The water lifted parts of the street. It's no longer safe to walk or to park your cars. Authorities were very clear in their instructions. If you did live in the area, do not try to get to your cars. Do not try to walk out of your homes. Put your safety first. Our Fox 29 team and Bob Kelly, a reporter who was on the ground, he was explaining to us that these pipes are very old. All around, it looks like the surface of the moon almost is what he described it, the effects of this water main break, because it simply moved the street quite literally. He once again said that people's safety needed to be put first, that they should not try and get to their flooded cars or to their flooded homes, that they did need to put their safety first, just as I said. Again, this happened at around 6:30 a.m. Eastern time at the intersection of 56th and Springfield Avenue in West Philadelphia. The good news to report, which our Fox 29 team did report, was that there was no major gas leak. There was no smell of gas, which is obviously a positive in this situation. Things maybe potentially could have gotten even worse. Our Fox 29 team did also say that pipes bursting is something that people in this area are used to. Once again, Philadelphia, as we all know, is a historic city. These pipes are very old. Our Bob Kelly said that some are over 100 years old. And so them bursting with these very cold temperatures in the winter is something that these residents are familiar with. But this was a mega pipe burst. Like I said, just an hour ago, this was really, it looked like a river, but it does appear that things are being maintained, that things are under control for the most part at the moment. As we get new details on this situation, we will be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, another breaking news situation that we've been monitoring this morning comes out of Oklahoma City. This is a fire that actually broke out last night at 7 p.m. Now, the good news here is that the fire does seem to be contained to the top floor. Again, firefighters working on the scene around the clock. This is the Canton Apartments. OKC firefighters say they currently have no cause for this fire. And the last time we checked, there were no reported injuries, but we will keep you updated as we once again receive more information. Oklahoma City firefighters say the roofing material is what's currently or was on fire. The material, according to the fire department, is rubberized, which is, as we know, extremely flammable and hard to extinguish. Firefighters have withdrawn from inside the building due to fear that it will actually collapse. Firefighters did report that pieces of the building were falling on them, so they had to evacuate. And now, as we see, they're fighting this fire from the outside, externally. Firefighters will continue to obviously extinguish this fire the best that they can. The fire is once again contained to the roof of the 5th floor of this apartment building. And again, as we get more information and as we get a different angle, because we were getting a helicopter camera, which really showed the extent of the fire. You could also see the entire roof of this building gone. Some reports are saying that this is an apartment complex and it's also attached to a hotel. We'll try and work out some more of those specifics for you as information comes to our desk. But at the moment, that is what is happening across the country. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, hopefully we'll have more details on both of these situations and cover some more news across the country. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. As we were just updating you all before our break, we are monitoring 2 breaking news situations that are happening across the country right now. We'll begin first and foremost in Philadelphia, where a major water main break has been causing quite a mess this morning for these residents, for officials. We are seeing this new angle. I'm actually going to remove the lower so that you guys can see the water near the cars. At the moment, it's obviously receded quite a bit, but there was a situation here where the water was well above the wheels of these vehicles. These vehicles are probably some of the ones that were completely impacted by this water main break that created almost a river-like situation on the streets of West Philadelphia. This is the area of King Sessing, again, West Philadelphia, for those of you that maybe aren't familiar with this area. It's the intersection of 56th and Springfield Avenue, for those of you that perhaps are familiar with this area. The water main break it broke around 6:30 this morning, and so officials are still on the ground at the scene 3 hours later. It's 9:30 over here on the East Coast. And again, it looked like a river. Basements were impacted. Officials did confirm that they had to rescue and evacuate one resident from a basement apartment. 5 residents were removed in total and put into a sheltered space. And this, what you're seeing right now on your screens, this is what our Fox 29 team, and Bob Kelly in particular, our reporter who was on the ground, this is what he was telling us, that the water main and all of the water that was flooding the streets, it essentially moved the street, moved the concrete to a point where this is obviously not safe to park, not safe to walk. Officials really highlighting the importance of keeping yourselves safe. Do not come out to this area if you don't live here or aren't already there, is precisely their message. And we're really seeing the impacts of this 48-inch water main break that happened in the Philadelphia area this morning. Now, this isn't something that they're totally unfamiliar with. I'll put the lower back on for those of you that maybe are watching us on mute. This isn't something totally unfamiliar for these residents. Philadelphia, as we know, is a historic U.S. city. Bob Kelly, a reporter in our Fox 29 team, was telling us that these pipes are over 100 years old. And so with these bitter cold temperatures, yes, a pipe will burst. But this was a mega situation. Bob Kelly saying that this was perhaps one of the worst he's ever seen, and the impacts will certainly be felt in days to come. Just like we said, cars were flooded, streets were flooded. It does appear that the situation is getting a bit better, but as we get updates for you, we will be sure to bring them to you live now from Fox. And we're going to head over to Oklahoma City, where we are monitoring another breaking news situation. This one is a fire at an apartment building over in that city there. We're going to get all of you the latest information, and I do have it here. It has just hit the desk. This was a fire that actually broke out around 7 p.m. last night. So this has been a long effort, over 12 hours now, that they have been working on this fire. It is the Canton Apartments, for those of you that are familiar with the area or perhaps familiar with this apartment complex. There have been no reported injuries at this time. That is the good news. The bad news, though, is that Oklahoma firefighters are saying that the roofing material is what is currently on fire and why this situation escalated to the point that we are currently at. The OKCFD, so the fire department, says that this material is rubberized, which is extremely flammable, and they're having difficulty extinguishing it. Now, firefighters were actually inside. They were trying to fight this fire from within, but pieces of the building began to collapse and actually fall on them. So they are now fighting the fire from the exterior. At this time, the fire is contained to the roof of the 5th floor of the apartment building. I know I've been teasing you guys with this helicopter cam. As soon as we get that helicopter shot back up for you, I will break into whatever story that we are in to show you, because from that helicopter angle is where you really see just how enormous, really, this fire is. And just how much damage it has caused. It does appear that we have a reporter getting ready for a shot, so we will let him get ready and move on to some other news that we are covering today. We'll head out to California. How does that sound? Let's take a look at the XRAD map. And now, I want to point this out because I know a lot of you tuning in maybe from the Northeast, the central U.S. are going to laugh when I tell you this, but one of the problems that they're going to have in L.A. for Super Bowl week, and as we know, Super Bowl is this Sunday, is it's actually excessively hot in the area. While most of the nation thaws out, the West Coast is actually getting unusually warm this week. I know a ton of you are probably rolling your eyes as I'm saying this, but the temperatures will reach almost in the lower 90s, which is obviously very warm temperatures for to play any sport, let alone to be playing a sport as big as the Super Bowl in February, really unexpectedly. With the Super Bowl next Sunday, all eyes are going to be on this very warm weather in and around Los Angeles. An excessive heat watch has actually been issued for that area through Friday. Again, temperatures expected to top out above 90. Now you're seeing the temperatures move now, and they're around 57, 58. That's seasonable, but there is this warm weather front that's going to push in. And things are going to get very, very interesting for Super Bowl Sunday. Now, we are keeping up to date on all of the Super Bowl news, and our Fox News correspondent, Madeline Rivera, that is, she has more on the potential record-breaking sports gambling streaks that could occur and what law enforcement say you should be watching out for if you're going to invest in some Super Bowl merchandise. Let's take a listen to this latest report from her.
Super Bowl 56 is expected to break records. The American Gaming Association predicting 31.5 million sports fans will bet on this year's big game, up by 35% from last year, resulting in more than $7.6 billion worth of wagers.
Super excited.
And these gambling forecasts are boding well for states where sports betting is allowed, especially in New York, where folks will be able to start placing bets directly from their phones.
It's almost too convenient. I can upload some like $5, $10 onto my app right away and bet.
New York officials hope this will increase revenues for the state, but say safety measures are in place to prevent gambling abuses, including
caps on accounts, caps on credit card usage, warding off against minors.
Betting on sports, however, isn't the only way to make money.
We want Kim to get a new jersey.
Super Bowl merchandise can also prove valuable, but law enforcement say if you're looking to invest in some gear, be on the lookout for fakes.
Counterfeiting is a crime. It's nothing more than stealing. And individuals or entities that are involved in the sale or distribution of counterfeit products may face civil or criminal penalties.
Hats and jerseys aren't the only things counterfeiters are trying to sell. Officials have even confiscated fake Vince Lombardi trophies as well. In total, 30 states and Washington, D.C. offer sports betting, with 10 of those making it legal since last year's Super Bowl. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And I did want to bring you live to SoFi Stadium, where the Super Bowl will be happening. Right now it's calm. You obviously can't feel the heat through the screen, but we will have 360 coverage for you on the big game throughout the week. My co-host, Regina Gonzalez, who's going to come on after me, she's going to be speaking to a Super Bowl and football expert who she actually spoke to during the Tom Brady news, and he's actually a friend of Tom Brady's. Regina is very well connected, and she's going to bring you the latest on the Super Bowl a bit later on in our show. But continuing with perhaps some safety concerns, I do want to play a Super Bowl press conference for you where they lay out all of the law enforcement and safety precautions that they are taking ahead of the big game.
Will be allowed into the stadium. These are clear bags that are 12 by 6 by 12. This is a normal game day policy. Just a reminder, because we do get a lot of people from out of town for Super Bowl. If you want to breeze through security, less is more. The less you bring, the faster you go through security. We have lots of entry points. We can get you through very quickly with the technologies that we have, but the less you bring, the faster you will move through. As always, this is a no drone zone. I know there'll be some more talk from our partners up here about drones, but drones will be prohibited under a TFR, or a flight restriction, around our stadium. So the 30-mile restriction for 1 hour before to 1 hour after the game, and then a smaller restriction area for a week leading up to the game. We'll have a smaller restriction for drones around the area. So you can find out what you're allowed to do in terms of drones by going to the FAA website. It'll show you where those restricted areas are and when they go in place, so you know whether you can operate your drones safely. But I would say 30 miles around the stadium on game day, no drones, please. All right, so now to our distinguished guest. I will start off with the Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary, U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Secretary?
Thank you so much, Kathy. Let me start on a personal note, if I may, before I speak of all of the tremendous work to ensure a safe, a secure, and enjoyable Super Bowl 56. My family's journey started in Cuba, to Miami, Florida, and ultimately to Los Angeles, California. As a young child, every single night, I laid my head to rest on a Los Angeles Rams pillowcase. I would find it incredibly inappropriate to imply any favoritism for either of the teams that play on Sunday. Let me share with you, first and foremost, my gratitude to Kathy Lanier for her leadership in ensuring a safe and secure Super Bowl, and also Chief Fonterrata of the Inglewood Police Department. We in the Department of Homeland Security support local law enforcement and local emergency personnel ensuring a safe and secure Super Bowl. And Chief Fonterrata and the Inglewood Police Department are the lead law enforcement agency in making sure Sunday is successful. Kathy articulated very clearly, and it is absolutely true, we have no information of a specific credible threat against the Super Bowl. What this is all about is planning and preparation to prevent any incident from occurring. And it requires the dedication and the tireless work of extraordinary personnel in law enforcement, in the security environment, to ensure that that remains so. We in the Department of Homeland Security have dedicated more than 500 individuals from across the department to this effort that, as Kathy stated, started well more than 1 year ago. We are taking measures that are both seen and unseen. Of course, we have our personnel ensuring the screening of everyone and everything that enters the perimeter of SoFi Stadium. We also are ensuring the safety of land, sea, air, and the cyber environments. It is the U.S. Secret Service, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the Transportation Security Administration, FEMA, the Office of Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, to make sure that explosive devices do not enter the perimeter. We do so much that people will see in terms of physical security, and so much behind the scenes that people will not see, but that they will understand as they continue to enjoy an extraordinary Sunday, February 13th. There are two efforts that I would like to just pay special attention to for a moment. One is the fact that we combat human trafficking at an event like this, where people from all over the world come to enjoy peacefully this special event. We are aware of the fact that there very well might be nefarious actors that prey upon vulnerable children and other individuals in one of the greatest scourges in crime that we see around the world, and that is the crime of human trafficking. We have our specialists working with local law enforcement to make sure that no perpetrators accomplish their insidious mission. In addition, Homeland Security investigations in ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, make sure not only that people enjoy this event, but they also ensure the integrity of the marketplace. We combat the trafficking in stolen and counterfeit merchandise. It is a multi-million-dollar under-the-table industry that we're very focused on cracking down on. People who will enjoy the Super Bowl will also see a shout out to the public's partnership. It is not only that federal, state, local, and the private sector partner together to ensure a safe and secure Super Bowl, but we also need the public's vigilance. And that's why we say, if you see something, say something. If something unusual strikes you, do not be passive, but reach out to law enforcement, reach out to people whom you will see on the premises to make sure that we can match your vigilance with action. And with that, Kathy, I thank you and look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. While the state and local law enforcement is the lead here at this event, we get a tremendous amount of support from our federal partners, and this is what this is all about, is all of the public safety officials and entities working together to make sure we have a really solid security plan. So in that vein, Jesse Baker, who is the Special Agent in charge of the United States Secret Service, has been our federal coordinator, and Jesse has a few words for you as well.
Thank you. Several years ago, the world-famous singer Prince was on a stage just like this. He was invited by the NFL. He had a musical performance at halftime. Instead of taking questions, he turned around and started playing music. Now, I was going to do that too, but I'm wearing the wrong outfit. My drum kit didn't show up on here. Now, well, Prince doesn't need to introduce himself. I still do. So again, Jesse Baker from the Secret Service, and I'm happy to represent federal government here and the assets that we're providing. I also want to acknowledge Dan Baber and Keith Jeffries are my partners from TSA and from the Federal Air Marshals. Now, the federal government and law enforcement agencies have a lot of experience, tremendous knowledge, a lot of backgrounds that we have to share. They've done that since I love music so much. I compare it to musicians. They do really great alone, but you put them together where they play together and they're on the same sheet of music, they can really accomplish a lot. That's what we're looking to do here. Now, the public, as the Secretary said, has a huge role in that. We hear it. If you see something, say something, and it works. But sometimes people still delay. And why can that be? Well, remember when we're little kids, what do we hear? Don't be a tattletale. Then we grow up and we say, well, maybe someone else will do something. I don't know that I want to get involved. But remember, who's going to be at this event? Daughters, mothers, sons, and our brothers. The loved ones that mean the most to us in our hearts. That's who's there. And being there, wouldn't we want to do everything possible that we could do to ensure their safety and security? Well, I think of course we would. That's all that we're asking, nothing more and certainly nothing less. So when you know there's something there, we have some incredible professionals that are here. They're trained to do that job. Let's give them that opportunity. And remember, it's not about turning people in. It's not about punishment. It's about getting people help. That's what we want to frame it. It's about getting people the help that they need. Now, in the closing, I want to acknowledge a great quote that I think applies to the federal government as it comes here. It said, a team is not a group of people that work together. A team is a group of people that trust each other. I can assure you here from the federal perspective with these amazing partners we do, we have a great plan for Sunday. I'm looking for a safe and successful event. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jesse. You can see why we love Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. Also on the federal side, we have Amir Asai, who is the Special Agent in charge of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. This is a partnership that exists every single day of state and local law enforcement. They literally live together 365 days a year, and they've been a tremendous partner for us here with Super Bowl. So I'll turn it over to you, Amir.
Thank you. Good morning. As Kathy mentioned, my name is Amir Asai, and I'm the Special Agent in charge for the Counterterrorism Division for the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. I also oversee the Joint Terrorism Task Force, as just was mentioned. For the FBI, we're among dozens of agencies involved in security planning for Super Bowl 56. We've worked with everyone throughout the past year to be prepared and ensure that events at the Super Bowl are safe. We have many long-standing partnerships with local, federal, and state partners. We investigate cases together, we respond together, and we train together on a daily basis. Specific to the Super Bowl, we've conducted many exercises throughout the past year. We've worked through various scenarios to make sure that we have seamless coordination, communication, and that we're appropriately resourced to be able to handle any matters that come up. So I want you to know that we're prepared and we're ready to respond to threats 24 hours a day. However, as the DHS Secretary mentioned, the FBI, we also plan to kind of operate in the background. While everyone is out there enjoying the Super Bowl and the events, our game plan is to remain undetected. While you might not see us, rest assured that we're out there working with all the partners and that we are fully engaged. As mentioned several times, there are no credible threats currently to the Super Bowl or any related events, but we want to hear from anyone that has that witnesses any suspicious activity, including online suspicious activity. You can reach our FBI office in Los Angeles at 310-477-6565, or you can submit tips at tips.fbi.gov. Just want to end with an important message for the drone users out there. The Super Bowl is a no-drone zone, and there are temporary flight restrictions in place above and around SoFi Stadium on February 13th. Please do not violate these restrictions. Anyone who violates these restrictions will face consequences, and violators can be fined, their drones can be confiscated, any drone certifications they have can be removed, and they can even face federal prison time. As Kathy mentioned, go to the FAA's website at www.faa.gov There you can learn how to register your drone, where you can operate your drone, and most importantly, where you cannot operate your drone. So the bottom line is leave your drone at home on Super Bowl Sunday. The FBI, our partners up here, and the FAA, we take these drone violations extremely seriously, and so should drone users. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I'll introduce Mark Frontiata. He is one of my favorite police chiefs in the country. He has really taken on a huge, huge role here. This is, if you've not ridden by the stadium in the last 24 to 48 hours, the stadium build-out is massive. It is no other way to describe the build-out just so far as massive. This all impacts his daily operations. He and his team have been amazing partners with us, have been with us every step of the way, and as was mentioned earlier, in partnership with everyone else, has put together a huge, huge support for this operation. And I would be remiss if I did not mention at least the Inglewood Mayor, James Butts, who was not able to join us today, but sends his regards. And now I'll turn it over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Kathy. And as the DHS Secretary said, you know, all of us here in law enforcement are very appreciative, especially of us in Inglewood. I want to shout out to my LA County Sheriff partners who have been very helpful during the regular season and certainly for the Super Bowl. I know that the DHS Secretary has dedicated a lot of resources to this event, and we truly appreciate that. I also have to mention as Kathy mentioned, my federal counterpart, Jesse Baker from the Secret Service. He's been just absolutely phenomenal. And the great partnerships that we have in this county are the strength of our safety for the public, and that has been brought to full bear here. What you will see is hundreds of officers deployed on game day and this week to secure the campus, and there'll be a layered effect of security that will come through all the way to you get to the gate. I know everybody's always interested in traffic, so as Kathy also mentioned, please go on the websites that she mentioned, but you can also go to the Inglewood City websites as well as the Inglewood Police Department websites for traffic options. And, you know, ride shares and using the metro system and shuttles and will be very, very helpful. We would appreciate it.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is Wednesday, February 9th. We are taking a look back at the latest Super Bowl safety press briefing that we got from Secretary Mayorkas, as well as other Los Angeles officials and police. We are just days away from the big game, the LA Rams hosting the Cincinnati Bengals. To the right-hand side of your screen, and actually I can give you a full look. This is SoFi Stadium in Southern California right now, so be sure to stick with us at around 10:20 a.m. Eastern time. We're actually going to be speaking live with one of our Fox weather reporters as he talks about the extreme heat that they are going to see in the state for the big game. In the meantime, I do want to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to entirely switch gears here. It has been 1 week since Amir Locke was shot inside of an apartment by Minneapolis police. Yesterday, we saw student walkouts and protests continuing in the city. So we are going to be joined by a criminal defense attorney in Minneapolis to break down what we know so far, as this has been a very extensive investigation and it's just getting started. So stick with us. That live interview coming up after this quick break.
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are continuing to bring you all of the top stories that we are following this morning. It's been a busy one, lots of breaking news, but I do want to shift our focus to a case that we have been following since the very beginning. Now, it has been 1 week since Amir Locke was killed by Minneapolis police inside of an apartment complex in the city. Now, new developments overnight, police making an arrest yesterday in that investigation surrounding the death of that Minneapolis man. I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Brian Yenas first, and then right after that we will be joined by a legal expert live to break down what we know thus far.
Prosecutors Tuesday in Minnesota filing charges against a teenager in a homicide investigation connected to the Minneapolis police raid that ended in the death of 22-year-old Amir Locke. The teen, 17-year-old Mekhi Speed, is Locke's cousin. He's wanted in connection with a murder. Investigators tracked him down to an apartment complex in Minneapolis. Police obtained search warrants for his apartment as well as for a neighboring apartment where his brother lived, Unit 701, where Amir Locke was asleep on the couch when a SWAT team entered and shot and killed him. Tuesday, students in the Twin Cities organized a walkout to show solidarity with Locke's family and demand greater police accountability.
Full transparency and a full overhaul and demilitarization of Minneapolis Police Department.
Minneapolis's mayor also facing scrutiny after admitting his campaign made misleading statements about a 2020 policy change put in place on no-knock search warrants. Despite calling it an outright ban during his run for re-election, the policy still allowed no-knock warrants if officers announced their presence before entering.
Language became more casual, including my own. Which did not reflect the necessary precision or nuance, and I own that.
In the wake of Amir Locke's death, Mayor Frey has announced a full moratorium on no-knock warrants until the policy can be reviewed by outside experts. In New York, Brian Yenas, Fox News.
All right, and to weigh more onto this situation, I do want to welcome in Minneapolis criminal defense attorney Ryan Pasiga. He actually joined us throughout the entire duration of the Derek Chauvin trial, so we did want to bring him on to talk about this very extensive case. So Ryan, always good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Well, Ryan, as I mentioned, this is a very extensive situation, and I do want to start off our conversation by reviewing some of this body cam footage. So this was released within the last couple of days. Now, this video shows police using a key to enter the apartment, yelling police and ordering the person under the blanket on the sofa, which we later learn is Amir Locke, to show their hands and get on the ground before the gunshots are fired. And this entire incident literally transpired within seconds. So my question to you is, as an attorney, and really if you were reviewing this footage for your own case, what do you make of this?
Well, there's a couple things. On the one hand, law enforcement does yell police search warrants several times. And so they don't knock and announce like a regular search warrant, but they are yelling that. And so he's on notice, arguably, even though it's happening fast, that it is law enforcement. On the other hand, it's pretty dark in there. The blinds are mostly drawn and he's under the covers. It's complete chaos. And so this is a young man who's perhaps in the fog of the moment. He's sleeping, he's rustled out of his sleep. And the questions I'm going to have, I guess if I'm on the law enforcement side of it, is he eligible to possess a firearm? Because that could become an important fact in the case if you're arguing it on the law enforcement side. On the other hand, his lawyers will argue that he wasn't, or his family's lawyers will argue he wasn't pointing the gun directly at an officer, although it started to perhaps go in the direction of one of the officers in that body cam that's off to the right there. So you're right. I mean, it just happens so fast, and that highlights the dangers of these no-knock warrants.
Yeah, and I want to talk about no-knock warrants for a second, Ryan. So some facts here for our viewers. Minneapolis police executed 78 no-knock warrants in 2021 and more than 100 per year each of the 5 previous years. That's according to police data out there. But by contrast, St. Paul, the capital, which is just a few miles away, police said that they haven't carried out a no-knock warrant since 2016. So under what circumstances is a no-knock warrant supposed to be enforced by police, and does it really vary by jurisdiction?
We actually have a Minnesota statute there, so it's kind of a double-edged question. There is a state statute governing the use of no-knock warrants, and what it says is that police have to provide a sworn affidavit, and they have to include in this affidavit why they are specially seeking a no-knock entry and are unable to detain the suspect or search the residence through the use of a normal knock and announce warrant. They also have to say what investigative activities have taken place that support the heightened need for a no-knock search warrant, or why no investigative activity is needed or able to be performed, perhaps like an emergency, for example, and whether the warrant can be carried out effectively during daylight hours, or in addition to being a no-knock, whether it needs to happen it can be called a nighttime search warrant as well. Then after that, the police chief or someone that they designate, someone in sort of police management, also has to review and approve this particular kind of search warrant application. And finally, this no-knock search warrant can't be issued when the only crime alleged is possession of a drug. It's called a controlled substance. So they have to believe that it's more than personal use if it's drug possession in order to get a no-knock warrant as well. That's what our state law says. In addition to that, some police departments will have additional policies that maybe go above and beyond these requirements. Think of this state statute as a floor, like a minimum requirement. Some departments can have even higher requirements in their particular department to qualify for a no-knock warrant.
And yeah, I think a lot of questions surround, why did they do this? Did they act too fast when it comes to police? But we'll get into both sides of the arguments here in just a moment. I want to talk about how the Minneapolis police delivered this information. So the initial statement by the department referred to Locke as a suspect and said his gun was pointed in the direction of officers. We know he wasn't on that warrant, and the body cam footage, I feel like you really can't tell if the gun was pointing to the direction of the officers. So do you believe that the department misled the public with this initial statement?
With respect to whether he's a suspect or not, it seems to me right now that could have been reckless and misleading to say that, unless some new information comes out later that he was a suspect, perhaps not as a shooter himself, but somehow involved as aiding and abetting this situation. I haven't heard any of that, and that may never be the case, but I think that's the only thing that could save them later in calling him a suspect. But right now, it certainly doesn't look that way, and that could have been very reckless to say that. With respect to the gun pointing issue, at first blush, it sounded like, everybody thinks when they say the gun pointing that you'd have this young man literally pointing the gun at one of the officers. The spokesperson that came on for Minneapolis PD sort of explained that later. He had said that it was pointed in the direction, and he was referring to this officer that's off to the right. If you're looking at the body cam video, there's one officer that's off to the right, sort of on the right side of the couch. And the gun perhaps does point in that general direction. I'm not saying that Locke was pointing it right at that officer. It's kind of hard to tell. But that could be what they were referring to when they're saying the gun was pointing in that direction.
And, Ryan, that leads into the fact that there are two sides to every story. So as we see this investigation move forward, what do you think the key elements from both the police and either Amir Locke's family or any of the prosecution, what is that going to be?
Well, on the police side of it, here's what they're going to argue. They're going to say, hey, right or wrong about whether a no-knock search warrant should have been issued, or that whether we should have them in the future or not. The point is that a judge particularly authorized a no-knock search warrant in this situation. So the police had a right to do it that way because they had permission from a judge to do it. So they're going to argue, look, we're just carrying out our duties. We were given permission to do that. They're also going to say as soon as we entered the door, we yelled police search warrant several times, and that nobody shot until they saw Locke with the gun, and that the gun wasn't dropped, even though this happened very fast. They're going to say, look, what do you want someone to do? The gun is starting to point perhaps in the general direction of one of the officers. You can't wait to see if he shoots the other officer before you shoot him. And these are split-second decisions that are under the pressure of law enforcement, and it's sort of a very fast situation. And you know, the officer only shot because Locke had a gun and didn't drop the gun. That's what they will argue. On the flip side of it, Locke's family's lawyers, I anticipate they'll file a wrongful death suit at some point, and perhaps prosecutors, if they decide to prosecute the officer that shot, they'll argue that, you know, no-knock search warrants are inherently dangerous, that Locke was sort of in a fog, if you will. He's sleeping, the covers are over him, it's relatively dark in there, the blinds are drawn. And so you can imagine getting startled as a bunch of people pile in through the door and they're yelling, and you may not quite register what are they yelling at this moment in time. And you've got a gun perhaps for your own self-defense. Maybe he can legally possess a gun, and he's just not registering yet, but he's not fully pulling the gun around and pointing it like at the center of mass of that body of officers, if you will. And so that they shot too early, and that they came in under high-risk situation, and that wasn't fair to him. That's what they'll argue.
And Ryan, there is an entirely different element to this investigation, which we've learned over the last 24 hours. This case is literally expanding by the day. Yesterday, a suspect, actually Locke's cousin, 17-year-old Makai Speed, he's now in custody facing second-degree murder charges in connection to a December shooting death of a 38-year-old man in St. Paul. Will this be handled separately, or is it all a web in one big case?
No, it's completely separate. So the young man that's been charged now, he'll have his own criminal case, and these officers won't be charged along with him or anything like that. So they'll be separate cases completely.
Now, you know, Ryan, this is a city that has seen so much. The killing of George Floyd by former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, where we saw kind of a similar situation where the statement that was first released didn't fully match up with the video that was then surfacing online by so many bystanders. So because of these instances, many are saying that the Minneapolis Police Department is facing a credibility issue. Do you believe that to be true, especially as a lawyer in that area?
It can, yeah. I mean, look, there are times that police information is spot on right out of the gate. We've seen that where rumors on the other side of this, where rumors were swirling about a guy that was shot at the Nicholas Mall downtown Minneapolis. And they made it sound like that was a random police shooting that was unnecessary, and the video quickly dispelled that, and law enforcement gave accurate information there. However, we certainly have seen situations, not only in Minneapolis, but across the country, I think, where some law enforcement agencies release inaccurate information, either because they just don't have all of the facts yet, or perhaps because they want to quell a disturbance quickly and they know flat out that they're not being credible with what they're putting out there. So I think it is important for law enforcement to really take a look at the facts that are available to them before they make statements that carry so much weight here. And yeah, I think our police department here is facing a credibility issue, not necessarily from all segments of the population, but I think your average citizen does have some concerns about the credibility of some of the statements that are coming out from police departments right now.
And Ryan, we know now that Minnesota House Democrats are saying that they're going to advance legislation as soon as next week with new restrictions on no-knock warrants in the wake of this raid. Do you believe that this is going to happen? And if so, how will this change the future of these warrants in these situations?
I think it will happen. I don't know that they'll entirely ban that. Law enforcement will argue that there are some very, very dangerous situations, and if they knock and announce, they may actually be endangering themselves more by the time they come in the door by giving someone a chance to arm themselves, especially if it's a known violent offender, let's say. So I could see them keeping an exception for known violent offenders in order to protect law enforcement when executing search warrants. That being said, I think they will be curtailed, and perhaps some of these other reasons that have been able to pass muster in the past may not be allowed going forward.
And you know, Ryan, we have seen so many protests unfold over the last several days. You are a Minneapolis resident, and we actually spoke in the wake of George Floyd's murder, talking about the feel of the city. So what can you tell us walking around? What is it like to be a Minneapolis resident right now in the wake of all this?
Most people are on edge. We've seen a huge spike in carjackings and other shootings and violent crime. And so that's just something we're not quite as used to as perhaps some of the larger metropolitan areas in our country. People are starting to be conscious about how we park. Are we backing into a parking space or are we pulling in normal? Because can we get boxed in and get carjacked or robbed or something like that? So yeah, people are on edge that way. And then on the other side of it, with respect to what's going on with these cases that seem to keep happening here right now, everybody knows that people are waiting for certain jury verdicts to come out or certain sentencings to happen or certain charging decisions to be made. And everybody's on edge about, depending on how these decisions are made by juries, judges, or prosecuting authorities, how is society going to respond to that? Are we going to have more riots or violent protests as opposed to peaceful protests and the like? So the city has really been on edge since Mr. Floyd's death. It has never really been off edge since then. But we're just always kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop right now.
Yeah, and speaking of George Floyd's death, Ryan, I do want to really quickly, while I have you, go over the federal civil rights trial that is happening in St. Paul. So this Amir Locke situation also happening while this trial is going on. Now, since it's federal, we haven't been able to show our viewers what's going on inside of the courtroom. So as we touch on that, for viewers kind of just getting up to speed, why are these officers facing these charges? What charges are they facing? And how come this is a separate instance from Derek Chauvin?
Sure. So these officers are facing federal civil rights violations charges. And the name civil might confuse some people. These are criminal trials. So when people think civil, they think lawsuit. But people have civil rights, like to be free from an unreasonable search and seizure, to be protected by law enforcement situations and things like that. So what the federal government is prosecuting these officers criminally for is violating Mr. Floyd's civil rights. From an unreasonable seizure in that particular incident. And then second, not for what the officers did, but for what they allegedly failed to do in protecting Floyd, in not taking Chauvin off of his neck and rolling him on his side or the like. In other words, not intervening to save his life while they could have.
Yeah, and keeping up with this trial, Ryan, we've seen several witnesses take the stand in the last couple of weeks. Someone that stuck out to me was a respiratory expert, basically saying that George Floyd maybe could have survived if these officers stepped in, did CPR. So what witnesses have stuck out to you? Because we've heard from a lot of people.
Yeah, and it's tough because it isn't live streamed. But I think the trial, if I can kind of deviate from your question, is really going to come down to these officers. You've got two of them that are relatively new on the job, I think a couple weeks in, right? And police agencies are sort of paramilitary agencies. In other words, they have rankings. It's not like you work at a department store and you have a manager and a supervisor. you've got lieutenant, you've got corporal, you've got field training officer, you've got commander, and so forth. It's a little bit more like the military. So when you ask a higher ranking officer who's in charge at the scene, should we roll him on his side twice? And that higher ranking officer says no twice. These officers are going to point to that, the two younger ones that were also on Mr. Floyd's body, on his sort of his waist area and at his feet. And they're going to say, we had to follow the chain of command. This isn't like, working at a gas station where we can disregard some equal level employees' thoughts on how we should do so. So I think it's going to boil down to that. Each one of these officers had a particular role in the situation, and that's what they'll argue. You've got one in charge of crowd control. He's probably going to say, I don't know what's going on behind me. I hear what my job is to keep this crowd from charging into this scene where it could be very dangerous because you've got armed police officers. They're trying to control someone, and we don't know if anyone in the crowd is armed, and we can't have mayhem like that when they're trying to arrest somebody and get them in the back of a squad car later. That's what he'll say. These two other officers at the scene on the body will say, we're following our commanding officer. We asked if we should pull him over. He said no. Kind of what more can we do if we grab the officer and say, get off of him? We're going to be fired. This is an armed officer. We don't know if he's a loose cannon and he's going to do something to us. We don't know if the crowd says, geez, if two officers begin disagreeing and struggling over what to do in front of this, these other officers say, we hear Floyd saying he can't breathe, but we hear him saying that. We're not on his neck. We don't know where Chauvin is exactly pressing. We don't know if he's pressing on the, at the base of the neck or the shoulders, as opposed to maybe, right where your carotid artery might be, for example. And we don't know how hard Chauvin is pressing. And frankly, we didn't like what we were saying, but we've been on the job 2 weeks, and this is our commanding officer on it. So we're caught between a rock and a hard place. I think the whole trial is going to come down to that.
And speaking of Chauvin, Ryan, this whole case boils down to what he did. The big question coming from everybody, do you think that he will testify?
Well, that may indeed be part of his plea agreement. I don't know necessarily, but had he not pled, so he's pled guilty in the federal case, or he would be in trial with these guys. And that's why he's not in trial with them. They could have a deal where if he pleads guilty, his federal sentence could be lowered and run what's called concurrent to whatever state sentence he gets, or maybe even somehow he can work out a lower sentence down the road state-wise, although that would be hard because he was convicted by the jury. So it is possible that he would testify in this trial. The only hitch there is, of course, he's appealing his state court conviction. And if he testifies in this trial, that could later become admissible against him should he ever win in his appeal in the state court conviction and have to go back to trial in the state court case. So I'd say possible, but we don't know at this point for sure.
Well, Ryan, obviously lots going on, all eyes on Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota as this federal trial is going on in St. Paul. So we really appreciate you coming on with us and weighing in on these instances. So we will definitely be in touch with you again soon, and we hope that you have a great day. Thanks so much for joining us.
Happy to help. Take care.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you some of the latest live events that have just come in to our Live Now from Fox desk. And we are also just minutes away from talking Super Bowl heat. We are expecting really high temperatures for the big game this coming Sunday. So all that coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. I do want to head out live to Washington, D.C. right now, as we have just gotten this event into our desk. It appears that Representative Levin is talking about staffers unionizing out there. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Changed. The labor market's changed. There's the demand side of the labor market is very worried. They're having trouble finding workers. The supply side has more power right now, and workers are just standing up and saying, we want to have more say and more and a decent life. And why should our staff be left out of that?
Are you working with the Congressional Workers Union organization? Are you advising them, communicating with them?
Yes and no. I talk to many congressional staff because they come to me. They slide me their card and say, call me, whatever. But I don't know who the leadership of this union is. I was given the statement to read this morning. My staff are helping me do my job, right? To be here before you to introduce legislation. So I suppose, somebody knows, but I am not formally advising them. And I really, the reason that I am introducing this is not because I'm a leader of the staff union effort. I am not. I am an employer who they trust because of my career helping thousands and thousands of workers form unions, that I know that the leaders of any union drive are the workers. And even when you're an organizer, and you have to provide leadership in a really significant way. In those nursing homes, when they go and try to form a union, they are putting their job on the line. A poor person, overwhelmingly women, disproportionately of color. In this country, you can be fired for forming a union, even if it's technically against the law. The penalty for it is basically zero. And so the bravery of American workers when they try to form a union, private sector, public sector, if it's in the federal government with AFGE, or if it's in a state or local government with AFSCME or SEIU, or another, if it's NTEU or all the unions that represent federal workers, and certainly in the private sector. This is their effort, and I am simply doing the facilitating role of getting this legislation passed. So.
Before you go, can I ask
a
a Michigan question?
Yes, sir.
So about these truckers on the Ambassador.
Okay, yeah.
What's going on in Ottawa here? Can you talk about how this affects or could affect the Michigan economy, and also this issue that a lot of this comes with auto parts and auto manufacturing in Canada? What are the consequences of this domestically? What's going on in Ottawa and the Ambassador?
Yeah, well, so this is a very, very serious potential impediment to what's already a very delicate supply chain. We have all seen that the lack of chips and other parts are preventing our auto companies from selling cars that people are lining up to buy. They simply don't have the product, and a huge percentage of all the trade between the United States and Canada goes across the Ambassador Bridge. And so for that to be blocked is very serious. And I trust that the Canadian authorities will not treat this as simply a local police matter or of Windsor, Ontario or Ottawa, but will say these are obviously protests about national policy, and that we need to find a way to afford people, truckers and everybody else, the right to protest without undermining the economy and causing more supply chain problems, adding to inflationary pressures which come from the disruption to supply chains caused by the global pandemic. Yes, sir.
Another question about labor. On Monday, Valentine's Day, immigrants across the country are planning to strike, essentially not show up to work. They're calling it a day without immigrants. The rationale being that immigrant labor is essential to the holiday running smoothly. Is that something you support, and what would be your message to those workers, immigrant workers who in many cases aren't citizens and don't necessarily have status?
So I'm finding out about this from you, so thank you. But, in 1986, Congress passed the Immigration Reform and Control Act, or IRCA, That's the law that put enforcement of immigration rules into the workplace. That's why you have to fill out an I-9 when you get a job, because of the Immigration Reform and Control Act. At the time, I was an union organizer. I had transferred with the union from Michigan to Massachusetts, and I saw that this was a huge disaster, not just for immigrant workers, but for native-born workers, because it was a way for employers to divide workers against each other. And I have seen many times after the passage of that law, employers, when workers try to form a union and they have purposely hired a lot of immigrant workers, then they do a self-raid to purge themselves of the workers they hired because they are trying to crush a union drive. So, you know, our whole setup of the relationship between immigration and work in this country needs a big overhaul. We need to bring the 11 million undocumented immigrants who are here, paying taxes, working hard, out of the shadows. We need to celebrate their work. In a place like the Detroit area in Michigan, there's really no economist that sees a future where we can have enough workers to keep our economy healthy without immigrant workers. So I don't know about the specific event you're talking about, but I certainly celebrate the importance of immigrant workers in our economy. There are many, many sectors of our economy that would come to a standstill without immigrant workers, and we need to respect their role for sure. And of course, disproportionately, they've been essential workers on the front lines, exposed to COVID for over 2 years now. And so we really should be giving them all respect and appreciation. Yes.
Just a quick follow-up on Chad's question here with the protest over in Canada. Trudeau's response to those truckers has been to essentially insult them and call them names and whatnot. Do you think that was the way to handle that situation, since many of them are protesting these vaccine mandates?
What I think, and I'm not a Canadian lawmaker, and it's up to Canada to do their own thing. But what would make sense to me would be to say, hey, this is Canada, here, this is America. You know, you have a right to protest in Canada. We're going to protect that right. We're going to let you protest or make a lot of noise with your horns or drive your trucks around in a way that does not stop life here, and that does not make life miserable for local neighborhoods, you know, where people, I mean, they've been blaring their horns 24/7 in areas where, you know, where people are trying to sleep. So I think they should be both more muscular and more understanding, I would say, in their response. Yep, okay. All right. Thank you all so much.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We have been listening in to a press conference happening in Washington, D.C. as Representative Andy Levin was talking about unionizing staffers. It is a new resolution that he is trying to push. But I do want to entirely switch gears here this morning. We are going to go from Washington, D.C. out to SoFi Stadium in California in just days. Super Bowl 56 will be getting underway, and I feel like California weather has been a little tricky lately. It's been cold, it's been hot, but we are actually expected to see really hot temperatures. We're talking between 85 to 95 degrees for the big game. So I do want to head out live right now to California. That is where Fox Weather's Max Gordon is joining us with an update on the conditions that are expected over the weekend. Max, good morning to you. Very jealous of your location for this live report right now. But what can you tell us about the big game weather that everybody's literally going to be bringing the heat?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now I'm sitting on beautiful Venice Beach here by the ocean. You know, temperatures this morning were a little bit chilly in the 60s. That's why I've got my puffer jacket on. But things are going to be warming up today and for the weekend for the Super Bowl. So we're expecting to see temperatures, hitting the mid 80s to even touching 90. And that's abnormal for this time of year. Normally downtown LA for this day, we see an average of about 68 degrees as the high. So temperatures in the 80s, getting up there to the 90s, that is very, very different for this time of year. Now, this is triggering a heat advisory here in Southern California. That's going to be going on from 11 a.m. today all the way through 6 p.m. on Sunday. So that's going to be expiring just after kickoff for the Super Bowl. And so there are concerns for folks who are coming in from colder climates who might not be as used to these warm temperatures during the winter time as other folks here in Southern California. Of course, SoFi Stadium does have a roof overhead, but it is kind of an indoor-outdoor stadium. So we'll see how the weather affects conditions over there at the game. National Weather Service does have some tips for folks if they are going to be in the area, or for folks just living here in Southern California who want to handle the heat a little bit better. First you got to wear light clothing. Don't be working in the heat of the day and doing strenuous activities in the heat of the day. Drink more water than maybe you're used to, and then but coming back to here at old Venice Beach, one way to cool off is taking a dip in the beautiful Pacific Ocean. Temperatures in the Pacific right now, 59 degrees is the current water temperature. So maybe taking a swim or taking a surf today could be an option for folks if they really would like to cool off. Regina, I'm going to toss it back to you.
Yeah, and Max, all really great advice, especially for people who are heading that way for the big game in just a couple of days. But for those people that are already there, I mean, you are a California resident. What has the city and the area kind of been feeling like? Have you seen a lot of visitors and tourists so far?
Yeah, I mean, the city's definitely buzzing, people getting ready for the big game. Over the past few days, weather-wise, it hasn't been too abnormal. Beautiful temperatures, but we are getting these strong Santa Ana winds that are blowing offshore. As far as just like the mood of the city, though, people are really excited. They're stoked to see the Super Bowl come to town, especially because the Rams are going to be in the Super Bowl. So a lot of excitement for the hometown team.
So are you a Rams fan? Big question.
Well, let's just say I'm going to be probably paying more attention to the chicken wings and other Super Bowl snacks than I am for the big game. No, I'm originally from the Bay Area, so I'd say I'm a Niners fan. I don't really have a huge allegiance to any one team, though, so yeah, I'm just excited that the Super Bowl is going to be here, and there's going to be all sorts of festivities surrounding it.
Exactly, and I feel like you were probably sad a couple of weeks ago with what happened to the 49ers, so definitely good to focus on the food and the partying. I personally, I'm going to be doing the same. So, Max, thank you so much for joining us. We'll definitely be in touch with your team about these really hot temperatures expected over the weekend. So we appreciate you, and have a good day out there.
Hey, thanks. You too.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be in touch with our Fox weather correspondents out in California to talk about those temperatures for the next coming days, get a look at those conditions as we approach the big game, the LA Rams hosting the Cincinnati Bengals. We're also going to be touching base with experts and Fox Sports contributors throughout the next couple of days to talk about events in town. You heard Max say that the city is already buzzing, people making their way over to the West Coast to watch or to even just attend some of the parties. And as Max said, get a taste of some really good Super Bowl food. Be sure to tweet us at LiveNowFox. Tell us your favorite Super Bowl food. I'm definitely a chicken wings girl myself. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop news. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are continuing our coverage of all of the top stories on this Wednesday morning. But first, I do want to give you a look into some of the live feeds we've got coming into our desk. So we're going to head out live to Washington, D.C. right now. This is inside of the Senate floor. If we do get any lawmakers, senators speaking, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are also getting some feeds in from the White House. So it looks like any moment now we are going to be expecting a White House COVID-19 press briefing by their response team. This is coming as we've seen more and more states really get rid of their indoor mask mandates. It is actually expected that in New York today, the governor is expected to get rid of that mandate as well in coming days. We've seen New Jersey, Oregon, California. So we'll definitely keep you posted on what the response team has to say here on Live Now from Fox. We also have this incoming feed from Southern California. If you were just joining us before that quick break, we were speaking live with a Fox weather correspondent talking about the fact that there is going to be a heat wave hitting California with temperatures in Los Angeles expected to hit between 85 to 95 degrees. So that's February in Southern California for you. Max Gordon saying that it's been a little chilly, but then this heat wave is coming in. So if you are planning on heading out to that area for the big game, be sure to pack accordingly. The National Weather Service advising folks to wear light clothing, drink plenty of water, even when you're not thirsty. Don't get dehydrated, and never leave your kids or pets in vehicles unattended. Maybe this is going to be a little parents getaway. I know my father, when he goes to the Super Bowl, that's his boys trip. So maybe you won't even have your kids or your pets. But if you do, be sure to really plan ahead as this heat wave is expected to make its way to California. We actually do have a look at our XRAD radar showing you the temperatures out there right now. Still pretty chilly. 39 degrees in Sacramento, 54 in San Jose, 45 in Bakersfield, and 61 in Los Angeles. So to see these temperatures skyrocket in the next coming days, we'll be sure to bring it to you live on Unfiltered on this radar as we follow those conditions. Meanwhile, I do want to shift our focus to some crime-related news. I brought it to you right here live and Unfiltered yesterday when I was on set. We saw the parents of the alleged Oxford High School shooter in a preliminary hearing out there in Rochester, Michigan, and we got a lot of new details. We heard from witnesses talking about conversations that happened before, during, and after that shooting that claimed the lives of 4 students on November 30th. So I do want to give a closer look as to what we saw. Our Fox 2 Detroit team was inside that courtroom and is bringing us the very latest. Let's listen in.
Okay, we've heard about a cry for help. Everyone said, oh, I was very concerned.
Attorney Ben Johnson, who is suing the shooter's parents, teachers, and counselors because government immunity prevents him from going after the district, paying close attention to the disturbing testimony, especially when it came to James and Jennifer Crumbly, who he says blew off their son's troubled behavior. He pointed to a meeting they had with school staff hours before the shooting rampage.
They all had control at that point. Not just the parents, not just them. They all had control, and they all blew it.
Testimony by a detective with Oakland County's Computer Crime Unit revealing what he discovered on the phones of the Crumbleys. Ethan texting friends, showing off his new gun and others and how to use them. In August, making a haunting comment to a friend. But that's not all.
Ethan, this is, now it's time to shoot up the school.
And the final text in this export?
JK, 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 JK. There was text messages back and forth between the other juvenile and him of kidnapping and killing another classmate. There's also videos of killing and mutilating baby birds.
Ethan, he says, also spent a lot of time on a website searching school shootings. But after the 15-year-old was caught by a teacher searching ammunition on his phone by text, his mom, Jennifer, appeared to joke about the consequences, or lack thereof.
Seriously, question mark, looking up bullets in school, question mark, question mark.
And what time and date was that sent?
That's on the 29th of November, 2021 at 11:53 a.m.
Okay. And what was the response?
He responded almost immediately after by saying, what?
Okay, was there a second and third response?
Yep, he responded saying, oh yeah, I already went to the office for that. Did you at least show them a pic of your new gun? LOL, I'm not mad. You have to learn not to get caught.
Several people Jennifer Crumbly spent time with, from her horse trainer to co-workers, testified she often confided in them about her issues with her son. Amanda Howland says they were at work when Jennifer was called to the school. When she returned, Jennifer showed her why. Perhaps the biggest red flag, Ethan's violent drawing of bleeding victims on his math homework.
That they were concerned with his drawing, that they were concerned that he may be feeling badly at school and that something could happen.
The school required immediate counseling, but that would never happen.
I said she should have brought him home.
And why did you say that?
I felt it was a disturbing photo, and I thought this child needed to be around family.
I'm Taryn Asher for The Edge.
Meanwhile, our very own Daytona Everett spoke with a legal expert following this preliminary hearing that we brought you live, raw, and unfiltered all day yesterday here on Live Now from Fox, really digging deeper into the witness testimony that we heard. So I want to play for you this segment here on Live Now from Fox.
So James and Jennifer Crumbly being taken out of the courtroom right there. Everything ending for the day. And unfortunately, we didn't get the beginning of that, but it sounds like more proceedings will happen February 24th at 8:30 a.m. I have Andrew Chakosky, our legal analyst, here on the line. So we were talking about the evidence and the miscommunication between both sides here. So what is next for this case?
Discovery documents correct. So this has now been delayed to the 24th because the cell phone text messages that the defense attorneys have seem not to line up with what the prosecution attorneys have through their detective. Now that's very standard, and the software used in order to download all of these messages can be very complicated. So it could just be a user error type of problem here. And that's where attorneys offline, outside of the courtroom, tend to work together actually relatively collaboratively to make sure that everybody has the same thing. And so that's what's probably going to be the priority over the next couple of weeks, is to make sure that everybody has the same thing that they're talking about.
Right, and this is essential for both sides to be able to build their cases in this instance. So unfortunately, I think there was supposed to be another day tomorrow. Now everything being delayed and pushed back to February 24th. But still, we were diving into what was presented today, the evidence and the conversations had on the actual day of the shooting. And we were talking about that 911 call with James Crumbly.
Yeah, the 911 call was pretty hard to hear. We could hear that from the perspective of where kind of the microphone was in the courtroom, but we could hear James Crumbly making a phone call, and the 911 operator was initially trying to push him off the line, and he was insisting on making sure that a report of the involvement that he suspected was made known, and a phone number exchange, something along that line. So we can see that James Crumbly, at least initially, was trying to make contact with law enforcement. Again, as I was saying before the court had resumed just a minute ago, that can cut both ways. On one hand, it can show a consciousness of guilt, and on the other hand, it could show that he's actually trying to take mitigation efforts, trying to bring forward some information to law enforcement. Ultimately, I think that what is going to be very difficult here for the prosecution, although they're doing their very best to demonstrate it, is what the parents knew and when they knew about the degree of danger or risk that Ethan Crumbly presented to the public. And that's the big question here, and that's the charge. Very interesting charge, that they were negligent in not doing more to bring forward the risks that were at hand.
And what about Jennifer Crumbly? What did you make of her after all of the evidence that was presented today, the conversations that she had, the reaction she had to the shooting?
Well, again, I think that in her reaching out to her boss and a coworker are kind of all in the same, it showed that she seemed to be surprised about it, but it also seemed where she's asking for a lawyer, that she could have felt like she had done something wrong. Unclear whether she thought she needed that lawyer for herself or for her son. What I did notice is in watching her in court, and all eyes have been on the Crumleys, largely because of their own communication, their glances, but I noticed that she was very tearful, especially during the 911 call, listening to her husband speaking to the 911 operator. She seemed to be very tearful during that time. So those are the little things that might be looked at by the court. Now, I don't think that there's going to be enough evidence in favor of the defense for the charges not to go forward, but we do see genuinely what seems like a show of emotion here. These are complicated issues, and to try to get at the question of what they knew and when they knew and whether they should have done something more is going to be a tough thing for the prosecutors to show, especially with the variation of emotional reaction after the fact.
And another interesting point, the relationship of James and Jennifer coming into play into this, possibly an extramarital affair was going on as well. What role and what kind of importance does that play into the case?
One of the things that I think is going to be important in evaluating what they knew and when they knew it was what the parents were actually doing during the time that Ethan was getting ready to do the damage that he did and commit the terrible crime that he committed as it appears on paper that he did. We know the gun was in his hand. We know he's the one who pulled the trigger. There are questions about whether he was insane at the time, and that's a different case, and that's something that's still being investigated. I don't want to indicate that he's guilty of something before his trial, but what the parents were going through, whether perhaps they were distracted by other things going on in their own lives and failing to take note of what their son was going through, could be an important factor here in determining how negligent they were in taking care of their son, albeit a teenager at the time.
Right, exactly. You know, Jennifer even speaking to a friend and saying that Ethan was, quote, weird, and that he only had one friend. These are the types of statements that we are hearing about Jennifer prior to the shooting itself. Anything else, any other big takeaways that maybe you heard from inside of the courtroom, from the proceedings, that were surprising to you that we didn't know?
I think one of the things that we fail to do oftentimes in how we report on these cases initially is that it's just kind of what's brought forward initially. What we are finding out is these are people with full lives, with a lot of complicated things going on both before the shooting and after the shooting. And when the trial really happens, and this is just a preliminary stage, I think we're going to see so much more of that, where to some degree they're going to be humanized, but also vilified by the prosecution. We're going to see a much broader picture of what's going on in the days and weeks beforehand and in the minutes and hours afterwards, to show just how much they knew, when they knew it, and what else was going on in their lives that could have distracted from it, or that they were distracted by when they should have been paying attention to what their son was doing.
Right. Well, we should be learning a lot more on February 24th at 8:30 a.m. Andrew Cherkasky, thank you so much for joining us here on the show to break it all down for us while it all was happening live.
All right, that was a segment from our very own Daytona Everett speaking with a legal expert about all of the testimony we saw yesterday in the preliminary hearing for the parents of the alleged Oxford High School shooter. So we will keep you up to speed with all the developments in this case here on Live Now from Fox as it continues. Meanwhile, I do want to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. Actually, we're not going to do that. We're not going to send you on a break because we've got Senator Mitch McConnell speaking on legislation live from the Senate floor. So let's head out to Capitol Hill.
More than police reform. Last summer, NPR interviewed a man who committed terrible crimes as a young adult, served time, turned his life around, now works with young men in prison. The reporter asked how he'd gotten caught up in criminal violence. Where did his childhood veer off course? Here was the man's explanation, a direct quote. Here's what he said. It was my environment. When I go outside every day, as soon as I walk out my front door, I'm entering a war zone. From sunup to sundown, robberies and murders and carjacking and extortion became a product of my environment. So this man's problem was not an evil justice system that was out to get him. It wasn't that his neighborhood had an excess of law and order. The problem was a lack of law and order. It is not compassionate to let vulnerable kids grow up in war zones because Democrats feel bad putting violent criminals in prison where they belong. Let me say that again. It is not compassionate to let vulnerable kids grow up in war zones because Democrats feel guilty putting violent criminals behind bars where they belong. Neither is it compassionate to make innocent, law-abiding citizens across America live in fear because liberal public servants won't do their jobs. The answer to this crime wave isn't slashing law enforcement budgets. It isn't replacing cops with social workers. And it isn't far-left gun grabbers coming after constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. Here's the answer. Elected officials need to drop the soft-on-crime nonsense and give innocent American families the protection they deserve.
Those were some live remarks from Senator Mitch McConnell on the Senate floor. I do want to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. As you heard, he was speaking on the crime wave across the nation that we are continuing to monitor and legislation that needs to be issued, according to him, to keep Americans safer as they go about their everyday lives. Again, we're going to send some of you on a quick break. We'll be right back with more Nonstop News. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are continuing to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered, nonstop news. And I do want to continue doing so by heading to a virtual conference that is happening right now, talking about the legal and human costs of U.S. drone strikes. So definitely an interesting subject to bring you here. So let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
It's only going up, up, up. With the broadband bill and the infrastructure package, we're going to see less and less folks moving to urban America and perhaps more going to rural where they can telework, which means ridership not coming back. We also see the challenges in Washington uniquely with what happened on Insurrection Day. That has scared away, rightfully so many tourists that are no longer in DC, and also the legions of workers that were here to work with Congress. to work with the regulatory agencies. Now we're also not here. And part of it's the violence on Insurrection Day and the threat of other days of potential violence that might uniquely hit the Capitol and not other cities. So a lot of that is pretty glum as we think about how you project to get to a fix your profit and loss statement. So could you just take a quick look at your deficit you project in 2024 and give us an idea how you see how that possibly, with this type of catastrophe, it's really mission impossible, turning this around from a financial standpoint. And we may have to accept that it's going to be a consistent money loser and a big money loser for decades and decades, but necessary to have our capital shown in the best way it can, and also get the legions of federal workers, 40% you mentioned, to and from their place of work. So just walk me through the P&L statement. How are you going to fix that 2024? What your ideas are about that, Mr. Wiedefeld?
Thank you, Congressman. I would also like to have the chairman give some thoughts because that is a big challenge for the new general manager, and I know that's a big focus of the board to have someone that can address those type of issues. I think we have to step back and understand that transit is not a profit-making business. That's not what it's designed to do. It serves lots of other societal goals, and that is part of the package with transit in this nation and around the globe, to be frank. So I think a pure business model is definitely, you should look at it as a business and minimize the different costs and associated things of that sort. But to think that we'll ever turn a profit from a pure operating model, I think is just not what transit does in this nation and globally. But if I could, to turn to the chairman for his thoughts on the future.
Yeah, Congressman, you're right. I mean, you look at the statistics on paper as they currently stand, it's going to be a huge challenge. I think many of us, though, are very optimistic. We look at this region, its growth, and what's happening in and around metro stations, and it is vital. And as Mr. Wiedefeld said, at times, a transit system is not about making money. We are doing everything we can. We're beginning to think about doing other things to get that ridership back once people do start coming back into work. I don't think everyone is going to be teleworking or moving away from the region. In fact, if anything, I think this region is going to continue to grow. So there is optimism there. But you're right. I mean, WMATA is not going to look the same today as it does 5, 10, or 15 years from now. Our region is not going to look the same. And we have to look at the system differently. I mean, before everything went to the core, I think that's going to change. You look at the advent of the Silver Line, you're going to have people reverse commuting. We really haven't had a lot of that in the past. And so there's a lot we're going to have to be looking at, but there is no doubt that we are going to have to make very difficult financial and operational decisions in conjunction with and cooperation with the general manager, the new general manager, and metro leadership and regional leadership. Because as Chairman Conley said earlier, the regional financial model long-term is simply not sustainable. And that conversation is going to take years to get to whatever that new model is. But we have to start that discussion soon because the current model most likely is not sustainable into the future.
I know my time's expired, but we just got to have a target that X hundred millions is what the loss is important, but we need to aim for something and figure that's the important, but we need to aim for something and figure that's the subsidy that's appropriate for the model that's out there and that can be attained. I yield back.
Understood. Thank you. Yep.
I next recognize Congressman Clyde.
Thank you. If I may.
You're watching Live Now from Fox as we enter into a new hour here, providing you all the updates and top stories from around the country. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Here's what we have coming up for you in just a little bit. In Washington, we are monitoring where Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi is set to give some updates. We'll be bringing that to you as it happens. Also, keeping an eye out on the White House COVID-19 task force meeting that should be happening at any moment here. We're also looking forward to the New York governor, where she is expected to loosen up the mask mandates for businesses. That's what we are seeing really in a lot of cities right now. And I want to go out to Massachusetts, where the governor just recently gave an update. Let's listen to that here while we do wait for the COVID White House task force update.
So I think we've extended it 3 times already since we instituted it, and we always assess the circumstances on the ground. You know, we are really relying on our medical and health experts to help us with these decisions.
Governor, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of agreement about this, and yet Michelle Walensky from CDC is saying, hey, Governor, hold back a little bit, it's a little too quick. I mean, did you consider her and what she thinks about it?
Well, you got to remember that the CDC is worrying about 50 states worth of data and information. In Massachusetts, we do have very high vaccination rates among our overall population, very high vaccination rates. Again, I'm speaking relative to other states. Very high vaccination rates for kids who are in school. Most states don't have the kind of surveillance testing program that we have in place. Most states don't have pool testing. Most states don't have take-home tests. We also have one of the lowest hospitalization rates in the country, and we have the lowest positive test rate in the country. So I think to some extent, she's applying what I would describe as a national standard because there are 50 states out there. But within that 50 states, you have a lot of states that are in different places.
You said in your remarks that you have more tools available in this COVID fight. I was wondering if the COVID treatments played into this decision at all, such as the COVID pill, because there are kids who are unvaccinated and worried when they bring it home to their elderly grandmother. I was wondering if you have enough supply of those COVID treatments that way.
Well, there's certainly more treatments now than there were before, and for the first time, there are oral medications available, and that will continue to grow over the course of the next few months as well. But I think for us the biggest issue was we have very high vaccination rates, we have very high testing infrastructure in place, and we do a lot of surveillance work, and schools have been proven to be very safe over the course of the pandemic.
Are we at the endemic stage now? Are we just, I mean, is it over? I've asked you this for 2 years. I mean, is it over?
And I've given you the same answer, which is, my Halloween movie analogy, which is, Michael Myers, you just never know. But I think what I will say is I think we've tried over the course of the past couple years to take seriously the fact that this is going to be something we'll be dealing with for an extended period of time, and that's part of the reason why we bought so many tests, and part of the reason why we continue to distribute masks and built a pretty aggressive testing protocol into our K-12 system in the first place.
So it's like the flu. I mean, we just got to move forward and live with it.
I think I wouldn't compare it to the flu, but directly because there are differences between COVID and the flu. But I would say that I think it's going to be important for all of us to understand that this is something we need to figure out how to incorporate into the way we live. Yeah. I don't want to get into hypotheticals on this. What I can tell you is that we meet on a regular basis with a group of infectious disease experts, and so does DESE. And we're constantly talking to them about the latest updates in information and guidance, and And this thing, keep in mind, right, the other thing that's going to change over the course of the next several months, to get back to Abby's point, we are going to have a lot more therapeutics available that will be much easier to use. I just think there's a lot of pieces to this, and you can't just focus on any one of them, which is one of the reasons why we spend a lot of time talking to people who are in the field and in the space and why they do. And then we make decisions based on the guidance we get from them. Say again? Well, part of what we've been saying for a while now is that our primary focus, both around shots and vaccinations and mandates and masks and all the rest, have really been focused on areas that involve vulnerable populations. So healthcare, long-term care, assisted living, homeless shelters, residential programs for people with developmental disabilities and mental health issues, addiction treatment programs, and I think that's going to continue.
It's a big update there from Massachusetts there as their mask mandate in schools to be lifted there on February 28th. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to go out live right now to the White House COVID-19 task force that just started right here on Live Now from Fox.
Strides in our ability to effectively monitor this virus. And new tools allow us to prepare and react to an evolving virus and inform response measures in near real time. Today, I'd like to walk you through just a few of the layers of surveillance we have in place, some that we have been expanding and developing over the past 2 years, and others that are bedrocks of our public health work. Let's start at the local community level, where our biggest question is, can we quickly identify spikes in cases? As people with COVID-19 shed the virus, testing in wastewater or our sewage systems can help us monitor COVID-19 in communities and provide an early warning of increased COVID-19 cases to help communities prepare. Last week, CDC publicly released national wastewater surveillance data, tracking more than 400 testing sites across the country in 212 communities, which we will double to more than 800 testing sites in the next 4 weeks. On this map, you can see the testing sites that we monitor and trends in the levels of the virus. Communities in blue have decreasing levels of virus, while communities in red and orange have increasing levels. This is a powerful tool that, when paired with traditional public health surveillance, can help us identify where the disease is spreading and how best to distribute resources. We've also made significant progress in syndromic surveillance, defined by the ability to identify symptoms and cases that are suggested of COVID-19 disease. Through syndromic surveillance, we can answer questions about disease severity and patient populations with the highest burdens of disease, crucial information to inform guidance and prevention measures. More than 6,000 healthcare facilities across the country, representing over 70% of emergency departments, contribute data to our syndromic surveillance and help us understand where and how the virus is having an impact. In addition to monitoring where the virus is and how disease presents in the community, our genomic surveillance can quickly identify variants so that we can understand their impact. Each week, CDC analyzes genomic sequences from all 50 states and uses these sequences to understand the spread of variants across the country. On this slide, you can see the projections of variant proportions for the last 14 weeks. Omicron, shown in pink and purple, now represents nearly 100% of viruses circulating in the United States. Our cohort studies and state-level surveillance data provide detailed and regular reports of how our vaccines are working in the real world among diverse populations, giving us faster and better data to know that our vaccines are working against new and emerging variants. You've heard me discuss many of these platforms before, like our hospital surveillance through CDC's COVIDNet and Ivy, our collaboration with 7 integrated healthcare and public health research centers through Vision. Surveillance of infection is essential in frontline workers in Heroes Recover, and our nationwide surveillance of vaccine effectiveness in children and young adults in overcoming COVID-19. Taken together, these studies provide us an in-depth and comprehensive understanding of how vaccines are working with participations in sites nationwide. And importantly, COVID-19 vaccines are being administered under the most intensive vaccine safety monitoring effort in the United States history. Our nationwide vaccine safety networks, such as vSafe, which provides personalized and confidential health check-ins via text message, and other systems such as VAERS, the Clinical Immunization Safety Project, and the Vaccine Safety Data Link, empower us with the data of any rare side effects or reactions after vaccination or boosting. This is a huge amount of data. CDC, along with our partners across government, state and local jurisdictions, academia, and healthcare, has cast a wide and comprehensive net over the country to follow the virus and its impacts in real time. And we will continue these data as our using these data as our guiding source as we look to what comes next. I know there will come a time when we move from a phase of crisis to a point where COVID-19 is not disrupting our daily lives. And as we all look forward to this next step, I want to instill in everyone that moving forward from this pandemic will be a process that's led by our surveillance and our data. I'm confident that CDC and our public health partners are well positioned to lead the way. Thank you. And now with that, I will turn things back over to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Dr. Walensky. Now let's move to booster shots. We know that there are a number of different ways to view progress on boosters, depending on which data set you're looking at. For example, some people assess boosters as a proportion of all adults who are fully vaccinated, while others look at the total U.S. adult population, even though not every adult is eligible for a booster shot yet. So before I turn to Dr. Fauci on the effectiveness of booster shots, I want to review how we assess the available data and use the best available data to measure the progress we're making on getting people booster shots. CDC data aggregated from state health departments shows that more than 90 million booster shots have been administered. We know that that is likely undercounted, as some people reported their booster as a first shot and others forgot their vaccination card altogether. States have been matching data and have encountered some challenges across different channels, which has led to delayed reporting for booster shots in many states. CDC is working with states to address these issues to improve the data. At the same time, CDC conducts a weekly survey, which is a nationally representative survey of over 16,000 adults. Looking at the CDC survey results, you get a more up-to-date picture of the progress we're making on boosters. Based on the latest CDC survey, we estimate over 2/3 of all eligible adults and over 80% of all eligible seniors, those most at risk and most vulnerable, have received a booster shot. CDC's survey results are consistent with the Kaiser Family Foundation survey, which shows 70% of eligible adults report they've gotten a booster. So we have a strong foundation to build on, with most eligible adults boosted. In fact, we estimate at least 2 out of 3 eligible adults in the U.S. are now boosted. 2 out of 3 eligible adult Americans with a booster shot. And across the last 2 months, we've made important strides on equity, with the majority of booster shots going to people of color, in a very important improvement from the prior 2 months. The significant progress we made on boosters is one of the reasons why we were able to confront Omicron with fewer disruptions to schools and businesses than in prior surges. And we clearly need to keep driving this progress. So our message is clear. All eligible individuals should get their booster shot right away. Booster shots are free. They're available at 90,000 convenient locations across the country. And as Dr. Fauci will discuss, critical to getting people the highest level of protection. With that, over to you, Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Jeff. What I'm going to do now over the next couple of minutes is to just build on what Jeff said and talk to you based on real data why it is so critically important to get booster shots. I'm going to talk about laboratory data, clinical trial data, and real world data. Next slide. So there are multiple, and I can't show them all, in vitro studies that show that COVID-19 vaccine booster doses markedly increase the neutralization of variants, including what we're dealing with currently, namely Omicron. Next slide. This is the slide that shows the genomic mean titer of antibody, namely the proteins that neutralize the virus. If you look at the far left-hand side of the slide, 7 months after people receive a second dose and before the booster, look how low the response is to Omicron, which is the bar that has the red circles. It's 23. 1 month after the booster, it goes way up into the highly protective zone of 850. And even 6 months after the booster, it is still at a high level of 136, way above what it was 7 months after the second dose. So that's representative laboratory data. Next slide. Now, a randomized controlled clinical trial showed the dramatic impact of the booster dose in preventing symptomatic disease. And the data are really striking. I'll show you one clip of that on the next slide. As you can see in red are individuals who've gotten 2 doses. It says placebo, but it's 2 doses without the booster. And this is a Pfizer study, but it really holds true with other products like Moderna. If you look at the result in blue of the cumulative incidence of COVID-19 following a booster shot, the difference is dramatic. Next slide. Now we'll move to real world effectiveness studies showing that booster doses reconstitute the waning protection, especially against severe disease, hospitalization, and death. So next slide. So here we look at individuals less than 6 months after the second dose. And on the far left, you see when you're dealing with Delta, it's 90. When you're dealing with Omicron, it's 81. But more than 6 months after the second dose, it wanes with Omicron to 57, holding up a bit better with Delta. But after the third dose, you get protection at 90% with Omicron, which is even better than after 6 months after the second dose. Again, another example of the critical importance of boosting. Next slide. Here's another way of looking at it. When you look at symptomatic disease and hospitalizations, again, when you're dealing with Omicron on the far left, the protection against symptomatic disease is quite low at week 25 following 2 doses. If you look at the boost, it goes up substantially to 40%, but the critical data are on the right-hand part of the slide. If you look at hospitalizations and look at 2 doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech, either at 2 to 4 weeks or fully vaccinated person with one who has received a booster shot, and look at the monthly rate of COVID-19 associated hospitalizations during a time frame of December 2021, there was a 45-fold higher likelihood of an unvaccinated person in the age range of 50 to 64.
We're watching live now from Fox as we listen here to Dr. Fauci. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll go out to the Capitol. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, news conference there. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us as we continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country here. We're going to go back to D.C. right now. We do have Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi doing a news conference. Let's listen in to this right here.
Overwhelming. As you may have been aware, when we met last Thursday, the anticipation was that perhaps it would be a much lower figure or even in the negative column, and it turned out to be nearly 500,000 jobs created, an upgrade for the jobs of previous months, giving President Biden the highest rate of job creation and reduction of unemployment practically in history, and again a tribute to him, to our policies, and a tribute to the private sector, which created many of these jobs, working together with public and private. And with that, we continue our progress. We're laser focused on the economy for the people, creating jobs, growing the economy. As I said, 6.6 million new jobs were created last year. 6.6 million new jobs last year, a stark contrast to the previous administration. Grow the economy's rate of growth, fastest rate of growth in 40 years. That was for 2021. Lower unemployment, biggest single drop in the unemployment rate in history, and lower prices for all Americans through strong action through Congress. And I want to talk about that for a moment. On Friday, we very proudly, and I'm greatly appreciative of the work of the committees, the members of the committees, and all of the House Democrats in terms of passing the Competes Act. This is a bill that was developed in many committees in a very bipartisan way, both in committee votes and votes of the individual bills on the floor that came together to become the American Competes Act of 1922. So when the Republicans say, well, I'm not for it because I don't want to give President Biden a victory, or it wasn't bipartisan, it was. And we can document that for you. But in any event, it is legislation that makes America preeminent in manufacturing and innovation and economic strength. It's about declaring our independence, our self-sufficiency as a nation as we reduce our dependence on factors of production coming from other countries holding us up. The critical legislation will bolster that independence and self-sufficiency in manufacturing, while positioning us to be the leader and continue to be the leader in the 21st century. It was needed to contain inflation. Inflation, when you reduce unemployment, sometimes inflation goes up. And so I wrote to my colleagues this morning, and I want to talk to you about that letter. It said, I write to you in pride and appreciation for passing the Competes Act. Again, it bolsters self-sufficiency and independence. I won't read that. It's also needed to control inflation. It will do so by committing $45 billion to address the supply chain challenge, which is raising costs for America's working families. There's just no question. The limitation on product increases the cost. And it goes on to say this: fighting inflation is an important part of our democratic agenda, economic agenda. We designed our House bill passed not only in the Competes Act, but it's important for you to know that in the Build Back Better Act, it was a crucial tool to fight inflation, reducing the deficit. Not only is it paid for, but it reduces the deficit while creating jobs and lowering costs for our families. 17 Nobel Prize winning economists have explained, quote, because this agenda invests in long-term economic capacity and will embrace the ability of enhance the ability of more Americans to participate productively in our economy, it will ease longer-term inflationary pressures. Build Back Better. It goes on to say, in this letter, nonpartisan experts have repeatedly confirmed, have completely confirmed that Build Back Better is exemplary in its fiscal responsibility. As the Joint Committee on Taxation confirmed, our bill is not only fully paid for, but will even reduce the debt by more than $100 billion in this decade. $100 billion, and as you know, that committee does a 20-year projection. $100 billion in this decade, but by $1 trillion in the next decade. If unforeseen circumstances determine that the cost have somehow contributed to the deficit, we are committed, and we can write that into whatever comes back for the Senate or work with them on this, to making up the shortfall through negotiated changes to the legislation, such as designating additional offsets to preserve its fully paid-for status. That is the mission, that is the goal, that is what we did, and we intend to protect that. Again, you know what Build Back Better does, and I also then go on to brag again about the American Rescue Plan, which did so much to help America's working families. Letters there for you. But I want to focus on inflation and these two pieces of legislation. One that we are sending over, it's being engrossed right now. That's a term of legislative art. And when it's finished, it will go over to the Senate for them to act upon it. And, of course, BBB is over there now. So that's that. Yesterday, the House, again, moving forward on doing the people's work, the House passed the continuing resolution to keep government open, meet the needs of the American people, whether it's our veterans, our seniors, our small businesses, our families, our children. It was strong bipartisan vote. I was very pleased with the vote we had, and we're making good progress on a bipartisan omnibus that will be ready in time to deliver for the American people. And now that President Biden has signed the infrastructure bill, we need to pass the omnibus to unlock some of the funding to go forward from the infrastructure bill. We have a lot going on here legislatively. Yesterday, we passed the postal reform to ensure speedy, reliable delivery service, save the U.S. Postal Service while protecting employees and retiree benefits. It goes on and on about the value of the Postal Service. I've said this to you before, I'll say it again, especially during the time of COVID, so important. U.S. Postal Service delivers 1.2 billion prescriptions each year, many of them medications ordered by our veterans. So we're very proud of that very strong bipartisan vote we had yesterday on that. And we sent that over to the Senate as we did the CR. Now I'm just going to close by saying that you've heard me say again and again that the Republicans seem to be having a limbo contest with themselves to see how low they can go. They seem to have reached rock bottom with their statement that what happened on January 6th was normal political discourse. Legitimate political discourse. I've also said that Republican country needs a strong Republican Party. They've made great contributions to our country. I say this to Republicans all the time. Take back your party from this cult. Take back your party. America needs a strong Republican Party and a strong Democratic Party. But it has been hijacked, and it's disturbing to see that the Republican leader of the House literally refused to condemn that resolution of legitimate political discourse. He literally ran away from the press when he was asked about his position. The Republicans can run, but they cannot hide from what happened on January 6th to call that legitimate political discourse. 140 law enforcement officers were wounded. Some people died. It was an assault on our Capitol, our Congress, more importantly, assault on our democracy. They can run, but they can't hide. With that, I'm pleased to take any questions you may have. Excuse me.
Madam Speaker, do you support...
You had a question last time. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I would like to ask you just about Congresswoman Joyce Beatty. She referenced
Yes.
an incident with Congressman Rogers yesterday where she says that he poked her, that he used profanity against her. This obviously comes on the heels of a lot of tense interactions between Democrats and Republicans. Congresswoman Cori Bush said she even had in the offices. You've been here in the House for more than 30 years. Have you ever seen the discourse between Democrats and Republicans this bad?
I haven't seen the obstruction on the part of the Republicans and the legitimate political discourse reflection of their values this bad. The Republican leadership should be addressing the comments made by the Republican to Joyce Beatty. And as I've said to some of you who have asked me in the hall, if somebody insults you and it's public knowledge, you have to apologize in a very public way as well. Congresswoman Beatty and the Black Caucus took great offense at the crude language that was used to a black woman in the Congress. And so when people say, oh, there's gridlock in Washington and well, why can't they get along? It's not gridlock. It is obstruction. It is not shared values about respect for the institution that we serve in. Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, on stocks, I know you said a few weeks back that if members want to enact a ban on trading for long acres, you're open to that, you're okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, in light of recent reporting, do you have maybe a majority of your caucus now behind this idea?
No.
And secondly, I know that the legislation is still in its infancy. Will spouses be included as well?
Well,
I think
let me just.
experts have said that that's important, that if they're not.
I'm sorry, who did?
Sorry?
Who said it was important?
Walter Shaw is an ethics expert who said this is important. Others have said it.
I don't know who he is. Okay. What matters to me is what my members think. And as
a member has told me she's prepared to vote against it if it doesn't include spouses.
But you know what? I'm a big believer in our committees, and we've tasked the House Administration Committee to review the options that members are putting forth, and they have different views on the subject. But I'd said that certain criteria that I wanted to see was whatever design they have for that. That's one. But the other is we have to tighten the lines on those who violate the Stock Act. It's evidently not sufficient to deter behavior. And then the third is just really, it has to be government-wide. We make a disclosure every year of our financial disclosure. That's what it is. And then in addition to that,
All right, everyone. We're going to some breaking news right here that we are following of a water rescue in Gilbert, Arizona right now. These are live Skyfox images that you are seeing right here. And we continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines really from all over the country. And we are getting some additional details here as Gilbert Fire Department says the call for service involves a single vehicle into a community lake. It appears this could be a medical episode involving the driver. The officer and fire personnel jumped in and helped the driver out. There will be some restrictions to the area. No other persons were injured or involved. The driver was transported to the hospital there. So that is where you are seeing that investigation now taking part here in this community lake where, unfortunately, the car looks like it went through that golf course right there and then went into the water. But that is the update right there as now the water rescue has been finished there, but the driver now taken to the hospital there for treatment. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Back with you here on Live Now from Fox, coming out to New York, where the governor there making a big announcement when it comes to this COVID-19 pandemic. Let's listen.
We talked about our anticipation of a very serious winter surge. Even back in September, I had been on the job just a month, and I wanted to make sure that we knew that our healthcare workers were vaccinated. Viewed as controversial at the time, but we stood firm and said that anyone who enters a hospital or a nursing facility or any medical center should have the knowledge that they will not contract COVID from the person charged with their health. So we stood by that mandate and heard a lot about it, but we stood with it, and I'm proud that that was part of our efforts to fight what was the impending winter surge. We started talking in October about the vulnerabilities of the gathering times, whether it's Halloween, Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Christmas, New Year's, Martin Luther King weekend, people travel, and a Super Bowl, which we'll get to some other day, another year, I guess. And also Valentine's Day is coming up. So we saw vulnerabilities because we had the pattern from the year before. That's what we've been relying on, is looking at the data and the trends from the previous year. So we talked about making preparations literally right around Thanksgiving. And we talked about making sure that we had capacity in our hospitals. That included me signing an executive order that allowed hospitals, in any case where a capacity has gone below 10%, that they have surge and flex capacity and suspend their elective surgeries. That, again, created more capacity in hospitals, which, in retrospect, was a critical point and a critical step we took to make sure that we could handle what was coming our way literally within the next couple weeks. By December 1st, again, our first case of Omicron had just hit there, we were already deploying the National Guard to help our nursing homes and to talk about how we can protect society's most vulnerable, as we had seen them so devastated during the first couple of variants from COVID. So we always think about them and how we can protect them the most. And so December 10th came around. We were watching what was happening around the world. We saw what had happened in South Africa. We saw how quickly Omicron spread. We saw what was happening in England, the UK. We were studying what was happening around the globe and saying, this is coming our way. We know this is coming to New York, and we need to be prepared for that. So literally on December 10th, in anticipation that we're heading into the busy holiday season, lots of family gatherings, lots of people going in and out of stores for their holiday purchases, people going to be gathering in restaurants, we said we do not want to shut down our economy. Because I've said from the beginning, we're keeping New York open. But how can we protect people knowing what is coming across the horizon? We saw it coming. So what we did on December 10th, literally 2 months ago, was initiate, and I don't think any other states followed suit with this, a plan to say that across the state, any business would have the option, either require people to be vaccinated or let them choose if they wanted to enforce having people wear masks. It was a strong action to take at the time. We heard a lot about it, but I again stand behind that as our effort to not have to resort to shutting down businesses when this variant ended up spreading like wildfire. So we're proud of that accomplishment. And by December 31st, those of you who gathered with me on New Year's Eve, most of you did not, we were up in Albany talking about our Winter Surge Plan 2.0 and how we can do even more to make vaccines and boosters and test kits more widely available. And then we got hit hard. Right in anticipation of this surge, we were ready. We had test kits, we had vaccination sites. And you think about where we were, look at that number, 90,000 people, 90,000 New Yorkers tested positive 1 month ago. Look how quickly that went up from December 10th when we put our business mask or vax requirement in place. Look at that trajectory. We saw it coming, it happened. We hit our peak on January 7th, but now we've witnessed a 93% drop in cases. We are now below February 8th with 6,000 cases, below where we were on December 10th, where we had 11,000 cases, and cases are just starting to spike up. So that is what we've been watching for. That is exactly what we've been waiting for. That's what we've been talking about, and it is finally happening. Let's also talk about other metrics. Our statewide 7-day average positivity. December 10th, 4.2%. One of our worst days, January 2nd, 23% of people tested, and we had 400,000 people being tested. We were testing everybody. I was out at testing sites from every corner of this state, and people did an extraordinary job to make the test available so people could know whether or not they should stay home or they could carry on with their lives. So that was really important. So enormous number of tests being done, higher than any state in the nation, and we are showing a 23% infection rate, those who are being tested, testing positive. So look at that drop. Another drop in actual numbers from 23% to February 8th, 3.67%, and the numbers continue to decline. That's an optimistic sign as well. That's what we've been waiting for. You've heard me talk about hospitalizations. My biggest nightmare was thinking that our hospitals could be so overrun with patients that we would not have the capacity to handle them. We are experiencing a serious shortage of healthcare workers. Many of them had been sick. We lost some, literally lost their lives when they ran into the burning building, so to speak, during the height of the pandemic when it hit New York City so hard 2 years ago. Many of them retired. Many of them are exhausted. And so we had a severe shortage of workers. What does that mean? That means you can have beds, but if they're not staffed beds, you can't accept a patient to be taken care of. And there's certain ratios that have to be met to make sure they're getting quality care. So I've always been concerned about this number. We are seeing, as you saw that peak, of how many people are hospitalized. January 12th, we had 12,000 people in hospitals. We've now seen a 63% drop with 4,600 hospitalizations yesterday. That is still higher than we had been, but look at that trend. It's going down quickly. And we've been talking about our bed capacity. We had parts of our state where it dropped to zero. Those are the places where we had to suspend elective surgeries. We have sent National Guard into many hospitals to help them, and they've been so grateful. I've gone in person and thanked them. So now we have seen our bed capacity go up to about 20%, and that's going to continue to rise. But again, that gives me the comfort to know if I need to deploy people from one healthcare system that's doing well to another one, we have that flexibility. So now our total hospital bed census is about the same, and the healthcare workers are getting healthier. Many of them were sick themselves just 1 month ago, and we're seeing some other metrics as well that are looking really good. Again, we look at the cases per 100,000. Look at the warning sign here. December 10th, we had 51 per 100,000. Still considered a high number at the time, considering how low it had been just a couple months before. But at our peak, it was 381 per 100,000. That's incredible. That was one of the highest in the nation, second highest. Look where we are today. We are now the fourth lowest in the nation, fourth lowest, with 32 per 100,000. Why is all this happening? Because New Yorkers and businesses stepped up and did the right thing. And I will always be grateful for them for being the reason these numbers have been declining. And again, we'll talk about our hospital admissions. We mentioned this a little while back. I started asking the questions. I made countless calls to hospital leaders in every corner of the state. I asked them, what are we seeing? Are these people really sick with COVID? We call them a COVID patient. Are they diagnosed with COVID? Are they in a hospital sick because of COVID? And back in December, only 18% were in this category of incidental COVID, people that were tested because they entered a healthcare facility, were in there for some other purpose. You know, it could have been a heart attack, could have been a car accident. Only 18% were these incidental. And that's when Delta was the primary variant. Look at the change. Look at the change when our hospital admissions went up to 1,900 a day. Daily new admission was 1,900. We are now down to a much better number, down 53%. But also you'll see that there's been a change in that trajectory. Now more than half of the people admitted for COVID, listed as COVID, are in for another reason. That also goes to the severity of what we're dealing with here. Yes, they're still taking a bed. Yes, there's still a healthcare worker who has to take care of them. Yes, they need medical attention. But when you're trying to analyze what we're going through right now, you can look at that number and look at in 2 months what has changed. And so now the majority were asymptomatic for COVID, but were tested positive. So these are part of those individuals who didn't even know they had COVID. So that's another comparison that we thought was important. And these numbers are down all across the state. I talked to Dr. Fauci the other day as I continue my daily calls with healthcare experts in the state, other states, and in Washington. And he said, are you also looking at the infection to hospital ratio, which was an interesting observation. We learned from this data that of the people that are contracting Delta, look at August 2021, Delta, 62% of people who were infected ended up in the hospital. With this Omicron variant, we see only 3.5% did. Now, you can also factor into that many more people were vaccinated. And we've been saying from the beginning, if you get vaccinated, if you get boosted, your chance of being seriously ill enough to go to a hospital is dramatically reduced. This is what this bears out as well. So Delta was severe. Omicron is not considered as severe, but I will tell you there are still people lying in a hospital today because of Omicron, so it is something we still take very, very seriously. But that's a smaller ratio. And I mentioned vaccinations. Very proud that we are #1 among the larger states for having people vaccinated. We've been aggressive about this. Pop-ups, masked sites, engaging our partners in the private sector, clergy, everybody we could possibly think of has been involved in this process. So right now we have about 70% of our teenagers fully vaccinated. That's very good. Look at the numbers, though. We have a little more work to do with the younger kids. That just started more recently. I understand that teenagers have been eligible to be vaccinated since June, but I think we can do better. And this is a message I'd like to get out to all the parents, as well as the pediatricians and other influencers on families' health care decisions. Please get your kids vaccinated. Let's give them that extra suit of armor. When the time comes, they can be boosted. We're waiting to hear from the CDC if they're going to have this available for younger kids. But I believe this is one of the reasons why we are in a very good place today. It is the people who've been vaccinated, staying out of the hospital, freeing up capacity, as well as just our numbers overall have been declining. So this is something we're going to continue. Despite what happens, we are going to continue focusing on vaccinations and our boosters. Over 6.6 million New Yorkers have received their booster. Many more are eligible, and we're going to continue to get them the availability of boosters out there to everybody. So as I mentioned, we're going to look back a few months, look where we are. Overall cases are down, positivity rates down, hospitalizations are down, cases per 100,000 are down, and new admissions are down. That is a beautiful picture. That may be one of my favorite slides. And vaccines and boosters are up in our hospital capacity. So New Yorkers, this is what we've been waiting for. Tremendous progress after 2 long years. And we're not done, but this is trending in a very, very good direction, and that is why we are now approaching a new phase in this pandemic. And how do we know we're in a new phase? I've been talking to everybody, people in the local diners, getting their reflection, talking to businesses, everybody from, as I mentioned, Dr. Fauci and healthcare experts. We rely on Dr. Bassett regularly. She consults with other national leaders in our neighboring states. Talked to elected officials, talked to labor leaders. I called every major healthcare leader in the hospital CEOs, business leaders, talked to many businesses over the last few days, as well as educators, school superintendents, parents, the leaders of the teachers' unions. Everybody I could think of has received a phone call from me to ask them how they feel about where we are, where we're going, and what we should be doing next. So consulting with all of them has given me not just the data, but the on-the-ground view from the people that are most affected. And that's how I make the best decisions. So we had a mask or vax requirement for businesses. It was an emergency temporary measure put in place literally 2 months ago. And at this time, we say that it is the right decision to lift this mandate for indoor businesses and let counties, cities, and businesses to make their own decisions on what they want to do with respect to masks or the vaccination requirement. Given the declining cases, given declining hospitalizations, that is why we feel comfortable to lift this in effect tomorrow. And I want to thank all the businesses and the county leaders and the health departments and places as far away as Erie County who did the right thing to help us get through this. I believe this has made a huge difference, and it gives also patrons of businesses the comfort to know that they are safe when they went into these stores during our most vulnerable time when we saw those numbers literally off the charts. And now those numbers are coming down, and it is time to adapt. However, we want to make sure that every business knows this is your prerogative. And individuals who want to continue wearing masks, continue wearing masks. And I suspect when I walk the streets of New York City, as I often do, I'm still going to see a lot of people wearing masks because they will feel safer. That is something that they are very, very welcome and encouraged to do. But in terms of having a requirement, it is being lifted as of tomorrow. And so thank you to the business owners. It wasn't easy. I walked in a lot of restaurants, showing here in New York City my vaccination card, and I just want to thank all of them, for everything they did. They are part of the New York story in our response to this pandemic. They are an example of what leadership, even in their own lives and in their own communities, looks like, and they stepped up. And some of them, it wasn't pleasant, but I want to thank them because of them, we were able to lift this at this time. Again, I will always retain the flexibility to make adjustments if necessary. You know how I operate. I'm looking at data, looking at trends, looking at everything that's out there, but I also want to deal in the reality that we have a very good picture that has been painted over the last few weeks, and particularly as we are approaching the expiration date of this temporary measure that's been in place now literally for 2 months. So let's talk about some places where it's still in effect. We are still going to continue for now the requirement at state-regulated healthcare facilities. I think that's very obvious of why we want to make sure our healthcare facilities are safe. That would be adult care facilities, nursing homes, correctional facilities, schools and child care centers, and I'll be talking about that in a minute, homeless shelters, domestic violence shelters, as well as bus and train stations. The federal government regulates the airports, the airplanes, and trains like Amtrak, so that is still under their jurisdiction. But also just know that those are more concentrated areas, as well as the areas where we believe people are most vulnerable. I want people to know this pandemic is not over. It is not over. And that is why we're still going to maintain protections for vulnerable populations in areas where people are very concentrated, because I want people to feel safe. I want people to still feel safe when they come into the cities and go to their jobs, that they're not going to contract this virus. And you're going to hear a little bit about this from Dr. Bassett in a couple minutes, but a day doesn't go by where someone doesn't tell me they're also experiencing long COVID, long haul COVID. And this is devastating for people who want to get back to work but just have so many symptoms they cannot. So I want to just strike the right balance here and let people know that the time in our judgment based on all these metrics is correct to lift it for the requirement for businesses, but also there are vulnerabilities that we need to continue to protect until further progress is made. So that's important to know. Now, ask me the most common question I get asked in the state of New York. I think you know. When are school masks coming off? Let's talk a little bit about history here. Literally on August 17th, 1 week before I was sworn in as your governor, I knew I needed to hear from the education field. I spoke to the PTAs, school superintendents, principals, all the leaders of the representatives of the teachers, parents, everybody. I said at the time, and this was August, there was still talk that there were schools in our state and school districts that were going to continue remote. I said, no, we have to get our children back in schools. We went to that experiment. It served a limited purpose to keep some educational engagement going during the worst months of this pandemic. But now we had started having vaccines available starting that summer for older kids. The numbers were looking better. And I said that these kids, based on all the experts I've been talking to, need to be back in a safe learning environment, because the mental health effects and the isolation and the depression and all the other collateral damage that our students went through, we need to start healing and help the teachers who went through hell and back to do the very best they could while their own kids are being learning at home on the kitchen table, and they're trying to teach a classroom. And the parents, everybody went through a lot. And I said, what is the best way we can get our kids back in school and keep them open, even though other parts of the country, they were throwing in the towel and saying, well, we'll just leave them all remote. We couldn't do that here in the state of New York. We value our kids, we value education, and I said we have to make sure our schools are open. So after consulting with all these people, part of that whole education ecosystem, we decided that the safest way for the students, the teachers, the administrators, everyone who's part of that system, the safest way for them to return to school was to have a mask requirement. That's what we talked about before I was governor. We instituted my first day in office and said that the era of remote learning is over, except in extraordinary circumstances, and that was the whole genesis behind the mask mandate. So keeping kids safe, keeping them in school. That's still a priority. You know, it was just over the December holidays. Right afterward, you saw in places like Chicago, everybody saying it has to be remote, we have to stay remote. No, we were smart. We got test kits out to everybody. We gave an opportunity for people to find out who may be positive before they came back from break. We've been using really smart practices here to say, no, in New York State, our schools are open. So that's going to continue to be a priority. So what we want to do, we know there's another break coming up. Most of the public school students in the state will be back the week of February 28, after they've had their winter break. Some of them may be traveling to other states, maybe going to Disney World. I'm not sure where they're going, but they won't be in class for at least a week, 10-day period. So let's talk about when the kids come back, or even before that. Let's make sure that there's test kits, and we're giving them out right now. And I'm going to talk about the extraordinary number of test kits we've amassed in a very short time, more than any state in the nation. And what are we doing with them? Getting them out to schools, getting them to parents, getting them in the hands of people that can find out whether a child is positive before they come back, and that's how we stop the spread. So after this break, parents will have test kits for their children. We want them to test the day after they come back, and again 3 days later. And let the school know if your child tests positive, keep them home. But by that Friday, just a few days after the children come back, we'll be able to look at those numbers. But not just those numbers. We're going to be looking at everything we've looked at throughout this entire process that actually led us to today. We're going to look at the cases per 100,000. We're going to look at the percent positivity. We'll also keep an eye on hospital admissions and even pediatric admissions. What's happening with them? Are they continuing to decline, which is a very good metric right now. Look at our vaccinations. It's just one of many factors to look at, as well as we are going to be watching the global trends. We were forewarned about Omicron the last time. Throughout the fall, if you remember, even New York City's numbers were about 1% the entire fall. And all of a sudden, Thanksgiving came a week later, and it all broke loose. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I pray it does not happen. But I do know that it would be negligent on our part not to be watching closely what is happening elsewhere as we calculate the best way to keep our children in school and safe. Therefore, after the break, after we had kids tested, we are going to make an assessment that first week in March based on all the metrics I've just described to you and look at that combined picture. There will not be one number that says yes or no. It is going to be an assessment of all these factors that have guided us throughout, guided us to the decision we made today, and that'll give me the comfort as well as the conversations I had yesterday, just on a Zoom call, talking again to school superintendents, principals, PTA leaders, called all the teachers, administrators, everybody who's part of that system. We solicited their input, their advice, and I believe that they felt comfortable with this approach, that it's not reactive, it is thoughtful, it is based on everything we've been doing since day one, and we've done it successfully. So I wanted everybody to have that picture, as well as we're developing right now, anticipating that day will come, that we're developing the guidance in consultation with all the people I just mentioned, all those organizations. And it's not going to be ready yet because we're going to fine-tune it every single day, but there should be very clear guidance so schools will know what to do in a circumstance. You know, if the masks come off, someone tests positive in the classroom, what are some of the triggers? And so that is what we are going to take this time now to amass to make sure we get it right. No other state has done that. The federal government has not given guidance, so we have to be very thoughtful because we know that as New York goes, others will be following our lead on how we manage the situation in this new phase. So I want to be very clear. We're going to talk about a new winter toolkit. But this fight is not over. We're not surrendering. This is not disarmament. We're going to continue to be adaptable and responsive to the changing circumstances. But again, the trends are very, very, very positive. So we are going to have this blueprint for moving us forward, and I'm just going to give you some of the outlines. Reinforcing everything we do, protecting the most vulnerable, increasing our vaccine and booster doses, strengthening the healthcare system, empowering local leaders, and supporting New Yorkers who are dealing with long-term effects of COVID. And I'll go through each one of those briefly. The most vulnerable, we know where the most vulnerable are. They're in our nursing homes. They're people who are immunocompromised. There are people in hospitals, congregate settings. And yes, for now, they are in our schools. So we are going to continue focusing on protecting all of them. And this means testing. Look at our nursing home cases, how they spiked. December 10th, we only had 678 active nursing home cases. Given the size of the population, that was very positive. By January 14th, we had 8,500 nursing home cases. Thank God they're coming down. They're still down considerably, but they are still a concern to us. You know, these people, even if they're vaccinated, it is still a concern because many of them, again, have underlying health conditions, and we want to make sure that we do everything we can to protect these individuals. So we're going to continue watching this. And so that's why we're going to maintain our visitation rules. I talked to Washington about this. I asked them to give us more flexibility because they have regulatory power over institutions that accept Medicaid. So we are going to continue to ask people who visit individuals in nursing homes to have proof of a negative test within 24 hours of their visit. Continue wearing your masks in there. And when you're visiting families, again, this is a strong statement that, yes, you can still visit people, but we're going to ask you to do it safely so you don't spread the virus inside a setting that is very, very vulnerable. So we're not saying suspending visitation. We did not do that before, but we want to make sure that people do it in a smart way. And so we've been providing high-quality masks, the N95. We've been providing testing kits. We are out there requiring vaccination availability, requiring that they make boosters available way back in November before all of this even hit. So focus of ours, nursing homes. The vaccine, I mentioned before, we can do better. We're going to keep increasing the amount of opportunities. If any school would like us to set up a vaccine pop-up, we have them all over. We've been doing hundreds of them, and we're also going to continue our testing. Testing sites are going to remain open. Vaccination sites are going to remain open. We encourage people to take advantage of them, especially if you're going to be traveling or seeing someone who might be in a vulnerable situation. So we're going to get more young people vaccinated, hopefully. I need everybody on board with that. Also, we're waiting to hear about vaccines being available for the younger kids, little ones up until age 4. Right now, it's not been approved. But we're hoping the Pfizer vaccine will be available for them even at the end of the month, and then we'll be encouraging people to take advantage of that. So that's what we're going to continue doing. And we have to just prepare for whatever comes our way. No one could have foreseen how this pandemic and even just Omicron in the last couple months really brought our healthcare system to its knees in some parts of our state, exposing vulnerabilities that have been there a long time. And it really hit people hard. And those healthcare workers, again, I can never give them enough gratitude for what they continue to do. I try to go out and visit as many as I can and say thank you, but that rings hollow sometimes when they're just feeling like they're in the throes of this. So we're going to keep protecting our healthcare system. We, as I mentioned, have amassed more test kits than any state in the nation. 92 million test kits have been acquired, have been ready to be deployed. We've distributed over 27 million already. Schools have received 14 million, and that's going to continue to go up as we make a real concentrated effort as this holiday is coming up. And we're distributing masks, as I mentioned, to our counties and to nursing homes as well. So making sure everyone has a high-quality mask is one of our strategies to deal with these vulnerable populations. Also, the shortage of workers, this has been incredible. I've really focused on this, particularly in our budget address. And last fall, I signed an executive order to increase staffing flexibility. That's going to remain in place. We've deployed the National Guard. They're still on site. I've visited them, and also training our National Guard. When I said, hey, let's call the National Guard, we need them in our nursing homes and our hospitals to backfill and add support, and find out that very few had medical training, we are now changing that dynamic. So our National Guard members are being trained, so the next time around they can be administering vaccines and being more engaged even, but although their presence has been so appreciated. So I mentioned what we have to do in the budget. We have to strengthen this healthcare system. We don't know what the future brings. All I know is that the present needs to be dramatically improved. And I don't know that if we have another experience at all like this, that we can count on the federal government to deliver the resources that they have done in the past. So I'm viewing this as an investment now to add resiliency and sustain our healthcare system, which we saw the vulnerability in many communities. And so we're making the largest healthcare investment in state history, $10 billion. That also includes $4 billion in bonuses and improvements and upgrades for our facilities that really need help. So you'll be hearing more about that. That's capital improvements. That's to help our hospitals. A lot of hospitals lost income. When you think about the length of time that they were not able to conduct elective surgeries, that's a revenue source for them that was cut off during the pandemic, and those once it was restored, even again, those that fell below 10% capacity this past fall, and as we were dealing with Omicron, had to cut that off as well. So we know that's been a drain, so we need to work to help build them back. Also, working with our local leaders. Just a few names here, our county executives, our legislators, they've been incredible. When we've asked them to help us set up vac sites or get test kits out to people, I've consulted with them. We're fully engaged, speak to the Associated Counties and mayors and local governments. I come out of that world. I know that it's important to have the voices of those communities represented, and I want to continue empowering them, and so we're going to continue working with them as well. Another issue, as I mentioned a couple times now, is this long COVID. And I am very fortunate to have Dr. Bassett being willing to champion this issue and lead our research into this and gather people, as she'll talk about. We know there's a lot of people, like as I mentioned, a day doesn't go by where someone doesn't tell me they or a family member are experiencing the symptoms. We want the healthcare industry to treat this seriously. We've taken steps to make sure that people receive adequate medical treatment as well as reimbursement for lost wages. And again, I'm proud of what we're going to do. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Bassett to talk about a gathering that we had asked her to convene, and she did very successfully, and we're going to continue working on that as well. Dr. Bassett?
Thank you. Should I speak from here or from the podium?
Wherever you like.
Here's fine? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction and for your focus on long COVID. As the governor has outlined, as we see the acute infections from COVID decline, we also have to reckon with its long-term effects. And one of the most troubling of these is what clinicians have called post-acute sequelae of COVID-19, commonly known as long COVID. People with long COVID do not have symptoms that do not improve, symptoms that recur or change in the weeks or even months after infection. And this syndrome has been documented not only in people who had serious COVID illness, but also in those who had mild illness and even those who had apparently asymptomatic infection. It's a problem that likely involves millions of people around the world. Our understanding of long COVID is still evolving, including its occurrence, its patterns, its risk factors, and its mechanisms. So it remains poorly understood, but there's no question that it is real and that it can greatly disrupt the lives of those who are affected. And that's why the governor and our department has been so keen that our state be at the forefront of responding to long COVID and identifying ways to support its diagnosis, management, and therapies as they emerge and are shown to be effective. Last Thursday, the health department hosted a convening of experts on the issue of long COVID with the purpose of speaking with both clinical researchers, basic scientists, physician scientists, legal experts, patient advocates, and others about the many aspects of this condition. As far as we know, we're the first health department in the nation to have this sort of gathering. And it was aimed not only at the clinical care community, but the general public, and including people living with long COVID. So it was a very impressive group, and the event was live streamed. I can give you all the website if you missed it. It's ny.gov/long COVID panel. So the goal of these discussions was to learn as much as we can and to share this knowledge. And we had 3 separate panels, one focused on research, one on models of care, and one on policies and practical steps. We're very grateful that it offered a rich discussion. We're writing up a final kind of report and synopsis of the recommendations that came out of it. But I'd like to share.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.
And among the things that will aid this process is establishing formal case definitions so that clinicians know how to diagnose long COVID. You may be aware that the health department has a history of developing these. It was the state health department's clinical definition of multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children that formed the basis for what became the Centers for Disease Control case definition. We need more provider education so that providers understand that this is a condition that they should seek and diagnose. Many individuals report being bounced from provider to provider to provider who's been unwilling, maybe even not interested in listening to their symptoms. So we need to increase diagnostic ability and competency. And finally, this health department has the privilege of overseeing Medicaid, one of the most important insurers in the state. This offers us the opportunity to pioneer mechanisms for reimbursement of care for people living with long COVID, and we will be looking into how we can leverage this approach. We also have learned from other conditions, HIV being a prime example, how important it is to involve the affected community in this work. So all of this will also include adopting an equity lens. We know that Black, Hispanic, and Indigenous New Yorkers have borne a brunt of COVID acute infections, and we need to be alert to the occurrence of long COVID in these groups. We also need to ensure that access to the best possible care is not limited to people who have resources, but is available to all for this newly recognized and emerging condition. It should never be a condition for which only people with resources get care. So this is a few of the things that we're looking into, Governor, and I thank you and look forward to sharing more information in the future.
Thank you, Dr.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We're going to go out to Capitol Hill right now. We do have Republicans talking about the crime surge that we are seeing in major cities in our United States here. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Stone cold loser. The American people don't believe it. The minority communities, which are unfortunately sometimes targeted by criminals and exploited, they understand the importance of having law enforcement there and properly funded. But it's also, as Senator Grassley said, demoralizing on people who would aspire to serve their communities by working in law enforcement. These are dangerous jobs. People wake up in the morning, tell their families goodbye, never knowing whether they're going to be able to come home and see them again because of the risk to their lives and their health. So we ought to be doing everything we can to support our men and women in blue, including making sure that they are funded appropriately and given the respect that they deserve.
Senator Daines is next.
A few weeks ago, one of my senior staffers was walking into work. It was broad daylight, just a few blocks away from where we are all standing here at this moment. And she was violently assaulted, broad daylight, trying to get to work. is while we see the crime going on in the bigger cities, the blue cities across our nation, levels of homicides, of violent crime like we've never seen before, I will tell you, as a Montanan, the spike in crime is not limited to the big cities. Just yesterday, I was on the phone with one of our county sheriffs in one of our largest counties in Montana, as well as one of our city police chiefs from one of our largest cities in Montana. Both of them talked about the scourge of meth and how the meth coming into our state is contributing to the violent crimes we're seeing. Homicides, domestic violence, of course, armed robberies and other thefts. We are a northern border state in Montana with a southern border crisis, because if you ask those members of law enforcement where these drugs are coming from, they tell you quickly it's coming from the Mexican cartels. The southern border crisis is creating a crime crisis in Montana because of Mexican meth that's flooding across the southern border. The Mexican cartels have command and control on the southern border because of the policies of this administration. There are no supply chain interruptions at the moment with Mexican cartel meth. It's coming into our state, it's coming into many states, and I thank the members of law enforcement who I spoke to yesterday who are doing their very best with a very difficult situation, and both of them said we've got to start by stopping the flood of meth coming in from Mexico and these Mexican cartels.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, as my colleagues have pointed out, there's no question that crime has increased in America. Homicides, shootings, armed robbery, carjackings. In many of our cities, well, it's safer to walk down the streets of Mogadishu than walk down the streets of those cities. Many of our cities have become some of the world's largest outdoor shooting ranges. I think it's appropriate to ask why. And I don't mean to wax too philosophical here, but I believe in free will, and I think most Americans do as well. I don't agree with everything he said, but I think Sartre was right when he said to be is to act. In many respects, all we are is the sum of our actions. And put another way, it doesn't really matter what's going on in your life or what somebody has done to you. You're responsible for your actions. There are a number of reasons for the increase in our crime rate, but I think part of it is our public leadership. We have many leaders in many of our cities today who believe that the criminal is the victim. We have many leaders in our communities today who believe deep down that if a criminal commits a crime, it's really not the criminal's fault. It's the fault of an unfair world. And many of these same people believe that punishment, prisons, and cops make it worse. And I do not believe that any free society can order a civilized culture without accepting the concept of free will and responsibility. And until our public leaders in many of our communities give up their motto of see no evil, hear no evil, and prosecute no evil, we're not going to see an improvement. Final point, I think President Biden has tolerated a lot of this. An uncharitable person might say that his silence indicates that he's, at least the administration, is more interested in Super Bowl guacamole than the crime rate. And the only way, it seems to me, that in America we're going to address this problem is from the top down. Bottom up works too, but President Biden needs to address this issue and and the change in the leadership of some of our public officials.
Senator Cruz.
Crime is surging across this country. Murder rates are rising, assault rates are rising, carjacking rates are rising. Last year, 12 major American cities broke records, homicide rates. Portland, Indianapolis, Toledo, Rochester, St. Paul, Tucson, Albuquerque, Louisville, Columbus, Baton Rouge, Austin, and Philadelphia. What do those 12 cities have in common? Every single one of them is run by Democrats, all of them. The crime that we are seeing surging across this country is a direct result of Democrats' soft-on-crime policies. Joe Biden nominated not one but two of the leading advocates in the country for abolishing the police to senior roles at the U.S. Department of Justice. Every single Senate Democrat voted to confirm two of the leading advocates of abolishing the police to senior positions at the U.S. Department of Justice. When Democrats engage in anti-police rhetoric, when they demonize police officers, it has consequences. President Biden nominated Rachel Rollins to be the U.S. Attorney of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Rachel Rollins is one of the many Soros DAs who, as district attorney in Suffolk County, put out a list of 15 crimes her prosecutors were not allowed to prosecute. When you have soft-on-crime Democratic DAs that are releasing violent criminals on shockingly low bail, those violent criminals go out and they commit violent crime yet again. And in the face of skyrocketing crime, crime that has women and men across this country deeply, deeply concerned for the safety of their family, the White House press secretary laughs about it. Laughs about what crime? What are you talking about? This administration is so out of touch, they don't understand that when people are getting carjacked, when their homes are threatened, their lives are threatened, that violent crime is real, and when you attack and demonize police officers over and over again, it has a consequence. It is wrong. And I got to say, at any point, Senate Democrats, one Senate Democrat could have stood up and said enough is enough. If one Senate Democrat on the Judiciary Committee had said no, these advocates for abolishing the police would not be senior members of the Department of Justice. If one Senate Democrat on the Judiciary Committee had said no, Rachel Rollins, this incredibly soft-on-crime Soros DA, who effectively abolished the police by ordering her prosecutors not to prosecute drug crimes, not to prosecute resisting arrest, not to prosecute trespassing. We're seeing in stores across the country looters breaking in, mocking the law because Democrats won't prosecute them. It's not right, it's not fair, and we need to keep people safe.
Senator Marshall.
Thanks, Tim. All right. We got two words for America today: crack pipes. Crack pipes, not crack pots. Did any of us ever think, sitting in our senior year in high school at our government class, that we'd be part of a nation where its government gives crack pipes out as a tool to, in just a permissive society? I don't think any of us would have ever thought that our socialistic government would do something like that. As I finished up some town halls this past weekend, 15 town halls, I can tell you I've never seen Americans so upset. I've never seen so much fervor. I thought Joe Biden had bottomed out at the end of last year, but I'm telling you, he's still searching for the bottom of his popularity right now. As I listen to my folks at these town halls, I want you to listen to what they're telling me. This is what Americans see. Americans see 2 million people, maybe 6 million people cross their border illegally last year, and they see this administration reward them with an all-expenses-paid vacation trip to any American city of their choosing. America sees riots and vandalism, and this administration applauds them. America sees looting and shoplifting, and this administration says don't prosecute. This America saw over 5 tons of fentanyl cross our border last year. Just imagine 5 big semi-trucks loaded with a ton of fentanyl. And I remind people, 1 teaspoon of that fentanyl could kill thousands of people. And like my dad, the police officer, said, crime and drug abuse go hand in hand. It's like peanut butter and jelly. The more drug crimes you have, the more crime we're going to have as well. And then finally, America sees our law enforcement officers being told to turn their back on violent crimes and not pursue. America sees the White House and their party turn their back on their law enforcement officers. America sees weak-kneed judges and attorneys, prosecuting attorneys. And then, back to our crack pipes. What they're seeing, what Americans are seeing, is insane policy. It's demented policy. It's unthinkable. It's unconscionable. Our president could change all of this if he had the will.
Johnson.
So you've heard some statistics, record crime rates, record murders, but I don't think we talk enough about the victims and their loved ones. About a week ago, Jen Psaki,
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox.
News stations, and she came across Fox and said, here's Fox. And one of Fox's news anchors are talking about soft on crime consequences. And then she kind of giggled and said, what does that even mean? Let me tell you what it means. Last week we held an event here on our open border, about the catch and release on our open border. There's a real nice article in Just the News a couple days ago. Let me just read a couple examples of those consequences that Jen Psaki and apparently this administration is giggling about. In Alabama's Chilton County, 2 illegal immigrants ages 27 and 28 have been charged in the murders of 3 adults found shot and burned in an SUV. Another recent case, a Florida father believed he was going to foster parent what he believes a 16-year-old minor from Honduras. That minor was not a minor. That minor killed him. In Florida, a 5-year-old girl riding in her mother's car was crushed to death when an illegal immigrant from Honduras crashed into the car. In Harris County, Texas, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador is charged with exiting a vehicle during a routine traffic stop and fatally shooting a sheriff's deputy in the face last month. Last March, 13 immigrants were killed when an SUV driven by their smuggler crashed into a tractor-trailer in California. More recently, a 59-year-old mother and her 22-year-old daughter were killed in Texas when their car was T-boned by a speeding vehicle trying to smuggle illegal aliens into the country. Those are the victims. Now, those are the victims of the catch and release, the open border on our southwest border. But we also have catch and release in our criminal justice system. And there's some victims I'd like to talk about that are pretty close to my heart that didn't have to die, that didn't have to have their lives forever altered. And those are the victims of the Waukesha Christmas Parade. They were murdered, not by an SUV, CNN, by a murderer who had just run over the mother of his child and was released on $1,000 bail so he could murder. And that's what he did. He murdered 8 people in Waukesha, injured another 62 during a Christmas parade. You barely hear it on the news anymore. I guess it was the wrong murderer and the wrong victims to have the media pay attention for more than a couple days. But as bad as the victims in terms of the people who lost their lives and their loved ones, and the people injured and their lives forever altered, I can't help but think of the little children sitting on the curb expecting to see Santa Claus and instead watching people being slaughtered right in front of them. Can you imagine that? Do you ever think about that? Do you think President Biden does? Do you think these soft on crime DAs and Democrat governed cities think about that? They ought to think about that.
So, of course, it's easy to criticize. The question is, what do Republicans offer as an alternative? I say we can look at history and see that. There was a theory called the broken windows theory, that if you break a window, it's not a great offense, but by the way, the person that breaks that window is more likely to commit another crime if he gets away with that one. And so they cracked down on the broken windows. By the way, based in social science, and they found dramatically decreasing crime rates in cities across the nation. But now we have an alternative vision, in which if you break the window, that will be tolerated. Indeed, we shall classify that not as a crime, not even as something to be arrested for, but rather as something which we just say tisk, tisk, and you go on your way. And what has happened? We've gone from having broken windows to having an escalating cycle of violence. Now, it's not just the people on the streets, but by the way, my colleagues have referenced the DAs in cities like Philadelphia who have released those picked up on gun crimes, and that person released goes out and murders another using a gun. Predictably, they are blaming the gun. We should blame the DA who does not keep that person locked up for the gun crime. But it also goes beyond just the micro, if you will. It will also go down to the, if you will, our crime wave being aided and abetted by the lackadaisical approach the administration is taking to the border. We've seized 461 pounds of fentanyl at the border. When I go to the border, they tell me they seize about a third of that which actually gets through, attempts to get through. So more than that is attempted to get through, has gotten through. 461 pounds could kill 104 Americans. Everybody watching this knows or knows of somebody who's died of an overdose. That is directly related to this porous border in which those drugs come across, and this kind of lackadaisical viewpoint towards street crime that allows the border to be open, to come across, to be distributed with minimal consequences. We have an alternative vision as to how to address that. Republicans have shown that in the past, and Republicans have done it better. Thank you.
James Lankford.
Yeah, I don't know what Democrats were thinking when they started this whole process of defund the police. When they said to law enforcement, you're the problem, not the criminals. When they said to people that are committing small crimes to say, we'll just look the other way and consider that you just had a tough upbringing and so we're not going to pay attention to that and assume nothing else happens. I don't know what they expected when they launched out sanctuary cities and said if individuals that are illegally present in the country, if they come to the United States, we're just going to look the other way and allow those individuals to stay in the country even though they commit crime after crime after crime. Literally across the street from this Capitol building is Union Station, where just this week a person illegally present in the country painted swastikas all over Union Station, but ICE didn't deport him because D.C. is a sanctuary city and they weren't getting turned over. We have a serious problem with just basic law enforcement in this country. That right now this administration is trying to handcuff law enforcement and release criminals. We're doing exactly the wrong thing time after time after time. Individuals that illegally cross our southern border are being released in the country, and federal law enforcement officials are being treated as if they're hotel check-in staff rather than federal law enforcement, and told to just wave people through. We're not getting any criminal history from the countries of origin they're coming from. We literally have no idea if they have a criminal history from where they just came from. We're tracking it once they have a criminal history here, but the enforcement is almost none. And the message now is if you illegally cross our southern border, when you're waved in, you're given your first hearing in 6 years. Literally being told you can stay illegally present in the country for the next 6 years. And by the way, if you don't show up for that hearing, they're already getting the message, we're not going to pursue you either. When an administration has a policy of defund the police, when our big cities have district attorneys that are saying we're not going to prosecute, when our President of the United States determines that illegally crossing a border without getting any criminal background check to come into the country from where they're from is acceptable, we're going to watch crime increase. And as the drugs continue to flow across our southern border, people commit more crime to be able to get more drugs, and it accelerates from there. There are ways to be able to address this. We're not asking for something unreasonable. Our families and our communities demand that someone stands up for those victims, not those that are actually causing the harm to the victims. And may I remind everyone, law enforcement have families too. And so while this administration decides to be soft on crime, there are individuals in houses today in my state that are hugging a loved one, looking them in the face as they walk out in their uniform and saying, "Be safe out there," while this administration tends to look the other way. That's backwards, and that's not where America's looking for.
Is it any wonder that Americans and Kansans are fearful? Is it any wonder that Americans or Kansans shake their heads at what they see happening today? We are a country designed to be based upon the rule of law. Our country can only function when people feel safe and secure in their homes, in their schools, in their communities, in their churches, their synagogues, when they feel comfortable sending their kids on a bus to receive their education, when they're comfortable walking down the street as a senior.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. When we come back, we are going to take you out to Houston, and the mayor and other city officials coming together to talk about the creation of the Houston-Harris Special Events Task Force. And we'll give you more updates on that coming up in just 2 minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us here as we bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Next story, we are going to go out to Houston, where Houston city leaders coming together to launch a task force for special events after the deadly Astroworld Festival. Well, let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
To this presentation. Look, welcome to City Hall, and thank you for joining us for this announcement. I'm joined by, of course, again, Harris County Commissioner Andrew Garcia, Susan Christian, Director of the Mayor's Office of Special Events, and Perry Turner, Harris County Deputy County Administrator for Justice and Safety. And later in this news conference, we will introduce some other key individuals as well. Today, we're announcing the formation of the City of Houston and Harris County Special Special Events Task Force. Our city and county have experienced tremendous growth over the past 20 years, and during this time, Houston has developed into an events city. We have expanded our locally produced events, increased the number of touring shows, and we continue to win and host nationally and internationally competitively bid events. The Special Events Task Force is being created to review and make recommendations to improve coordination, communication, protocols, and permitting requirements in Houston and Harris County. County. The COVID-19 pandemic devastated the live events industry, but as you know, events are well on the way back in Houston and throughout the world. And through my Office of Special Events alone, annually, we manage nearly 1,000 events, representing over 2,000 event days and attended by more than 10 million people. We are a city that is known for producing fun and safe events of magnitude, as well as neighborhood events that inspire and reflect the diversity that is Houston. Even with all that we have accomplished, we know that the city and county can do better. The line of demarcation between the city and county properties is invisible to the public. Together, we can build upon our individual achievements by working more collaboratively through our governmental processes, permitting, coordination, and communication. To that end, both Commissioner Garcia, who is representing his associates at the county, and I have created this joint task force to enhance events that require collaboration and coordination of government resources and services. Our decision to form the task force is about looking to the future and not back on any one incident. We realize that by working together and by bringing together many of the best individuals in event planning and safety, we can and must form stronger alliances. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that all agencies are partnering at every major touch point to produce great events, and that people who attend the events know that we're working together from the moment the event was first planned. Existing policy, procedures, and requisites will be reviewed, as well as industry standards and best practices to enhance operational management and other event disciplines. Commissioner Garcia and I have selected 10 industry leaders to serve on the Special Events Task Force. Each member of the task force brings individual expertise in various disciplines within the events industry. I have appointed Susan Christian, director of my Office of Special Events, to serve as co-chair of this task force. The next two individuals appointed represent the City of Houston's commitment to public safety and emergency response. Troy Fenner, Chief of Police, Houston Police Department, and Sam Pena, Chief of the Houston Fire Department. Additionally, I have appointed two national leaders in the events industry with extensive knowledge of event safety and production. Stephen Adelman, Vice President of the Event Safety Alliance, and Rob McKinley, co-founder and president of LD Systems. And at this time, I'd like to bring up Precinct 2 County Commissioner Adrian Garcia to say some words and announce members of the task force selected by the county. Commissioner Garcia, it's good to be with you again.
Likewise, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of council, and thank you to the members of the county that are here, and distinguished members of public safety from the city of Houston. And Mayor, let me just say, while you were catching your breath there, I just want to say, city folks were flipping coins and doing rock, paper, and scissors in case you needed resuscitation. But the county was ready to jump in. I'm just going to say that. But to that end, let me just say that I'm proud to be once again partnering with Mayor Turner and the city of Houston, as we should. The county and the city are it's home. It's our home, and we care about everything that takes place here. However, as the mayor has touched on the significance, the economic benefits and residual to when events are brought to our region, it is important that we also look forward to ensure that all places, including the unincorporated areas of the county, have the same type of attraction. So I'm excited about what could be the outcomes of this endeavor. And again, I want to thank Mayor Turner for your willingness to collaborate with the county, Judge Lina Hidalgo, Commissioner Rodney Ellis, Commissioners Ramsey and Cagle are also grateful for this opportunity. And in the aftermath of a terrible tragedy, it's not uncommon for there to be confusion. However, having worked my fair share of major events, I know that things can go sideways pretty easily, but it's important that we do and have everything and all procedures in place to ensure that things are rectified as quickly as possible. But it's also important to have established a set of principles and guidelines for how to put on events, establish standard operating procedures, and create new best practices going forward, looking to the parts of our country, other parts of the world potentially, for how they do things and to ensure that we're seeking the opportunity to learn. And as Houston and Harris County continue to attract more and more attractive events to draw people to our area, we need to make sure that we have the best possible plans in place. So I'm proud to announce my nominees and the nominees of the county to this task force. First, representing the Harris County Sheriff's Office will be Major Rolf Nelson, who serves as the Homeland Security Bureau Major for the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Major Nelson began his career in 1984 as a U.S. Army military police officer, and he has served in the U.S. Army for 3 years, rising to the rank of sergeant. After serving his country, Major Nelson joined the Sheriff's Office in 1990 and has held various roles in the organization during that time. Proud to have worked with him when I served as sheriff as well. And then we also have Ryan Walsh, started with the Harris County Sports and Convention Corporation in February of 2017 as Director of Projects and Capital Improvement, and was appointed Executive Director by the Board of Directors in May of 2018. The corporation was created by Harris County Commissioners Court to oversee, maintain, manage, and develop county-owned NRG Park, and it includes NRG Stadium, NRG Center, NRG Arena, and the NRG Astrodome. As Executive Director, he is responsible for the oversight and the operation of NRG Park in both day-to-day operations and long-term development. And then we also have, Houston, when you say Houston, you say rodeo. And so it's important that we also include Mike DeMarco. He is the Chief Show Operations Officer for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. His responsibilities are the day-to-day operations of the facility, including safety and medical security, to include law enforcement planning, oversight, cleaning, facility grounds, staffing, traffic control, transportation, busing operations, and carnival operations. I don't want that job. It's a lot. And then our own chief, very proud of her work and her leadership, Chief Lori Christensen, is the Fire Marshal of the Harris County, Texas, third most populous county in the United States. Fire Marshal Christensen is a graduate of the University of Houston downtown with a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice and a Master's of Science in Criminal Justice Leadership and Management from Sam Houston State University. Go Bearcats. She is an accredited fire marshal, a certified fire protection specialist, a master peace officer, and a master firefighter. I'll put her up against Chief Peña any day, Mayor. And then finally, the co-chair that I've appointed to this world-class task force, and I think that is reflective of the folks that both Mayor Turner and I have announced. Brand new appointed Deputy County Administrator of Justice and Public Safety, Perry K. Turner, Sr. Mr. Turner brings more than 30 years of experience in law enforcement and security operations in public, private, and education sectors. Most recently, he led the Houston field office of the Federal Bureau of Investigations as special agent in charge since 2014. Again,
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Minneapolis, where community members in support there of Amira Locke speaking out right there. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Minnesota here. Community leaders doing this news conference there in support there of Amira Locke. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Justin Tigan was brutally beat to death by the St. Paul police here in the state of Minnesota, August 19, 2009. Our families stand here today in solidarity with Amira Locke's family. We want them to know that we are here as impacted families, that we support them, that we send our love to them. We are too impacted. We are re-traumatized every time this happens, every time we have to look on the news and see another person get murdered. As we know in our hearts, our loved ones was murdered and taken away from us here in this state. We are hurt and we are upset that this state and the leaders in this state, the politicians, have allowed this to happen. There has been over 470 murders at the hands of law enforcement in the last 20 years of Black, Indigenous, and minority people that have been swept under the rug. And we are saying today that we stand for Amir, we will fight for Amir, and you will be held accountable for Amir and all of the lives that law enforcement have stolen from our families and from our community. We, as families, have been out here begging and pleading and demanding with legislators to pass laws that would stop these officers from killing people, and they refused to do it in the last session. We've pleaded with the governor, we've pleaded with the attorney general, to get help so that these murders could stop. And there was no police accountability bills passed in the last session with the legislators. The Senate would not let the bills go through that would hold officers accountable. And now here we are with Amir Locke being killed because of a no-knock warrant, and that was a bill that we were fighting for last legislation session. We have been shown time and time again that black lives in the state of Minnesota have no value. The reason I say that is because Philando Castile was murdered, and the officer was standing there with his gun as Philando clinged to life. 18 months later, a white woman was killed, Justine DeMond, by a black officer after she banged on the window and said that she heard gunshots. She startled the officer and he shot. I never justify murder, but I would say that was the most incident where someone was actually scared. The officer that killed Philando 18 months before that shot into a vehicle with a man that was licensed to carry, had a 3-year-old baby in the back seat, had his significant other in the other seat. He had the gun still standing there. In Justine DeMond's case, there was no video, but all they needed to know was that a black officer killed a white woman. So that officer is incarcerated right now. I never compare money because I don't care about it, because it can't take the pain away from our families. But that family received $20 million. Philando family received $3 million. What is the difference in the lives? What is the $17 million difference in the lives? That's how we're valued. Justin was found not in the river, not in the woods, not on the ground, but in the trash. That's what they think of us in this state. And it's proven time and time and time again. We have no value in this state. And they're proving it to us. And they're doing it in our faces. And they won't pass police accountability because they don't care about our families. Because if they cared about our families, we wouldn't be standing here right now, because they would have stopped it already. Anything that you want to stop, you would make it stop. It's going on because they've allowed it to go on. So today, we have the family of Justin Tigan. We have the family of Dante Wright. We have the family of Courtney Williams. We have the family of Jeffrey Smith. We have the family of Jamar Clark. We have the family of George Floyd. And we have the family of Philando Castile. Standing here today demanding justice for Amir Locke and all of the other stolen lives that led up to Amir. You will not forget about us. You will not sweep us under the rug. We will not be quiet in this time when you've stolen from our loved ones too, because all of their lives mattered. And all of our families are hurting by the corruptedness and the cover-ups in this state. I will now call forward the mother of Dante Wright, Katie Wright. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Katie Wright. I am Dante Wright's mom. Seems like almost, just a year ago, we were standing in the same shoes as Amir's family. And first and foremost, I just want to say that my heart, my prayers go out with them. I know the journey that they're traveling down, and it's a hard one. It hurts. And to watch the video of Amir being murdered again brings back so much memories for our family. And it just seems like it's never going to stop. There's so many names that are being yelled in the streets in Minnesota, and this all could have ended when people were demanding change in the legislature. I sat with the governor and asked, when my son was murdered, that it needs to stop. And then here we are, almost a year later, with another boy that looks like my son. When I see Amir, I see Dante. When I see Amir, I see Jamar Clark. When I see Amir, I see Philando Castile. When I see Amir, I see so many names. And we can't take it anymore. We're demanding justice. We need accountability, and we need it to stop. This is just beyond a pain that nobody will ever be able to even describe, because that's how much it hurts. So we're demanding accountability, we're demanding change, and we're asking that you guys hold these police officers accountable. We have to fight extra hard compared to community crime, because we have to make sure that the person that is supposed to protect and serve our family protects and serves instead of shoot and kills. And that's not happening. So Amir Locke, my heart goes out to his family, and I want you guys to know that the Right family, along with families supporting families, stands with you, and we're here for you. Thank you.
We will now call forward the mother of Jefford Smith, Matilda Smith. Thank you.
Hello, you all. I am tired. Mentally, this is hard. It's traumatizing. Each time we step up here, each time they kill someone, I just like to call Amir Locke name out loud. Amir Locke.
Amir Locke.
Amir Locke.
Amir Locke.
Amir Locke.
Amir Locke.
Amir Locke wouldn't be dead right now if they've taken care of the crimes they committed long before Amir Locke. These police officers are committing crimes, and I don't even want to blame them anymore, because they work for someone. And whoever they work for has to be sending them out killing it. This is not right, that we have to continue to do this. We're tired of facing you guys. We don't want to be here. We don't ask to be here. But they're killing our children. They killed my son, Jefford Smith. Shot him a lot of times and swept him under the rug, they thought. They had a fake grand jury. I stepped to the DA that took his case, and he retired after that. This is wrong, y'all. We can't keep allowing them to kill our children. It's not all right. And they don't want us to talk about it. Well, we're going to talk about it. And they don't want to give us our records. 5 years my son been dead. They haven't given me his records. Come on. This is wrong. What do you got to hide? Why do you hold our records? Why 5 years? It's 6 years. I still haven't got my son's complete records. They have a lot to hide and a lot to cover up. When they killed my son, they held his body. BCA ordered them to hold his body so his family could not come down there and see him. They do a lot of stuff, y'all, and this stuff has to stop. These lies has to stop. These cover-ups has to stop. We want accountability for Amir Locke. We want accountability, and we want his family to get justice, because we didn't get it, and we're still fighting for it. So I say justice for Amir Locke. We are here for you. We stand with your family. Thank you.
Yes. We will now call the mother of Philando Castile, Valerie Castile.
I have to take these off for a minute anyway, because this is going to get real up in here. It's getting ready to get real up in here. Okay. Now, what number body we on? 200? 300? No. 400? What body? What bodies we on now? Now that's a shame.
It's almost 500.
We done lost count. They've killed so many of our children, we have lost count, and we can't remember the names. But it's more than you can imagine. And like I said last time I was in this very room, that you guys are the journalists. Y'all need to fact check what we're talking about and bring a real story to the table. Because these little bits and pieces that you're hearing, we need to, for you guys to know and understand how deep this corruption really goes. My son was crucified July the 6th, 2016. He was shot just for being honest and telling the truth. Okay, where do we go from there? How can you explain that to children, that a man was honest and told the truth and was still murdered while he was seatbelted in his car, accompanied by a woman and a child? Now, what was that man so afraid of as a black family? A man, woman, and a child is a family. So why was he afraid? And like I said, they don't use critical thinking. You walking up to the back of that car, you couldn't see that little tiny head in the back of that windshield. But yet, you shot in that vehicle with no regards to human life. Now, I'm finna get real with you right about now. All our children were of age to bear children. You're killing our children in the prime of their lives where they can reproduce. Now, if you kill 100 children that could have 5 children, that's 500 kids that would never be born. And you multiply that by 100,000, that's 500,000 children, black children, that would never be born. It's deeper than what you think. It's deeper than what you think. They are using genocide against us. That's exactly what it is. They don't want to see more black people born, and so they're executing the ones that can reproduce. It's so much collusion and cover-up and backdoor willing and dealing. That circus of a trial they had for my son, it was just shameful. It was shameful. That man shot at 3 people, but you end up with 1 charge. He committed so many crimes at that time. We gonna stop talking about after the fact. At that very minute, when they came in that door at our son, Amar, he was already a dead man. Yes. He was already a dead man because the way they came in there. And it's just a shame that you get away with it. All you have to say was you inferior your life. I just want to know, why do you have all this shit around? Jump on them.
All right, everyone. So the language there is getting bad. So what we will do is head to a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go out to the White House. That will be happening pretty soon here. A live briefing will be underway in just moments. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. I'm your host, Mike Page. Here's what we have coming up in just moments, awaiting a White House briefing. As soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you right here. But I want to go right outside of the Capitol right now. Democrats came together to talk about crime surge in America.
To kind of set the stage for why this matters, and why the issues that we're here to talk about today are so critical and so important to communities all over this nation. You see, I was sworn in as a law enforcement officer on February 12th of 1984. This Saturday, it will mark 38 years. I had the honor of serving in every rank at the Orlando Police Department and being appointed as the chief of police. I spent 27 years as a law enforcement officer. And I've seen during that time the best and the worst of people. But I've seen ordinary citizens bravely come to the aid of their neighbors. I've seen elected officials rise to the occasion no matter how tough. And I've seen law enforcement officers walk through the fires of danger to protect the innocent. When I was appointed chief of police in Orlando, crime was at an all-time high. Our murder rate was the highest it had ever been. We saw robberies, shootings, rapes, gang activity. But as the chief of police, I launched an all-out war on violent crime and violent offenders. You see, we were guardians when we needed to be, and we were warriors when we needed to be. The number one priority, regardless of the challenges that we all face in all communities, the number one priority has to be the reduction of violent crime. And we also need to make sure that we keep crime guns out of the hands of people who should not have them in the first place. Terrorists, habitual offenders, and the mentally ill. Sadly, today, we have 5 times the murder rate of countries like Germany and the UK. Last year in my home state of Florida, 1,290 people were murdered. And you know, sadly, I know that I do not stand alone as I share those statistics. Today, we stand with representatives of law enforcement, but let me be clear. Crime prevention must be a partnership between law enforcement and the communities that they serve. Everybody counts, but everybody is accountable. Fighting crime is also about intervention and preventing crime from happening in the first place. It's about investing in those social ills that cause decay in communities in the first place. It's about investing in our schools, investing in our youth today, so we won't have to invest in our prisons tomorrow. And we must get serious as a nation about addressing mental health, for example, and addressing drug addiction, for example. We cannot leave all of America's challenges on the backs of the men and women in law enforcement. And we must invest in our police departments. I remember pleading that case as a police chief every year. When we take the time to talk to communities throughout our nation, particularly those in high crime areas, you know what they tell us? Those communities say, we want to fund the police. Matter of fact, we want to see more police. In Congress, we spend a lot of time and energy on too many issues that simply don't matter. And many days we spend time vilifying each other, when there are some issues, and this is one of them, that we should all come together. When our communities are experiencing disturbing increases in violent crime, including violent crime against law enforcement, public safety is the foundation on which we build great communities. No great society can exist without public safety. And when our law enforcement officers are not safe, and I say that as a former law enforcement officer, when they do not have the resources that they need, how can we even begin to keep our families, our neighbors, and businesses safe around this country? I've attended more police officers' funerals than I want to talk about today. Matter of fact, my first floor speech as a member of Congress, my first floor speech, you dream about what will it be, but it was a tribute to the first person I promoted after being appointed Chief, Sergeant Deborah Clayton. This wife and mother was gunned down by a murder suspect as she tried to apprehend him. He had already killed his pregnant girlfriend. He was a career criminal who should not have had a gun in the first place. We need legislation that supports safe communities. And I am co-sponsoring legislation to increase funding our law enforcement and legislation to help police departments in hiring more detectives and specialists, because due to lack of adequate resources, nearly half of America's murders go unsolved. Is anyone really opposed to getting more murderers off of our street? We're joined today by members of Congress and by representatives of America's law enforcement community. By working together as lawmakers, as law enforcement, as other members of this community, we can rise up. And I am confident we can meet this moment. It is my absolute pleasure at this time to introduce the Baltimore Police Commissioner, Michael Harrison.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. The violent crime situation in major cities across this country is dire. The homicide rate has steadily risen over the past few years. Gun violence is devastating our communities as shootings have become a daily occurrence in our nation's urban centers. Many MCC members are also seeing more and more juveniles carrying out these violent acts. The amount of violence directed at law enforcement officers has also increased significantly, as you just heard. And many of these attacks are brazen, cowardly, and they represent a complete disregard for police officers, the job they do, and the sanctity of life. My own police officer, Baltimore police officer Kiana Holly, was killed in December after being ambushed in her patrol car while serving her community. According to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, 12 other police officers lost their lives in January after being shot, and this must stop immediately. Local law enforcement officers continue to work tirelessly every day to keep their communities safe. Given the immense challenges we're facing, however, we need help from our leaders in Washington. So passing the Victim Act is a great place to start. The Victim Act will provide police departments with much needed resources and bolster the response to violent crime. More specifically, this legislation will help law enforcement address staffing shortages, enhance forensic and investigative capabilities, and provide services and support to victims of violent crime and their families. Resources alone, however, are not enough. The failure of other parts of the criminal justice system to hold violent offenders accountable has removed a critical deterrent. To fully address violent crime threat facing our communities, this shortcoming must be addressed. So on behalf of the Major City Chiefs Association, I'd like to thank Representative Demings and all of the other members of Congress who are here today. And
as you can see here, White House briefing underway. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
To discuss his economic growth plan for the middle class, the Build Back Better agenda, which will lower energy costs for working families, create good-paying union jobs, and build a reliable, clean energy future as we tackle the climate crisis. The president and these executives will discuss, or they are discussing, I guess I should say, how investments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and expand tax credits for clean energy and free research and development are necessary, overdue, and critical for increasing the resiliency of our electrical grid, and essential to helping the pocketbooks of Americans around the country. The executives and organizations attending this discussion operate key parts of America's power grid, and they know that the best way to ensure future economic growth is to make long-term investments to combat the climate crisis, increase the competitiveness of our industries, and protect our electrical grid from extreme weather events. Amr, why don't you kick us off?
Okay, thanks. So new CPI numbers come out tomorrow, and economists are forecasting an index of, I believe, 7.3% annually. And I was just wanting to ask, what do you see in the data right now that suggests inflation will fall quickly this year? And how confident are you that a decrease in inflation can occur without hurting demand in the economy?
Well, let me start with a little bit of a preview, just so, well, we don't know the numbers. I know there are projections, but just as people are preparing to look at these numbers and prepare to report on the numbers. So first, when we look at tomorrow's data, what we're looking at is recent trends in inflation. So in November and December, price increases showed relative to the month before, slowed relative to the month before, and in January, they were down almost half from where they were in October. That's a sign of progress, that the inflationary increases are decreasing, I should say, month to month. And we'll be looking at that wage growth compared, looking how wage growth compared to inflation in January as well. What is also coming out tomorrow is annual data, right, which is, I think, what you're talking about. And so as we're looking at that, we expect a high year-over-year inflation rate reading in tomorrow's data, given what we know about the last year, right, and what we've seen over the last year. That's because year-over-year data largely reflects the price increases over the last year, as we've already talked about and we know about. It's not about the most recent trends, which I think is the important component for people to look at, right? There's monthly, and then there's also the annual data. So above 7%, as I think some are predicting, would not be a surprise, even though we don't know what the data is going to be. But looking at that, reading of it as we prepare for tomorrow is still consistent with the path, in our view, to go to your question, that leading outside forecasters continue to project that inflation is expected to decrease over the course and moderate over the course of this year. So that continues to be outside projections, even as we're preparing for the new data tomorrow. I think there was another part of your question, but I wanted to explain what people should prepare for.
Well, I guess with just getting back to how confident are you that a decrease can occur without hurting demand in the economy? Was the second part of the question.
Well, I would say, as you know, the Federal Reserve has purview over taking the independent approaches that they choose to. And we certainly, as the president has said, he welcomes and supports their efforts to take steps, or their plans to take steps. In terms of our confidence, we again rely on what their projections are about the projection that inflation will come down, that it will moderate, and we are also continuing to take steps to continue to grow the economy, continue to address the needs that the American people have in the economy.
I can ask a question about.
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.
Several states are now, it seems, well ahead of the federal government in explaining the path out of the pandemic. Is the president now falling behind states in explaining to Americans how or we all can sort of resume our normal lives and get back to normalcy?
Well, the president has been clear and has said that we are moving toward a time when COVID won't disrupt our daily lives, a time when COVID won't be a constant crisis. I think you all heard him talk about that in his press conference 2 weeks ago. And that is something that, as Jeff Zients, I believe, just said during the COVID briefing earlier today, there's an active and ongoing work plan to develop a path forward. And that is, there's constant discussion about that. I think what you're referring to as it relates to New York, which is an important component, especially as Americans are consuming what it means and where we're going, of masks and what the mask guidance is. Dr. Walensky was also on this COVID briefing that happened just earlier this morning, and what she conveyed on that briefing, I know there's a lot going on, she may not have all seen what she said, but is that we certainly understand the need to be flexible. We want to ensure that public health guidance we're providing meets the moment we're in. We recognize people are tired of the pandemic. They're tired of wearing masks. I bet all of you are. I certainly know I am. We all understand that, but that what our focus is on is looking at the data and the science. So there are positive signs, as she referred to. Cases and hospitalizations are falling. We're looking at all of the guidance based on the latest data and science. She also said, which is I think important for people to note, that while we continue to recommend masking in areas of high and substantial transmission, which is basically the entire country at this point, that's essentially everywhere for indoor settings, we are evaluating rates of transmission. We're evaluating and looking at data to see if any changes need to be made. And that is something, of course, the CDC continues to do. So I would say that we are internally discussing, of course, what it looks like to be in the phase of the fight against the COVID pandemic, where it is not disrupting everyone's daily lives, where people are moving on and living, lives free of hopefully masks at some point, and many of the restrictions that we've all been living through over the past 2 years. But as the federal government, we have the responsibility to rely on data, on science, on the medical experts. That's something the president committed to during the campaign. They confirmed during this briefing, they are continuing to evaluate, and there's ongoing discussions and work happening internally.
One last thing. The Pentagon has yet to commit to immediate embeds with U.S. troops that have and are deploying to the Baltics. Why? And is this consistent just generally with the administration's pledge to transparency?
Well, I just saw the reports about this, and I will acknowledge, too, I have to dig into this a little bit further. I certainly understand the question and the desire to be embedded with troops and seeing what's happening on the ground, just as many of you have reporters and outlets who are near the border or seeing what's happening for yourselves, the military buildup of troops. So let me check into this and see if I can get back to all of you. Go ahead.
Thanks, John. Following up on that, does the White House generally support the notion of troops embedding with U.S. troops around the world?
We certainly have in the past, yes.
But I know that the Trump administration took a different view. So does this White House envision a return to the practice of U.S. journalists embedding with U.S. forces when they're in Eastern Europe, for example, in the nation's interest?
That has been our overarching approach, as you've seen over the last year. I'd have to check into this specific question that Amr is asking about, and I think you're following up on.
Okay, great. The White House has made it pretty clear there is no plan for a mass evacuation of American citizens in Ukraine. And in fact, you and the president and others have suggested that Americans who are in Ukraine should leave now if they can. At the same time, it's been projected that Russia could overtake Kyiv in 2 days if it invades. So what happens to Americans if they do get stranded in Ukraine? Should they understand that the U.S. is not coming to get them?
Well, let's just take a step back here. First, we don't know that President Putin has made a decision to invade. We still don't have a new assessment on that, right? I'm obviously not going to discuss intelligence reports, which I think you also referenced. What I can tell you is that it's not just that the president or I have been conveying this warning to U.S. citizens. This is something the State Department has been doing for weeks and weeks and weeks now. I know there have also been a range of reports out there about American citizens. As you all know, because we've discussed this before, U.S. citizens are not required to register their travel to a foreign country with us, and we don't maintain a comprehensive list of U.S. citizens. That said, the State Department does estimates from time to time, and I know there have been much larger numbers out there, so I just wanted to reiterate for all of you that back in October, the State Department estimated there were, at the time, so months ago, about 6,600 U.S. citizens residing in Ukraine, not much larger than that. There have been, of course, there are periodic times during the holiday season where there are assessments of tourists and visitors and others, but in terms of citizens residing in Ukraine, many of which would be dual citizens. So what people should understand is that the United States does not typically do mass evacuations. Of course, the situation in Afghanistan was unique for many reasons, including that it was the end of a 20-year war. We were bringing a war to an end. We were not trying to prevent a war, as we are certainly in this case. There are a range of means that individuals and Americans can depart from Ukraine, and we've been encouraging them to do exactly that. But how we've been looking at this is much more similar to what was ordered in Ethiopia or Kazakhstan in recent months, where the security circumstances on the ground warranted travel advisories and warnings from the State Department.
And can you explain how the process would work if U.S. citizens were able to make it by land to Poland or Romania? What's the plan that's being put in place to help them?
You mean if they cross the border? Well,
if there is an invasion.
Well, there are still, I think what we're encouraging American citizens to do is depart now. Obviously, there hasn't been an invasion, and we don't know that there has been a decision to invade. Obviously, we have a range of diplomatic presences, not only in Ukraine, but in neighboring countries that are always available for a U.S. citizen should they need assistance.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. HHS just put out a statement clarifying around some reports that crack pipes are not going to be part of the safe smoking kits that are funded by the administration. But can you clarify for us, were they never a part of the kit, or were they removed in response to this reporting and this pushback?
They were never a part of the kit. It was inaccurate reporting, and we wanted to put out information to make that clear.
What is in the safe smoking kit?
A safe smoking kit may contain alcohol swabs, lip balm, other materials to promote hygiene and reduce the transmission of diseases like HIV and hepatitis. I would note that what we're really talking about here is steps that we're taking as a federal government to address the opioid epidemic, which is killing tens of thousands, if not more, Americans every single day, week, month of the year. We put out this statement, though, because there was inaccurate information out there, or I should say HHS put out this statement because there was inaccurate information out there, and we wanted to provide clarification on the allowable uses for the HHS harm reduction program. It's not a change in policy. This program, though, is focused on harm reduction strategies, including prioritizing the use of fentanyl test strips and clean syringes. And all of these harm reduction services that will be supported by these programs are intended to save lives from an epidemic that we know is devastating to communities across the country.
And then, so just to put a final point on it, does the administration support any effort then to distribute drug paraphernalia, like the pipes that we were hearing about?
The statement makes clear that we don't support federal funding, indirect or direct, for pipes.
And then on the safe injection sites that the DOJ is evaluating, was this an ask from the White House that they review that policy? Because I know that for years DOJ has opposed efforts to open safe injection sites.
It's under litigation, so I can't speak to that. But what I can tell you and reiterate is that the White House is committed, as I would reiterate for you, many Democrats and Republicans, including Senator Cruz, to taking steps to address the opioid crisis. This is not an issue that is inflicting just blue states. It is inflicting millions of Americans across the country, and it is important that we take steps to address it.
So just final wrap of those two items, what would you say to critics who are concerned that the Biden administration is somehow encouraging illegal drug use?
I think that it's important to step back and remember, just to put a little more of a fine point on it, that we're losing an American life every 5 minutes to overdose. We don't have time for political games. The president's focused on saving lives through harm reduction programs. That's exactly what we're talking about here. They work in red states and they work in blue states. We know they save lives. They help connect people to treatment and recovery. And they were endorsed this week by a bipartisan commission co-chaired by Senator Tom Cotton that examines steps we must take to address the devastating toll of overdoses. So what I would say is this is not a game. This is not a political game. This is an epidemic that is taking the life of an American every 5 minutes, and we need to work in a bipartisan way to address it.
Thank you. Can I ask real quick about masks? We had another state today dropping the indoor mask mandate as the CDC is confirming that their guidance is not changing. But these decisions that are being made at the local level, like you guys always talk about, are out of step with the science that is at the forefront of the CDC, of this White House. So why are we not hearing the same messaging criticizing states that are, making these moves like we heard previously with, for instance, Ron DeSantis?
Well, I would say there is a distinct difference between standing in the way, which Ron DeSantis did, or Governor DeSantis, I'll give him his full title, of teachers, school administrators, and others taking steps to protect the students in their school communities. There's a difference between standing in the way of it, threatening to pull back funding, and allowing for local school districts to make choices, which is what a number of these states are doing. Go ahead.
Jen, quick follow-up on that. Does the administration risk looking out of touch with where the country is heading in terms of lifting these mask mandates if the CDC doesn't revise its guidelines?
Well, again, we understand where the emotions of the country are, right? People are tired of masks. I would say not even if you look at the polling, though. There is also a huge chunk of people who still want masks, right? So it's not even that specific. It's just that, as you noted, there are some states that are moving towards rolling back or giving more choice to local communities about how they will implement these requirements. But again, from the federal government, what our responsibility to do is to abide by what the president committed to on the campaign, which is to listen to scientists, listen to data. That doesn't move at the speed of politics, it moves at the speed of data. And they, Dr. Walensky, committed to, conveyed, or I should say confirmed, that they were evaluating this at the CDC.
And I want to just ask you about Russia. You were very careful in your wording when you were asked yesterday the extent to which the administration understands what happened between Presidents Macron and President Putin. Can you give us any more information today? To what extent has the administration been briefed? Has the president been briefed directly
The president spoke with President Macron this morning, which I believe we confirmed. Yes.
And what does he understand about what came out of that meeting? Does he have the same sense of optimism that President Macron had when he left that meeting, that yes, perhaps there had been a tiny bit of progress in terms of helping create an off-ramp for President Putin?
Well, Kristen, the president spoke, as I noted, with President Macron earlier today. He, as you know, hosted the German Chancellor, and I expect he will speak with a number of other European counterparts as the week proceeds. But what we're looking at here, Kristen, is not reports out of a meeting, but whether or not Russia is taking de-escalatory steps. They are not. They are taking escalatory, not de-escalatory steps. We certainly hope that that changes.
So you, based on the intelligence that you have, do not share the same measured optimism that President Putin had coming out of that?
Again, we're looking at actions here, and we have not seen de-escalatory actions by the Russians.
Any imminent plans for President Biden to speak with President Putin?
As you probably are tired of hearing me say, but I'll just repeat it. The president certainly values leader-to-leader engagement. He has spoken with President Putin, as you know, multiple times in the past, including in person, but I don't have anything to preview at this point in time.
If I could just ask you one question. Overnight, the president tweeted about this potential bill that has been proposed in Florida that would restrict school districts from encouraging discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in public schools. The president tweeted out that he wanted them to know that you are loved and accepted just as you are. I have your back. What, if anything, can President Biden do, is he planning to do, if in fact that does pass?
Well, I would say, unfortunately, this is not the only bill or the only effort we're seeing across the country to really regulate what students can or cannot read, what they can or cannot learn, and most troubling, who they can or cannot be. As I think you saw in the president's tweet, it's cruel, it's harmful, and it is certainly something that is not helping young people who are members of the LGBTQI plus community, who are already vulnerable, already being bullied. I think the president felt it was important to speak out. But in terms of specific actions, we're going to continue to voice our strong views on this. It's significant the president did that, and if there's any additional steps, I'll let you know. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Back to Ukraine for a second. Tomorrow, it's expected to be this Russia-Belarus military exercise. Is it the sense of this administration that what's expected to be this massive show of force tomorrow and for the next few days after that could provide some sort of cover for an invasion? And is the White House and its allies on any kind of heightened alert given what's expected to happen?
I wouldn't make a prediction of that. I'm sure your colleagues will ask the Pentagon that question, but I think as we look at the preparation for these military exercises, again, we see this as certainly more of an escalatory, not a de-escalatory action as it relates to those troops and the military exercises. This is happening at the border at the border as well. So that is certainly concerning to us, but I wouldn't make a prediction of what it means in terms of invasion.
Okay, and back to masks, not to belabor it,
yeah.
But in a matter of weeks, Americans have heard the White House say masks are so important, you should get online and order yours for your family right now. You've got now this wave of states that are saying, actually, you don't have to necessarily wear masks. We're going to do away with some of these mandates. And now you've got the CDC saying its guidance stands. We're going to review things, but the guidance stands. Can you blame Americans for being confused and frustrated and having no idea who they should be listening to right now?
Well, our guidance has consistently been this. When you are in a high transmission area, which is everywhere in the country, you should wear a mask in indoor settings, including schools. There are states that have rolled back their mask guidelines, that have given more flexibility to communities. They're different. It's not uniform what every state has done. And certainly we continue to advise and recommend abiding by public health guidelines.
But do you dispute that Americans are confused by what's happening?
Well, I think we should do everything we can to prevent them from being confused. So I'm restating what our policy is here from the federal government, which is based on public health guidelines.
And does the CDC run the risk of becoming irrelevant in the minds of many Americans, given that their states are moving along ahead without them?
Well, I don't think the federal experts on health and medical advice should be irrelevant to Americans at a time where we're still facing a pandemic. Go ahead.
Negotiations on the Russian sanctions bill have stalled in Congress or hit a bump. What is the latest White House thinking on that bill? What are some of the things you want to see emerge in the weeks ahead or days ahead?
Sure. Well, first, we believe it's important to show a united front to Russia, and hence we've been doing a range of briefings with Democratic and Republican leadership and members and committees over the course of the last several weeks. We've been gratified by the bipartisan support we've seen for the actions we've taken and will take if Russia further invades Ukraine. We welcome the bipartisan focus on Russia and Ukraine in Congress and think that a bipartisan bill would send a strong message to President Putin.
There's momentum building for a bill to bar alarm.
We are listening in live to the White House press briefing right now. Media is still asking a number of questions ranging from COVID to the tension between Ukraine and Russia. We are going to send you off into a 2-minute break right back here in this press conference when you return.
He's talked about that a lot throughout his career. During the campaign, he committed to work with Congress to take steps to ensure that there wasn't conflicts of interest that are being presented as this legislation is being discussed. And he also believes that all government agencies and officials, including independent agencies, should be held to the highest ethical standards. It's early in the legislative process, so I don't have a new comment today on the specifics of this legislation, but I would just reiterate how the president has operated and conducted himself as he has been in public life for just a few years now.
Last question. Senator Manchin has talked about there's no more Build Back Better bill publicly. Has the White House or your team ever considered rebranding the bill, a name change? Is that something that you've considered and you think would be beneficial?
Sure. Look, I think our objective is working with Democrats, Republicans, if they decide they're for lowering the cost of prescription drugs, they're welcome to join us in this effort. But to determine how much of the president's Build Back Better agenda, whatever you call it, can be moved forward. And there is agreement on a number of big components, including with Senator Manchin, about the importance of lowering the cost of childcare, what burden that has on families across the country, about the importance of lowering the cost of health care, of making the tax system more fair, of negotiating, of allowing Medicare to negotiate the price of prescription drugs, something the president will be going to Virginia tomorrow to talk about. So these discussions are ongoing. A lot of them, you heard the president say at the press conference 2 weeks ago, are happening between members on the Hill, right, to determine what they can have support for. And our staff and senior members of the team are engaged in those as well. Go ahead.
Jen, given that the CDC guideline still remains that masking is recommended in schools, if you are a parent, a teacher, a student living in a state where that is no longer recommended, should you still follow the CDC guideline?
Yes.
So even if the state is not requiring that you wear masks in the schools?
Well, this is where we would advise any American to follow the CDC guidelines. And as Dr. Walensky said, and you referenced, they're constantly evaluating, right? Because the data is changing, the science is changing. It certainly is positive that case numbers have come down, hospitalizations come down, and they look at all of that information. That's why it's also important to note the difference between leaders who are saying, we're going to leave it up to localities, local school districts to make decisions. No parent who wants to send their kid with a mask should be penalized. No teacher or who wants to wear a mask should be penalized, or school district who makes that choice should be penalized. But a lot of these decisions have been up to local school districts. In the past, we have funded and we have made announcements about a number of mitigation measures, which we will continue to work with school districts to implement.
And it's been almost a month, I think, since President Biden addressed the issue of the pandemic in the form of a major speech. Why has it been that long since Americans have heard from him in sort of that kind of a setting about the pandemic?
Well, I would say first, the president answered questions about the pandemic less than 2 weeks ago during a press conference. And certainly we have regular COVID briefings to provide the American people with an update on where things stand. We're currently, as I noted a little bit earlier, discussing what the next phase of the pandemic looks like. That's an ongoing process, and the American people can expect to continue to hear from the president on it.
Would it be fair to say that the president believes the country is turning a corner on the pandemic?
Again, I don't want to characterize other than to convey that we look at hospitalization numbers. They're coming down. That's a good sign. There's no question about that. We are looking at all of the tools we have in our toolbox, which is certainly puts us in a very different position than we were in a year ago, whether it's the antiviral pills, the ability to send out masks and tests to Americans who want them, the fact that 75% of adults are vaccinated. This is all good. These are all good signs, all good information, but we're continuing to discuss and assess internally what the next phase might look like.
And I'd like to ask you a question about a CNN investigation about the Kabul airport blast back in August. This investigation looked at medical records, it interviewed doctors in Kabul, victims and witnesses, and it raises some questions about whether anyone was hit by gunfire, either by U.S. or British troops after the airport bomb blast. So we're wondering, should the Pentagon further investigate this matter, or does the president believe that this matter is closed?
Well, I know that my colleague John Kirby is going to brief later this afternoon, and CENTCOM has put out information on this, but I would really point you to them for further comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have a question about how the president is going to make the decision about changing the recommendation on masks. Is he totally...
He will make the decision based on what the CDC advises. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So the CDC calls the shots here. It's not like he measures trade-offs, the economy, mental health, people's behavior. It's just when the CDC says it's okay to do, that's what will determine his decision. But he doesn't take into account all these other factors.
Well, what he has made the commitment to the American people on back when he ran for president, and we've tried to abide by, is that he would listen to Listen to the data, listen to the science, and certainly our health and medical team. Obviously, the CDC is part of that, Dr. Fauci, other experts. You've heard, though, I would note, Dr. Murthy and others talk about mental health impacts. So I would point you to them to talk about all the factors, but we're certainly going to listen to our doctors and medical experts.
What I'm trying to determine is, what does listen mean? Does it mean that the CDC calls the shots here, or, as these governors have done, does the president take into account the trade-offs? I mean, this is about public health. It's not like just some kind of abstract thing in a vacuum. Kids' mental health is affected by wearing masks. Human behavior is part of this. The economy is part of this. Does he take those into account, or does he assume the CDC will do that for him?
Well, I think, Mara, it's also important to note that masks are effective at reducing transmission in schools and other places. And we know that from what the data has told us, right? There are a range of health and medical experts who advise the president and make determinations about how the CDC guidance will be changed. But that is what we rely on, yes.
There are a lot of doctors who are now signing statements saying it's time to lift mask mandates, especially for kids.
I understand that, but we rely on the health and medical experts who work in the federal government, as we should, even as we account for and consult with outside experts. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. You mentioned the president's trip tomorrow to Virginia. Do you expect a new announcement of some sort on prescription drug prices, or is it going to be kind of a familiar argument about the importance of his Build Back Better plan? And he'll be appearing alongside a vulnerable House Democrat. Will that type of travel, where he'll be going out with Democrats facing tough re-election battles, be sort of the North Star as he accelerates his travel schedule, or at least has said that he wants to do that?
Sure. Well, on your second question, you know, I've become quite careful about what I say about politics and campaigning from this podium, but the president himself has said, so I can point to that, that he is eager to go out there and hit the road for Democrats who are fighting for an agenda for the American people. So certainly tomorrow, when he is out in the Richmond area with Congresswoman Spanberger, this is an opportunity for him to go back to your first question, to really talk about his view that the fact that Americans are forced to pay 2 to 3 times more for drugs than citizens in other advanced economies is unacceptable. It's flat out wrong, and we need to act to stop the abuse of American families. He, as you've heard him say many times, and I expect you would hear him say tomorrow, insulin, which was invented over 100 years ago, costs roughly $10 to make, but families are sometimes charged over $1,000 for it. That's unacceptable. It causes untold pain for thousands and thousands of families. And Medicare being able to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs, I don't know that it needs to be a new policy. It's a good policy, supported by many, many Americans, the vast majority across the country, Democrats and Republicans, independents, and we obviously want to continue to fight to get it done.
And Iran announced today that they said that they have developed a missile that can strike Israel or U.S. bases in the region. I'm wondering if you have a reaction to that, and then also kind of generally wanted to check in on where you thought the sort of progress on talks over a new nuclear deal are standing right now.
Well, in terms of where things stand, Special Envoy Malley and his interagency delegation have been in Vienna for the 8th round of talks. As we've said, and this is consistent, the report you referenced is consistent with this, our talks with Iran have reached an urgent point on mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA. A deal that addresses the core concerns of all sides is in sight, but if it is not reached in the coming weeks, Iran's ongoing nuclear advances will make it impossible for us to return to the JCPOA. So those talks and conversations are ongoing, but I would say that as we noted back, I believe in December, the president asked his team to prepare a range of contingencies because we are at a pivotal point because of the progress that they have made in recent years as a result of the former president and his team pulling out of the nuclear deal. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jen, thank you. Does the president have a particular opinion about this trucker action going on in Canada?
And as we continue listening in, is some of us going to see one last 2-minute break?
And could it possibly have some impact on the U.S. economy?
Yeah.
In the long run, if it continues.
So we are watching this very closely, and because as you kind of touched on here, the Ambassador Bridge is Canada's busiest link to the United States and accounts for about 25% of trade between the two countries. And so the blockade poses a risk to supply chains for the auto industry because the bridge is a key conduit for motor vehicles, components and parts, and delays risk disrupting auto production. We are in close contact. We've been doing a great deal of work on this. Liz Sherwood-Randall, our Homeland Security Advisor, convened a meeting just today. We're in very close contact and coordination with the Custom and Border Protection Team and Canadian counterparts, Michigan Governor Whitmer, and industry stakeholders. We are also monitoring very closely and engaged with auto companies on what the impacts could be of auto parts, which is what would come from Canada, and the impact on the United States. We're also tracking potential disruptions to U.S. agricultural exports from Michigan into Canada. There are a number of steps that we have proactively taken, I should say, the Customs and Border Protection Team. They've worked with Canadian counterparts to route traffic from Ambassador Bridge to Blue Water Bridge. There's still a lengthy delay, but it is enabling some of these trucks and transports to get through. They also opened all 9 commercial lanes, including a fast lane at the port to process diverted traffic. And they're working closely with relevant automakers and other public and private sector stakeholders to discuss alternative processing. So we're working to ensure there's movement. The other issue, let me just touch on what you didn't ask about, but is an important component too, is there are workers who need to go across the bridge to get to Canada or to get to the United States. And the workers, they go over the Ambassador Bridge typically. They are being detoured to the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel, which is open, which enabling them to move past. So we're very focused on this. The President is focused on this, and we are working very closely with the team at DHS, with Canadian officials and others to do everything we can to alleviate the impact.
Does the President have an opinion on this action? So,
an opinion on it? In what? Tell me more about
the message they want to send.
Well, we support peaceful protest, but we have concerns when those protests turn violent. And certainly, I think it's important for everyone in Canada and the United States to understand what the impact of this blockage is, potential impact on workers, on the supply chain, and that is where we are most focused. Go ahead. I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have a couple questions on schools and guidelines around COVID. You're saying, the CDC, its guidance remains that there be universal masking in schools, and the White House supports that recommendation. As you point out, some of these Democratic governors who are lifting mask mandates in schools, they are allowing local authorities to make some decisions, but the reality is there are going to be a lot of parents who no longer have their children wear masks in schools. And given community transmission is still high across the country, the whole map on the CDC website is red. Are you not concerned that these decisions are going to potentially lead to outbreaks in schools?
Well, our focus continues to be to recommend everyone follow CDC guidance, right? And we know that wearing masks effectively reduces transmission. As much as people are understandably tired of wearing masks, we understand that. There were a number of other mitigation measures that schools have taken. Obviously now kids age 5 to 11 are eligible to be vaccinated. Testing so kids can remain in the classroom even if there's a case is something we have also talked about and supported. And funding from the American Rescue Plan ensured that there was capacity and ability to improve ventilation, social distancing, and take other steps that are also effective mitigation measures in schools. But again, our view is that if a student or a parent chooses to wear a mask, they should be able to freely and they should not be prevented from doing that.
This is happening as we still see this trend where there is a drop-off in the vaccination rate when you reach those who are under 18. Among adolescents, I think it's just over half of adolescents are vaccinated. An even bigger drop-off among those who are age 5 to 11, with pretty high numbers still around vaccine hesitancy. Why hasn't the White House called for a vaccine requirement against COVID-19 for K through 12 schools, which many public health experts say is really the only way that you will be able to protect students in the long term?
Because those decisions have historically been up to school districts. Go ahead.
Hi, a couple questions. On the child tax credit, Mitt Romney has suggested that you consider bipartisan path toward his alternative version of the program.
Does he have 10 Republicans?
Well, he says that he has a bipartisan group that's been successful in the past and that he's going to try and get here. Has the White House engaged with him on this recently?
We've been engaged
Is there
with
open-
every member who is open to engaging and looking to move the president's agenda forward.
Is his version an acceptable alternative if it can get the votes to the White House?
I don't have any specific reaction to his version, but I would just note that in order to get any component of the president's agenda forward, if it's broken off of a reconciliation package, you'd need 60 votes.
On COVID, Kristen Ortiza, who spoke to the nominating convention for the president, told us a couple weeks ago that she's disappointed that the president hasn't met and engaged more directly with people who are affected by COVID. So we're at over 900,000 deaths now. Are there any plans for the president to host people at the White House who have been affected by COVID, whose families have been affected by COVID?
I'm happy to check and see if there's any plans. I would note that the president has spoken about COVID and his plans and his commitment to addressing the pandemic more than perhaps any other issue since he became president. And more importantly than that, to I think most Americans, he's taken very specific actions to ensure that vaccines are available, that tests are available, that masks are available, that schools are open, which that is what impacts people's lives on a daily basis. But I can see if there's any plans for that. Go ahead.
Is it the sense inside the White House that the decisions by Democratic governors to relax some of these mask guidelines is driven mostly by, as you said, the speed of politics and not the public health guidelines that are driving the federal government's policy?
I didn't actually make that assessment, but I would point you to all of them to ask them questions about what they base their decision making on. But again, we understand local leaders. We continue to advise local leaders, whether they're governors or others, to make decisions based on the science and data about what's happening in their communities and what is going to keep kids in school safe, what is going to keep kids and their people in their communities safe. And we will continue to abide by what federal guidance is advising, which is based on the science and health experts in the federal government.
And then on the meeting later today with President Biden and the companies, how much is he relying on these companies to make clean energy decisions kind of on their own in the absence of climate legislation that is, currently stalled or being renegotiated in Congress right now that we know would be necessary to reach the White House's goals on clean energy?
Well, I think as many of these leaders have said, I mean, they know that the industry of the future is clean energy. And so there is an incentive for them to act and move in that direction. And certainly the president agrees with that. And there are a number of steps, even as we're working to continue to push to get Build Back Better passed, that we have already passed into law as a part of the infrastructure bill, for example, including clean charging stations around the country, incentivizing the purchase of electric vehicles, which of course is an industry that will help many of the American auto industry producers prosper over the course of time. But certainly it's where the industry is going, and there's agreement between government and many of these industries about the opportunity for the United States to be a leader in the clean energy movement in the world. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just have two boring questions and a round follow-up. Starting with Build Back Better World. Do we have any news on when that's going to be officially launched? Have you identified any programs? Can you share any details?
Well, the president's talked about this quite a lot on the global stage. Let me see if we can get an update from the NSC team about any new specifics on it.
Talk about something that Russian President Putin said the other day. He made what many Russian speakers interpreted as a rape joke directed at Ukraine. Given that diplomacy is all about talking, how does the administration view talk like this? Does it shorten the diplomatic off-ramp? Because it's a pretty undiplomatic thing to say. And has the White House communicated to the Kremlin, yo, that's not cool?
Well, first I would say that any joke about rape would certainly be something that everyone in this government would be outraged by, whether it's happening from the mouth of a U.S. official or a foreign official. I'd also note that we have never held back in our concern about the lack of truthfulness of some of the statements that come out of the mouth of President Putin and members of the Russian leadership, and also the bellicose rhetoric that has come out of their mouths. So we have never held back on our concern, and certainly that joke would not be something that we... I don't have anything more in terms of diplomatic discussions. Go ahead, April.
Jen, two topics. One, back on the HHS issue and pipes. Misinformation has a terrible ripple effect. What is this administration doing? Because this has permeated a lot of corridors that people are taking this in. Are you or the administration or HHS planning on doing something beyond the statement to let people know that this is misinformation and correct it?
That's a really important point, because I think there's been a lot of misinformation about particularly this issue, and it has really clouded over what is a hugely important issue in this country, which is a fight against the opioid epidemic and the need to have bipartisan approaches that are going to help communities that are impacted address it. But yes, we will certainly be building out our efforts to effectively communicate that we are not, that what is in a safe smoking kit, what is not in a safe smoking kit, and what we are effectively trying to do with our harm reduction program.
Has a lot of damage already been done just by this information in certain communities, are you finding?
We certainly have seen it, and I think, April, one of the reasons we felt, even though this has never been a part of what has been funded, we felt it was important to put out a public statement from the federal government to make that clear, because we saw the spreading of misinformation and the fact that it was having an impact on a range of communities, and we felt, even though it was never true, that we needed to put out a proactive statement.
And then, second topic, I asked you on Monday about President Biden and the last time he talked to Anita Hill. Do you have any more information?
You did ask me that. I don't have an update on that. I will venture to see if I can get one today.
Is she part of the external group that is working with the White House on these nominations for Supreme Court?
There are a broad range of individuals, legal experts, scholars, members of Congress of both parties that are being consulted with. We have not put out that list of individuals publicly. I can see if there's more information we can provide. Go ahead in the middle.
Thanks, Jen. Two quick questions. One, we've heard from the White House about this effort to reach out to Republican senators on the Supreme Court nomination. I wondered if you could explain a little bit kind of what the focus of those conversations are. Are you guys, fielding suggestions on who the nominee should be? Or are you giving them a short list and getting their reaction? I'm just kind of curious sort of what the focus of the outreach to Republicans is.
Well, as the president has said, and I'll just reiterate, we're going to choose a nominee. He's going to choose a nominee whose qualifications, record, character, and devotion to the Constitution and rule of law make them deserving of support from both sides of the aisle. And there are many candidates at the top of their field who fit that profile and who have received bipartisan support in the past. So these conversations are not uniform, right? Sometimes, and the president is certainly seeking input, seeking feedback, but he is treating the process as he believes it should be treated, which is with seriousness, which is approaching it from a bipartisan manner and seeking engagement and advice from a range of officials, elected and non-elected.
And then secondly, unrelated, but there was some reporting this week that Labor Secretary Marty Walsh has offered to help resolve the Major League Baseball lockout, and I wondered if the president has been in touch with him about that, or if he has an opinion or a viewpoint on the lockout.
I'm happy to check on that, and my husband is also looking for an answer. So I will check on that. I don't have anything new. Go ahead.
Yeah, yesterday in the event you highlighted electric vehicles.
Yeah.
Today you're highlighting the utility companies are here. 3% of the market is electric for vehicles in the U.S. So if Americans go out and buy a lot of electric cars, can the grid handle the load without using more coal power?
Well, I think we're trying to address this from many fronts, right? As you know, and you've seen in the president's infrastructure legislation, which includes additional charging stations, which includes incentivizing and making it more affordable and accessible for Americans to purchase electric vehicles. But what we're seeing is the increase in the market for electric vehicles increase year by year, right? As they become more affordable, as there are more charging stations, as they are able to, as more Americans can see themselves driving electric vehicles. And this is certainly something not just the federal government, but many of these automobile industries, companies are also seeing opportunity in. So we're all moving to, as the market is increasing, as more Americans are purchasing these electric vehicles, to ensure there are the charging stations and the mechanisms needed for them to be driven.
Sure, but can wind and solar handle that amount of load on the system?
Well, again, we're working to increase all of the components of what is needed to ensure that electric vehicles can be powered across the country.
Jen, can I ask you a question on Africa?
Hold on, I'll come back to you.
Thanks, Jen. When the president met with governors last week, did any of them ask specifically for more guidance from the federal government as they were considering easing some of the COVID restrictions? And did any express any frustration that the CDC is not moving quickly enough for them?
I'm not going to speak for the governors. They can certainly speak for themselves. I can just speak for what our position is, what we've conveyed to the governors, which is exactly what I've outlined for all of you.
Has the president urged any governors to hold off on easing these restrictions? Has he had any direct conversations since then about what they've all started announcing this week?
We are continuing to convey directly to governors our recommendation that they abide by federal public health guidelines, but also our understanding and that they may make decisions based on what they feel is best for their communities.
And has he had conversations this week?
I don't have any to read out for you. Go ahead.
Hello. So President Biden nominated Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti to the U.S. Ambassador to India. Garcetti's former top spokeswoman has filed a complaint with state, local, and federal prosecutors demanding that he be prosecuted for perjury for repeatedly denying that he knew about another former aide's alleged sexual misconduct. She's saying that the mayor lied under oath during his testimony before a U.S. Senate committee considering his appointment to the ambassadorship. Is the president aware of this complaint? Has he spoken to the mayor? Does he plan to rescind Garcetti's nomination?
There's no plans to rescind any nominations. I would point you to Mayor Garcetti's office for any further comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. About the virus again. Is there reluctance to the president now? I mean, it seems to be at least caution, put it that way, the approach he's taking compared to a lot of the others. Is there any link between that and perhaps having felt burnt during the summer when we had this independence from the virus?
Are you referring to masks? Sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm referring to the masks and his caution kind of moving on, as obviously a growing number of people are doing. Is this in any way linked to him feeling a little burned by what happened during the summer when, the Delta came pretty much as he was inviting people for a barbecue here to celebrate independence?
He's basing his decision on what the advice of our health and medical experts continues to be, and the fact that they are continuing to evaluate and look at the data and the science, and that is a commitment he made to the American people at the beginning. We also recognize that while hospitalization rates are coming down, there's still high transmission rates throughout basically the entire country, and he is cognizant of that as well. And the fact that we need to look at the totality of that and make recommendations based on what our science experts are conveying.
Okay, one on Nord Stream, if I might, quick one.
Sure.
He said very clearly, he literally promises to stop Nord Stream if there's an invasion, like a full-blown invasion. Mm-hmm. If there isn't a full-blown invasion, which obviously is at least as likely as there being one, and it could be 100 different things that could be happening over the next month, year, 2 years, not to mention that Russia already occupies part of Ukraine and so on. What's the rationale for supporting Nord Stream at all?
We don't support Nord Stream. We have been clear we oppose the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which is a Russian geopolitical project that undercuts the energy security and national security of a significant part of the Euro-Atlantic community. That's long been our position. It's not online, the pipeline. The German regulators have said it is not currently on track to be approved until at least the latter half of 2022, and we'll continue to work with Germany, Ukraine, and other allies and partners to implement the July 21st joint statement. And again, if Russia invades Ukraine, Nord Stream 2 will not come online.
Jen, do you have any comment on a series of bomb threats that are happening in D.C. schools right now? D.C. police are reporting that Dunbar, Theodore Roosevelt, Ron Brown High School, several others are now under bomb threat and evacuating schools. What do you say about that, especially after yesterday?
I don't have any new information on these threats. I'm happy to see if there's a new updated comment we can get for all of you. Of course, we are in touch with local school districts, as we have been since yesterday, and our Homeland Security experts will do everything we can to ensure that schools have the resources they need, but I don't have any new information on it. Thanks, everyone.
All right, Press Secretary Jen Psaki ending things there, answering a lot of media questions today, especially since we've seen a number of our leaders across the country who have now been lifting some of those mask mandates that we had earlier here today. Not only Massachusetts.
Roundtable CEO event.
but also we had the governor of New York speaking to that as well. So we'll continue to stay on top of always those COVID press conferences. Do want to let our viewers know, speaking of COVID, we did have earlier here today Governor Gavin Newsom talking about paid time off when it comes to having to take sick leave if you have COVID. So we'll be getting into that event right here for you on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to give you all of these different press events that have been happening here across our country. We'll get to what I had said before the break, our Governor Newsom event. He's talking about paid leave. We'll get to that here in just a moment, but I do want to show our viewers we are waiting on a Pentagon press briefing. That is actually scheduled to take place here in about 10 minutes. So we'll keep our eyes on this, put it in a double box with that Newsom event. And then, of course, once this does start, we do have Press Secretary John Kirby who's going to be speaking. So we'll jump into the Pentagon briefing again as soon as that does start. They are usually very precise with their timing. So again, that's scheduled for 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. But before we get out to those events, did want to let our viewers know that we'd been keeping an eye on some of the movements when it comes to truckers, Canadian truckers. They continue to show us a protest about COVID vaccine mandates. It has been causing a backup of traffic for days now. Let's go ahead and get the latest with our Fox 2 Detroit team.
I'm 40 years in the truck driver. I'm patient.
That type of patience will go far usually, unless you're trying to get to Canada as of late. The Ambassador Bridge, the nation's busiest international border crossing, remains shut down for the third straight day. The move forcing many big rig drivers who rely on it to be rerouted to Port Huron, some 2 hours away.
All these people, hard work drivers, they work hard, they shouldn't go through all this. The government has to do something so that this thing does not, go out of control.
A protest by the so-called Freedom Convoy on the Canadian side over vaccine mandates and other COVID restrictions has brought traffic to a standstill since Monday, at first at the Ambassador Bridge itself, and then over at the Blue Water Bridge, where backups have been miles long and the wait hours long just to cross.
Individuals are trying to blockade our economy, our democracy, and our fellow citizens daily lives.
We are told some $323 million worth of goods makes its way over the Ambassador Bridge every single day. Every year, that totals about $400 billion in commerce. A big chunk of that supplies and components that are helping to drive the auto industry and, of course, the local economy.
If you extrapolate that out, it works out to be about $24 billion a year in trade that's in auto parts across that bridge. So it's a huge impact on the auto industry to have a shutdown of any type.
The true toll of the unprecedented closure, in fact, the first in decades, still remains to be seen. The immediate effect, though, a little more obvious, from the traffic tie-ups to truckers parked any and everywhere. The situation fueling frustrations and exhaustion at the border and beyond.
It's really tough, trying to find places to eat and using washroom and sleep inside the truck because I'm not used to that.
So once again, those backups, some areas seeing a backup as far as 6 miles long. So this does continue to be an issue that we're going to be following here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is some aerials from just a little bit earlier here this morning of just some of those backups that we are seeing between the Michigan-Canada border there. So we'll follow this story, still following also our Pentagon briefing that is scheduled to take place here in less than 10 minutes now. So as I mentioned, we're going to be listening in to remarks from Governor Gavin Newsom talking about paid leave while we wait for the Pentagon briefing to start. As soon as that does begin, of course, we're going to be taking that in full for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Great Governor Gavin Newsom. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember. And I want to just thank everybody assembled behind me. Nitos, thank you very much for opening up today. Means a lot, and particularly at the last minute, which I recognize this was put together, at least the venue, at the very last minute. I want to thank, in particular, all of the folks that have been appropriately recognized in terms of their remarks, but also recognized in their remarks. But truly, as the Assemblywoman said, led by our Speaker and our Pro Tem. We had conversations a number of weeks ago about the prospect of moving quickly and focused way, in a focused manner, to put together a package that not only included sick leave for people here in the state of California, but addressed the stresses and travails that small businesses, medium and large businesses continue to struggle through as it relates to the impacts of this pandemic. We were able to agree on the parameters of that, and quite literally within weeks, here we are with the opportunity now to sign this legislation. That would not have happened without their assertive leadership, without the extraordinary leadership and support of Assemblywoman Carrillo, who's long been a champion of paid sick leave, the advocacy and support of Assemblywoman Banta and her strong advocacy, particularly for small businesses, as well as for the work that we're advancing relating to the health and public safety of our residents. And of course, the chair of the Senate Budget Committee, Senator Skinner, who's very familiar to many events like this, as we have participated in partnership over the course of last year on making many similar announcements supporting not only public health but also supporting the health of our small businesses. I want to, though, extend a particular expression of appreciation to Jennifer and the California Chamber for their willingness to work together with the California Labor Fed. This is what it looks like when everybody works together and rows in the same directions, working to address anxieties and concerns and compromise and find a balance that I think strikes chord with the vast majority of Californians. So it's a long way of saying this. I'm really proud to be here. I'm proud of their hard work. We wouldn't be here without them. And I'm honored to be able to sign these pieces of legislation today. Just briefly, and you know why we're here, and the speakers did an amazing job going through the details of what we are advancing today, the $6.1 billion in tax relief and or grants, and the work to advance our paid sick leave with a retroactivity clause that goes back to January to keep employees, keep patrons, keep employers safe and healthy, and businesses open and operationalized. But I want to make a point that's important to underscore. That $6.1 billion, that's on top of what we did just a few months ago. It wasn't that long ago. We did a $6.2 billion tax relief for small businesses. It wasn't that long ago we put aside $4 billion additional money for grants, not loans, not tax credits, grants to small businesses. And I think it's important to highlight, it's one thing to talk about these things, how are we doing? And I want folks to know that $3.56 billion, $3.560 billion has been distributed to over 311,000 businesses in this state through that grant program. The $4 billion is fully encumbered. And the reason they referenced, and you heard it from a number of speakers, the additional $150 million of grants, not tax credits, is that's the number of businesses and the amount of money that is outstanding based upon the applications that came in. That $150 million will provide relief for what we estimate to be about 13,500 additional businesses that were left out of that first $4 billion round that will be able to advance that relief in a very short order. So I'm just really proud.
And just a heads up, as we are getting close to the Pentagon briefing, some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute commercial break as we continue to listen in with Governor Gavin Newsom. As soon as we do see John Kirby walk out here in the Pentagon press briefing room, we're of course going to be taking that in full for you here on Live Now from Fox.
$150 million today, in addition to these tax credits, conformity issues around venues, large and small, and yes, restaurant revitalization loans that came from the federal government and grants that now will have that tax conformity, which, trust me, is very important to businesses like this. We continue to enjoy remarkable growth in this state. Just shy of 26% of America's jobs came out of the state of California in December. The latest jobs report. We look forward to seeing how well California is doing. In a week or two, we have Dee Dee Myers here who runs GoBiz. We're always eager to get from her first the California jobs total. It's usually lagging about a couple weeks, but the last numbers that came out, 26% of America's jobs coming out of the state of California, 3.2% above our pre-pandemic GDP. Just consider the U.S. is 1.4% above its pre-pandemic GDP. California is at 3.2%, 2 times that of states like Texas. I'm just making that point. And I'm making this deeper point of how proud we are of businesses large and small, their resiliency, their grit, their determination. That is not because of Sacramento that we lay claim to that status. That's because of small businessmen and women that put everything on the line for new beginnings, for creating the magical moments that they create every single day and night in venues like this, but create opportunities and jobs and revenue that allow California to grow and prosper and continue to lead the nation in so many categories. So again, expression of gratitude to the job creators, the entrepreneurs, the innovators, the folks that again are out there taking risks every single day that define the best of our state. But again, businesses cannot thrive in a world that's failing. And that's why sick leave is foundational. Keeping people healthy, keeping patrons safe is so important. And that's why I'm proud these two things came together in this early action. We didn't wait till June, July. Early action here in the first week of February to advance this cause. I know that a number of you are here for perhaps other causes and have questions, but with that, let's take the moment to sign these bills and then go to the Q&A. But I want to ask that those that are responsible come around. All right. Functory. I know these shots. What we got? How many? A lot of bills. All right. Well, we'll just start signing, and then I'll start handing them randomly. Where's the supervisor? Good evening, supervisor. All right, thank you, supervisor. Jen, $5.5 billion right here. $6 billion. Well, no, here's the others. Yeah, now it's 6.1. All right, we'll answer any questions that you may have.
Good morning, Governor Newsom. Morning. This is Ryan Curry with ABC7 News. I want to ask you about the mask mandate coming up.
Yeah.
We've already seen some Bay Area counties announce they're going in line with the state with their decision to also lift the mandate, but Santa Clara County deciding to keep theirs. I want to ask you, in communities close-knit like the Bay Area, would you rather see them work to close in line and together or separate with this? And also, how do you think lifting the mandate as well as this, what you're signing today, is going to help these businesses recover faster?
We've seen about a 75% reduction since our peak. We were at 152,000 cases on January 4th, and this is an interesting data point. On January 4th, not that long ago, 152,000 cases were reported. We are averaging in the last 7 days 32,000 cases. 152,000 January 4th. A month or so later, averaging the last 7 days 32,000 cases. We've seen significant decompression in our hospitals, down from a peak of over 15,000 COVID positive patients to about 10,000 today. ICUs about 2,000 today. Substantial decompression in the ICUs as well. We're moving in the right direction. We've made tremendous progress, and that progress is exampled all across the state of California, but not equally. And as a consequence of that, in consideration of such, California has always established itself from the bottom up. One size does not fit all. We have basic mandates in terms of minimum expectations, but we allow local control. We allow local decisions to be made, and if for no other reason than this state's larger than 21 state populations combined. I saw a map the other day of just LA County. The Assemblywoman will appreciate that, in red, and showed all the states in America that had smaller populations than the one dot in LA County, which was the overwhelming majority of American states. And that gives you a perspective of our approach. That map really, symbolized and substantively, I think, exampled why we make decisions with local considerations in mind. And so a consequence of that, as we unwind, as we move forward with ringing the bell, as it relates to moving yet through another phase of this pandemic, we do so mindful that each county, local health officers, based on local conditions, will make determinations for themselves. Your question, though, is a thoughtful question. As it relates to regions rising together and organized constructs, we have remarkable relationships, not just to the state, but the regions do them with local health officers working on a daily basis, local elected officials as well. And we recognize those jurisdictional boundaries as it relates to public health and the epidemiology.
All right, guys, as you can see, Pentagon briefing beginning now. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
To the service's ability to respond to national security challenges and threats. The strategy is nested within the department's Climate Adaptation Plan and Interim National Security Strategic Guidance. The Army is focusing its climate preparedness and resilience approach on 3 lines of effort: installations, acquisitions and logistics, and training. Among the objectives that are outlined in the strategy are the goal to achieve a 50% reduction in Army net greenhouse gas pollution by 2030 compared to 2005 levels, to attain net zero Army greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, and to proactively consider the security implications of climate change in strategy planning, acquisition, supply chain, and programming documents and processes. All right. We're having problems here. Can I have this bear? I'm sure there's more after that. The strategy is available on Army.mil, and the Army will be talking about more about it in the coming days. And clearly the Secretary appreciates the work that the Army's doing on these important climate change priorities. In Africa, the annual training exercise Cutlass Express 2022 is underway after an opening ceremony in Djibouti on the 6th of February. Now in its 20th iteration, Cutlass Express is sponsored by U.S. AFRICOM and led by U.S. Naval Forces Europe, Africa, and U.S. 6th Fleet. The exercise is being conducted in the vicinity of Bahrain, Djibouti, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, and the Seychelles until February 17th. 14 nations are participating and will conduct several maritime security exchanges to include vessel queries and shipboardings, airborne maritime patrol operations, and search and rescue drills. The exercise promotes national and regional security in East Africa, increases interoperability between the U.S., African nations, and international partners. Finally, I'd like to announce that the Secretary has approved the next round of DoD advisory boards and committees for resumption of operations. These are going to be listed in a press release that will be going up on defense.gov here very, very shortly. So you don't have to write all these down, but I will list them. For the record, these boards include the Defense Innovation Board, the National Security Education Board, the National Security Agency Emerging Technologies Panel, the Advisory Board for the National Reconnaissance Office, the Army Education Advisory Committee, the Education for Sea Power Advisory Board, the Board of Visitors for the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation, the Strategic Environmental Research and Development Program Scientific Advisory Board, and the Board of Regents Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences. Positions for these boards will be filled in coming weeks, and we'll clearly keep you up to date on that. The department's boards and committees have been and will continue to be a valuable resource as we defend the nation, take care of our people, and succeed through teamwork. And I know that the Secretary and all our department leadership look forward to working with these advisory boards going forward. Finally, in light of all that, I'd like to announce that the Secretary has nominated Mr. Michael Bloomberg to serve as the chair of the Defense Innovation Board to leverage his experience and strategic insights on innovation, business, and public service. Mr. Bloomberg, as you all know, an entrepreneur and a leader who served 3 terms as the mayor of New York City, will bring a wealth of experience in technology, innovation, business, and government to the Defense Innovation Board. His leadership will be critical to ensuring the department has access to the best and brightest minds in science, technology, and innovation through the team of diverse experts that he will lead as chair of that board. And obviously the Secretary is very grateful that Mr. Bloomberg was willing to take this additional responsibility on, and very grateful that he's willing to serve in that capacity. And with that, we'll start taking questions. Bob, over to you.
Thank you, John. 2 questions related to Ukraine situation.
Sure.
First, have there been any additional shifting or movement of U.S. troops within Europe, units to Eastern Europe, beyond what you've already described, I think, last week?
No, sir.
And the second question is regarding the lack of media access to the troops who are on the ground there and who are deploying there. Mm-hmm. Can you just explain what the rationale is for that position of not providing full access?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for the question, and we obviously have received the letter from the Pentagon Press Association leadership regarding their concerns over this, and we certainly appreciate you sharing those concerns, and we obviously respect those concerns very much. Look, any decision to provide media access to our troops, whether it's in an operational environment or a training environment, is a decision that we take seriously. We don't make decisions to grant access or not to grant access lightly. And there's lots of factors that go into that. Sometimes it has to do with operational security. Sometimes it has to do with how that kind of access nests into the larger strategy that we're pursuing. So what I would tell you, Bob, is, again, absolutely respect the desire to do it. I hope you know how much I respect that, too. We're just not at a point now where we are able to provide that kind of access. And if that changes, believe me, I'll be the first one to let you know that. But we're still working our way through what sort of coverage is best suited for this particular mission. And I say the following not as an excuse or anything like that, but to remind this is a very small number of troops that are quote unquote deploying. And quite a few of them are actually just redeploying inside Europe, and that we have 80,000 other troops in Europe. So the additions that we're making, while the Secretary deems them necessary to reassure the eastern flank of NATO, they are but a small fraction of the total number of troops that we have in Europe and have been there, again, as part of our NATO commitments for a long time.
John,
Jen?
is it a host country issue or is it a strategic messaging issue? Are you worried that Putin could use the images of U.S. troops arriving in Poland and elsewhere and view it as offensive? I mean, what is the thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into a decision like this, Jen, and some of it is what is the larger goal here on the geopolitical stage, and what we've been saying, I think, pretty consistently is that we believe there's still time and space for diplomacy. We still believe that there's headspace with Mr. Putin that can be operated inside of. We still believe that he hasn't made a final decision, and so a lot of what we're doing, not just what we're doing, but how we're talking about what we're doing, is designed to make it very clear where the United States' national security interests are and what we're trying to achieve here. In a nutshell, what we're trying to achieve here is a de-escalation of the tensions and a diplomatic path forward. And virtually everything that we've done, everything I've set up here, and quite frankly, everything I've not set up here, is designed to help us get to a better outcome, a peaceful outcome, a diplomatic outcome. Nobody wants to see, except with the exception of possibly Mr. Putin, any military conflict breaking out in Europe. So we're being very careful. We're trying to be very deliberate, and again, I would just beg your understanding of that.
Just to follow up, the 82nd Airborne that's arriving in Poland, there's the Wall Street Journal report this morning that they are going to be setting up tents, checkpoints in the event that Americans have to be to flee Ukraine, frankly, if Russia invades.
Yeah.
Is that their mission? Can you explain what their mission is? Will there be setting up evacuation points? Are you ruling out sending the U.S. military into Ukraine to help evacuate Americans?
There's a lot there. I think you've heard us say consistently that there are no active efforts in play to militarily evacuate American citizens from Ukraine. The State Department has been exceedingly consistent and clear about warning Americans from away from traveling to Ukraine, and the president himself just the other day advised Americans to leave Ukraine, given the current tensions. So there's been plenty of time and opportunity, and it's not a war zone. I mean, there's plenty of physical opportunities to remove yourself from Ukraine, including commercial air, railroads, good highways. There's lots of ways to leave, and all that is still at play right now. And again, we've said from the very get-go, there's no effort right now ongoing, nothing that we're expecting to use military assets to move Americans out of Ukraine. That's the same today. Now, I'm almost there. There was a lot of questions, and I'm going to work my way through this. When the Secretary decided to send leading elements of the 82nd Airborne, which we talked about very publicly, we said from the very get-go that one of the reasons why we chose that unit is they're multi-mission and they're on a high alert readiness posture as it is. That's their job. That's what they do. And they do a lot of things really, really well, and they can do those things quickly. And we said, and the Secretary said, in matter of fact, when he was up at this very podium, that they are multi-mission capable and they're going to be ready to do a number of contingencies, including, and he was asked, would that include evacuation? And he said, if that's what we're called to do, we're capable to do that. So I can't rule out the fact that these soldiers could be used with to some degree with evacuation assistance on the other side of that border. And certainly they're going to be prepared to do that. In fact, I've said that myself publicly, that the ability to contribute to any assistance that might be required, the 82nd would be prepared to do that. Now, as for what exactly how they're going to prepare for that mission physically and tangibly, I don't have anything to speak to with great detail today, but that is clearly going to is one of the missions that they're capable of doing, trained to do, and will be ready to do if needed. But Jen, the other thing that's I'd like to just foot stomp, and it kind of goes back to what I said at the risk of sounding redundant. If Americans that are in Ukraine heed the warnings that they have gotten from the State Department and from the President himself, there should be no need for the 82nd Airborne to have to assist with evacuation missions. If Americans that are in Ukraine are paying close attention to the warnings and the advisories that they've gotten and do the right thing while there's time to do it. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
It was a long one. I appreciate your patience. Megan.
Can we get an update on the groups of troops who are newly arrived or newly moved around in Europe? How many have made it to Romania? How many have made it to Germany? How many have made it to Poland? And also, Jen asked about the Wall Street Journal and the Poland situation. In Romania, what are they going to be doing? In Germany, at the command headquarters, what are their days going to look like once they're all settled?
Yeah, the Stryker Squadron, I think they're leaving Germany today. It's going to take them some days to get to Romania. I think there's some very small leading elements, as you might expect. When the Army moves, they always move some leading elements. So there's some small elements already in Romania preparing for the rest to come. They'll be operating with our Romanian counterparts. I don't have anything more detailed than that. I'd point you to UCOM to really speak to that, but remember, they're really going to reassure and to be able to provide additional capability in Romania. I would also remind Megan, there's already 900. So this 1,000 almost doubles what we already had in Romania. Nothing really significant changes in terms of the 82nd Airborne. They continue to flow in tranches. So of the 1,700 that we said were going, less than half are already there, and the rest will flow in over the next few days. And again, they will be establishing themselves, as I answered to Jen, to be able to respond to multiple contingencies and to conduct whatever missions they're called on to do. One of them could very well be preparing for some sort of evacuation assistance on the Polish side of that border.
So to follow up, the Army's 5th Corps has a headquarters in Poland that they stood up recently, ostensibly for this sort of mission. Are they being involved at all in any of this, or were they considered to be involved in any of these deployments?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're absolutely involved, and I think the Stryker Squadron sort of reports up through that chain of command as well. I'd point you to UCOM to speak with more specificity about how the different headquarters are going to be broken down. Yeah, Janie.
Thank you, John. I have a question on the Korea, China, and North Korea. And the first question is the three-party, U.S. and South Korea, Japan, defense ministers meeting will held soon. Is that date set yet?
I'm sorry, is that what?
Defense ministers, three-party talks, to South Korea, U.S., Japan, defense ministers meeting will be held soon.
Okay.
It announced yesterday.
Yeah.
Is date set yet?
Is it?
I mean, date. When will it be?
Is there a date?
Yes.
Oh, I think we'll have more to talk about that pretty soon. I think
means pretty soon.
Means very soon.
Pretty soon is how soon?
It's very soon.
Well, you didn't mention the date, but
I know I didn't mention the date.
But it's another case. Okay, skip that anyway.
Skip that anyway.
Yeah, I find that out very soon. And the other one, North Korea's ICBM missile operating base, which is located just 15 miles from the Chinese border. Aren't you worried about this? What is DOD's opinion on this?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Pay attention, please. Yeah. North Korea's
I get that a lot. I was just looking to see if I had more on your first question.
Schooling going on.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay,
on
the North Koreans' ICBM missile operating base, which is located just 15 miles from the Chinese border. So aren't you worried about this?
I don't have any information on that, Janie.
Why not?
I don't have any information on the installation status in North Korea.
Let's give another one. China has pledged to support for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And also North Korea also said that it supports Russia through face-to-face meeting with the Russian Putin recently. So what is the United States' strategy toward China and North Korea? Do you have any new strategy?
I don't. I mean, are you referring to the readout of the conversation between Xi and Putin?
Yes, because the Chinese pleased, they involved the Russian crisis. They strongly promised with Putin. And also, North Korean Kim Jong-un face-to-face meeting with the Russian authority. He also supports Russia to involve Ukraine crisis. I mean, so if those China and North Korea involve Ukraine crisis, do you have any new strategy? I mean, DOD have any strategy?
A strategy?
Yeah, toward China and North Korea.
I don't know of any new strategy with respect to China and North Korea and whatever statements they might have made in support of what Mr. Putin is doing. We're focused on, again, trying to find a diplomatic path forward here so that this doesn't devolve into conflict over Ukraine, and to make sure that we're shoring up our contributions to the NATO alliance, which we take very seriously. I'll only say what I've said before. I mean, these two countries, Russia and China, are not countries with a whole lot of friends, and aren't part of broader alliance systems that they can rely on. And every indication that we've seen is this. In recent days here, this is more of a partnership of convenience, if anything else, between Xi and Putin. And these are not two countries that are uniformly aligned on every issue. So they can speak for themselves, and what they put out in their little communique, that's fine. We're focused on making sure that we are committed to the NATO alliance, that's obvious, and to trying to find a diplomatic path forward here. Oren?
My CNN colleague, Nick Walsh, is reporting based on trips to Afghanistan and medical records, as well as interviews with doctors, victims, and witnesses, none of whom were interviewed by U.S. military investigators, that there are further questions about the role gunfire may have played in the immediate aftermath of the suicide bombing at Abbey Gate. Should the Pentagon further investigate this matter, or does Pentagon leadership feel that the matter has been satisfactorily investigated to this point?
The investigation, we believe, was comprehensive, it was credible, and it was quite definitive. And Oren, I think you were here in the room when the investigating team came up here and laid it out for you over the course of an hour or more. Pretty detailed work. And as they said, and I'm quite frankly quoting from their work, the investigation found no definitive proof that anyone was ever hit or killed by gunfire, either U.S. or Afghan. And I think I'd leave it at that. Let me go to the phones here. Carla, I promise I won't forget you, but I haven't done anybody here.
As we continue to listen into the Pentagon press briefing, some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break.
It looks like there may be an agreement on the Hill on annual defense funding. And I know there was a lot of dire talk from the military branches about the effects of a CR. And I was wondering if you could just talk about the current situation in DOD and how you're faring on a stopgap budget measure. Thanks.
It's not for us to speak to a stopgap spending measure. It's really for Congress to speak to that. And we certainly hope that that we can get full funding for the year and not. Obviously not another CR that takes us yet another month or two. What the Secretary has been very clear about is the importance of full-year funding and what that does for us. I mean, with a CR, as you know, Travis, we can't start new programs. You can't build new ships. We're going to have to delay perhaps as much as 100 military construction projects. And when you do that, it's not just the military installations that are affected, it's the local communities and local businesses around those installations that will suffer. In order to pay for the 2.7% pay increase that we want to give our troops, much deserved, by the way, that money's going to have to come from other accounts, and that could eat into operational readiness as well. It could affect healthcare funding for military families. So all of these things are at stake. The ability to conduct new research and development in new important technologies like microelectronics, like artificial intelligence, like hypersonics. All of that would have to be slowed down if we don't get full-year funding. So we've been nothing but clear. The service chiefs were up on the Hill a week or so ago. I think they laid it out in very specific terms what living under a continuing resolution means. You described it as dire talk. And frankly, I think we would agree with that. There could be dire consequences if we can't get full-year funding for this year. Now, look, the Congress has never failed to appropriate for us in the past, and the secretary's obviously interested in making sure we get that full-year funding. We certainly call on the Congress to do what they've always done, and that is to support the department with funding for a full year, as was authorized. Kasim from Anayu.
Yes, John, thank you very much. The Washington Post had acquired actually an army investigation on withdrawal from Afghanistan. And in that report, Brigadier General Sullivan told investigators that he wanted to stage supplies to host 5,000 evacuees at Kabul airport, but his efforts was complicated because he was not permitted to discuss the possibility of a full-scale evacuation with anyone other than British officials. So my question is, why would the U.S. prefer not to be transparent to the partners who without hesitation took arms to support the U.S. after 9/11?
So first of all, what the Washington Post is reporting on are the raw materials that went into the Abbey Gate investigation, which you all were briefed on Friday. So these documents that were released under the Freedom of Information Act are really the raw material that went into that investigation about Abbey Gate. And in the course of that investigation, clearly lots of questions were asked and answered. I would refer you to the documents. I'm not going to be in a position where I'm relitigating every single statement made across the course of what is about 2,000 pages. What I would tell you is this. This was a tough mission over the course of 17 days. And what those documents reveal, if you look at any of them, is a lot of good people. And I'm not just talking about in the military. I'm talking about with our State Department colleagues and to your point, our coalition partners and allies. A lot of good people making a lot of tough decisions in unrelenting circumstances, very difficult circumstances, with an increasingly desperate crowd of Afghans who were trying to leave the country. And we've been nothing but honest and open about the fact that it wasn't perfect in every regard. We've got an after-action review going on right now. We're going to learn from the mistakes were made, but we're also very proud of the fact that together with our interagency colleagues at the State Department, brave diplomats who were on those gates with our Marines, with our coalition and allied partners, that 124,000 people were safely evacuated from Afghanistan. That's no mean feat. You know, one of the things we don't talk about today is the fact that we've got just over 6,000 now Afghans that are on 2 military bases here at home. I mean, tens of thousands of Afghans are now starting new lives in this country because of the work that the interagency did, not just the military. We housed them and provided a safe and secure environment, but HHS was involved, and DHS was involved, and the State Department was involved. There was a lot of good work that was done here. I'm not going to relitigate every single document in that trove there that's on the FOIA website. You can read it for yourself, but I would beseech you, as you do that, to just not forget the larger perspective here of what we were able to get done. Mike Brest, Washington Examiner.
Hi, Mr. Kirby. Thanks for taking my question. Back in December, you said that there were active discussions going on about mandating the coronavirus booster vaccine. Where does that stand right now?
No decisions to speak to, Mike, with respect to any decisions on making the booster mandatory. I think we're still examining that. Joe Gould, Defense News.
Hi, John. Thanks for taking my call. The American Federation of Government Employees, it's America's largest federal employee union, wrote a letter urging lawmakers to repeal a series of caps on civilian workers at Pentagon headquarters functions. And their argument is that those roles are being filled by an inflated contractor workforce. Would the Pentagon welcome that move by lawmakers if they decide to follow the recommendation of the union?
Joe, I'm going to have to take your question there, partner. I am not aware of that letter or that issue, and I don't think it'd be good for me to speculate on that. So let me take that question. We'll get back to you. Carla.
Going back really quickly to Jen and to Bob's question. So can you confirm the details that troops that are currently in Poland are setting up tents, checkpoints, and other things to prepare for an evacuation currently?
I know of no tents that are being set up right now, Carla. Again, there's only sort of less than half of the leading elements that are there, the 1,700 that we talked about. That's not the whole of the 82nd Airborne, 1,700. So it's not even the whole unit itself. And that 1,700, about less than half of them are on the ground right now. I can't speak to specifically whether tents are being set up. Again, they would be prepared to do that kind of thing. And I certainly am not going to rule out that in coming days or weeks that they might be setting up some temporary facilities just in case there's a need to, in case there are Americans who are coming across that border and need help. They're trained to do that. They're trained to do a lot of things. That's one thing they're trained to do. But this isn't, and we've been very clear, we're not talking about a classic non-combatant evacuation operation where you're sending in gray tails and flying people out. That's not what's envisioned here. And frankly, I hate to be redundant, but I'm going to be, it doesn't need to come to that. I mean, if things work out the way they should, there'll be no reason for them to handle any evacuees because there won't have been an invasion, another invasion by Mr. Putin and Russian military forces. And even if that is the course that happens, another invasion, if Americans are listening carefully and following the guidance by the State Department and by the President of the United States, they should be leaving now. They should have been leaving before now. And there's plenty of ways to do that just by going to Kyiv and jumping on an airplane and leaving, or getting in a car and driving across the country. I mean, it's it's not a military conflict zone right now, and there's no reason why it should.
Has Poland been designated as the evacuation point? Should it come to that?
I don't think that we've designated specific evacuation points in this. This will be something that the 82nd and General Walters, as the European Command Commander, would be thinking about. I don't know if he's made final decisions on that right now. Again, we want to be ready for everything. We would ask that Americans in Ukraine also make themselves ready and do the right thing for themselves and for their families, and not travel to Ukraine, and if they're in Ukraine, to leave Ukraine while there's time and certainly every capacity and capability to do so safely and efficiently through normal commercial transportation.
And then lastly, you said that no additional troops have gone to Europe, but have any additional troops in the United States been placed on high alert since you last updated us?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you, John. First, I have a question on Ukraine. So you're asking thousands of Americans' families to abandon their lives in Ukraine and leave, which is not an easy decision to make, as you know. Why should they do that? Based on what? Up until now, you say, we don't know, we don't think Putin has made a decision. We don't have the intelligence to say whether this is going to happen or not. So you're asking them to make such a crucial decision that will have major implications on their lives without giving them any real information that there's an imminent threat. I mean, that's what I'm getting at.
No, Fadi, I think I'm going to take issue with the question there. First of all, we're advising them to do this, and the State Department has, I don't want to speak for my State Department colleagues, but they've been very clear about that guidance and that advice. Obviously, we can't make them do it. They have to make those decisions for themselves. I think, Fadi, you've been sitting on these briefings as well as anybody else. We've been nothing but clear about the continued military buildup along that border with Ukraine and in Belarus, and the continued military options that Mr. Putin has available to him. We have been, I think, extraordinarily transparent about the possibilities of military conflict inside Ukraine. And so we made no bones about that. And in our best judgment as a government, our advice is that this is not the time to be going to Ukraine. It's not the time to be staying in Ukraine. Each of these families, you're right. We're not saying they're easy decisions. We understand that. And they're going to have to make these decisions for themselves and as appropriate. All we can do, all we must do as a government is give them the best advice and guidance we can based on the information that we're seeing and what we know to be the case on the ground. So that's what we're doing.
Okay, can I ask another question, please?
Sure.
So do you, I asked a couple of days ago again about the operation against ISIS leader Khorashi, northeastern Syria. Do you have any updates on whether you revised the number of civilian casualties during that operation?
I don't. Tony Capaccio, Bloomberg.
Hey, Jen, sorry, I accidentally muted myself. I have a budget question, FY23 budget question. Yesterday, Secretary Wormuth confirmed that the DoD has not yet received its top-line guidance from OMB, which isn't surprising since DoD set over its desired number in mid-January. But here's my question. What is the current DoD inflation estimate for FY23? It was 2.2% for 22. There's a lot of interest in this subject, and I know DoD has an inflation estimate for 23. What is it?
Tony, I will take your question. Sylvie?
That'd be good. Written answer.
Hello, John. Thank you. I have actually 3 questions. First, I want to know if you have any indication about more Russian troops arrivals at the border with Ukraine. I want to know if you have any detail on the arrival of Russian bombers in Kaliningrad. And also, the Russian Chief of Defense, General Gerasimov, has arrived in Belarus today as the military exercise is going to start. I wanted to know if for you it's something usual or if you find his presence on the ground concerning.
Concerned by his presence on the ground. He's the chief of defense for his military. It's not uncommon for chiefs of defense to observe exercises. I think you have to look at it in the context of what's going on. Obviously, we're not looking at this exercise in a vacuum, and we understand that senior military leaders are very much involved in facilitating this buildup, a buildup which we believe is destabilizing and unnecessary. Has nothing to do, since NATO is not a threat to Russian sovereignty, since Ukraine is not a threat to Russian sovereignty, there should be no reason for this buildup. So we obviously are viewing this certainly in light of what's going on, but his presence alone at this exercise is not setting off alarm bells here at the Pentagon. I'm not going to talk about Russian bomber deployments. I think I've made it very clear, and I'll continue to do so, that I am not going to put the United States Department of Defense in the position of speaking to Russian military movements with great specificity. We can speak for our own, but I'm not going to detail on a day-to-day basis every movement of every unit inside the Russian armed forces. And as for troop numbers build up, your first question, we have continued to see, even over the last 24 hours, additional capabilities flow from elsewhere in Russia to that border with Ukraine and in Belarus. As before, we're not going to get into providing specific numbers, but the numbers continue to grow. We maintain that he's north of 100,000 for sure, and he continues to add to that capability. We also see indications that additional battalion tactical groups are on their way. And so every day he adds to his options, every day he adds to his capabilities, every day he continues to destabilize what is already a very tense situation. And he could easily destabilize by moving these forces back home and by committing to a diplomatic path forward. Caitlin Dornbos from Stars and Stripes.
Hey, John. Following up on some previous questions, I know you've got no ongoing plans for evacuation, but I just want to see if you can confirm that the Pentagon has received approval from the White House to evacuate civilians from Ukraine should Russia invade. And then also, I know you're being pretty tight-lipped on north of 100,000, but I think we've been at north of 100,000 for about 6 weeks now. Is there anything more you can give us as far as, I've seen reporting of all the way up to 140,000 or 170,000? Thank you.
Not today. Nope, Caitlin, I'm just going to stick it north of 100,000. But he does continue to add to his capabilities. And look, in terms of the approval process, I mean, you guys have been covering this place long enough, I mean, the secretary's the top of the chain of command here in the military, at the department anyway. The commander-in-chief, the president, is at the top of the chain of command in terms of the use of the United States military. So the secretary issues the orders, but on an issue of this importance from a geopolitical perspective, of course there's going to be interagency discussion, and of course there's going to be the involvement by the president in decisions of this nature. Nancy Youssef.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to your answers about embedding and why journalists can't do so. You said that among the reasons was that embedding was that you were considering the national security interests and that the U.S. wanted diplomacy to play out. But journalists were embedded in the run-up to the 2003 invasion when the U.S. also was hoping diplomacy would prevail. And I'm having a hard time understanding how less transparency reflects the national security interest of a nation that promotes freedom of press worldwide. So I was hoping you could give us a more specific answer on why journalists can't embed with deployed troops and what the process will be going forward in light of the PPA letter. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. I do think, again, I stand by what I said to Bob. We obviously respect the job that you do and appreciate it. And we try to provide as much transparency and access as we can. It oftentimes is not as much as you want, and I get there's a natural tension there. There are a lot of factors that go into making decisions about access to. I mean, even just how many briefings we're going to do every week is not something we do accidentally. We make these decisions very deliberately, and they are nested inside larger national security goals and national security efforts. And I fully appreciate that not all of our decisions are going to be popular. I do think comparing this to 2003 in Iraq is not a fair comparison. This is a modest number of forces that are redeploying, or I'm sorry, relocating to provide reassurance to allies, and as measured against the percentage of 80-some-odd thousand troops that are already in Europe, it's a pretty small addition, and it's really done on reassurance. So if there's a change in the approach that we're going to take here at the department, I will absolutely let you know. I do appreciate the concerns that have been very clearly communicated, and again, we respect those concerns, and we have obviously duly passed those concerns on up the chain of command.
Okay, guys, we are listening in live to the Pentagon press briefing, but we do have a lot of other events that have been also taking place. So we're going to continue to move things along. Coming up here after this break, we are just a few short days away from the Super Bowl. We do have another press conference happening. We'll take you out to California after this 2-minute break.